Take a moment right here, feeling like it's out gear. Driving towards the sun with a rose and a gun. Feel the wind in my hair, going nowhere I swear. Like an outlaw on the run, dangerous but it's so fun. Running, running, no. Hold on, don't let go. Running, running, no. Keep running. Told my boss that I'm done. Had no luck with my mom. Say, what will you do with your life? You know it's hard to survive. A cigar in my mouth, maybe guilty but proud. Now I'm an outlaw on the run. Dangerous but it's so fun. Running, running, no. Hold on, don't let go. Running, running, no. Keep running.
Tell me where do I go? Tell me where do I take us? Your heart is starting to slow. May the water be safe. As I dive in, bloodstains washing underneath the waves. I'll be reaching out to keep you safe. As we
Welcome one, welcome all back to the LPL English unofficial broadcast here as we are winding down the Rumble stage. We only have 2 days, 4 best of 3s left, but today's are going to be special. For one reason, we've got a lot of playoff teams, but for me personally, it's special because I am going to be joined by the one, the only Beatdown who is stepping in on the broadcast. My friend, how you doing? How hyped are you to finally make your long-awaited debut here?
It's currently 4:50 in the morning, so I'm building up the hype. Like, we're getting there. Obviously,
Okay.
really excited to be here. I mean, we talked about it as soon as the schedule got made. We've never casted together before, though that's going to be really exciting. We've just kind of, like, passed each other like ships in the night, hearing each other's voices, but only having our first real conversation yesterday.
That's the funniest part. It's like, just a caster thing, it's like, yeah, I've heard you talk for like maybe hours, but I've never actually spoken to you directly. It's just funny little things like that. Well, Beatdown, let's get going through some of the format here and start by explaining the very complex coming to an end Split 2 format here. We talked a lot about, Group Nirvana, where the eliminations look at, but the most important thing for today is those playoff teams, and the play-in tournament is coming very soon.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, the teams that we're watching today, 3 of them are already locked to go straight to playoffs. Of course, the IG are going to be the ones who, I believe you mentioned before live, guaranteed to be playing against EDG in the play-ins. Yes. But overall, still a lot of gameplay to happen before we get our playoff teams locked. And honestly, I think the saddest thing for me about this format, even though I kind of understand it conceptually, is the fact that 2 teams are eliminated for the whole year.
Yeah, it's wild. It's the first time it's ever been seen. You will not be seeing RNG or OMG until January 2026. What a revelation. But like you mentioned, Beatdown, we are focusing in on those playoff teams and the play-in teams. So let's take a look at our very colorful now group standings as we started to fill all of them out across the board. Beatdown, you alluded to it a bit here. There's not going to be any real movement between playoff teams and play-in teams, but we could see a little bit of seeding shake up towards the top side of the Ascend group, depending on how today's games go.
Yeah, I mean, we might. I believe it's JDG if they win today, their first match. They do guarantee themselves 3rd place, which is very cool. I mean, they were always going to be in that top 4 regardless, but better seeding into playoffs, always a good thing, not really arguable. But otherwise, yeah, not a whole lot of movement. IG just has the chance to have a little bit of fun, knock the 4th seed BLG down a little bit before they have to go into play-ins anyway.
Right, exactly. But as we've been alluding to, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Those are all of the teams in Group Ascent standings that we will get to take a look at today. And that's always fun because the prevailing theme we're really going to talk about a lot today, folks, is obviously you hear it in a ton of competitive aspects. Sports, you can pull it to esports. It's about momentum into playoffs. And for really, honestly, all 4 of these teams Beatdown, it's such an important thing knowing how crazy the Rumble stage has really been.
Yeah, and it's also important, too, to just kind of take whatever opportunities you can before the regular season ends to kind of sharpen yourselves and get any bit of consistency you can kind of draw. I know some teams in the LPL, it's a bit of an issue. We're already seeing clips of the last time these 2 teams faced off. It was more than a month ago, very early on into the Rumble stage. And while AL did have some good moments, it was pretty strongly JDG favored. JDG did take the 2-0.
Yeah.
And, I mean, it was a pretty strong win.
Yeah, it was a strong one. It really started the conversation that we've really been having with JDG ever since Split 1, I would argue. Their playoff upper bracket run of this team is really like sleeping giants. And what we're going to focus in on is what sort of JDG, I know you posed the question, Beatdown, when we were talking about this series earlier. It's like, what sort of JDG are we going to get today? Because this is arguably was like the peak JDG series of the Rumble stage so far, but has not been the JDG you've gotten every night in and night out.
Yeah, and it's almost a little sad to say that because this was so very early on into the Rumble stage. But it happens. I feel like every time I'm watching the LPL, a lot of teams have this sort of variance. And it is good to note, though, that JDG overall, I still have really good seeding. They still have been able to get a lot of pretty good wins. And the fact that they can get wins like what we saw here the last time they played AL does give us at least a bit of an idea of what they could do if those Sleeping Giants actually wake up and do some damage in the playoffs.
Certainly is beat down, and honestly, for the Sleeping Giant conversation, and factoring into what we were talking about as the Hell Week for JDG, they had to play 4 series in Week 7, and they have 2 in Week 8. They're the one team that's played the most series of the last 2 weeks of the Rumble stage, and you can start arguing maybe they woke up. They are coming into this series winning 4 in a row, sweeping 4 in a row. That is 8-0 game score in their last 4 series. Definitely the most polished team if we're talking momentum rounding out this Rumble stage depending on the night.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, it is tough. It does really wear on you to have such a rigorous schedule, but being able to, come out on top, get those reps in, it really matters no matter what you're doing. And of course, especially when you are a player here. So yeah, it's a good look for JDG so far. We'll see if they're going to be able to keep up that momentum.
And here is that roster, just to get through the formalities here. It's all in the top side. Shun in the jungle, Scout mid lane, Pays and Missing to round out the bot side. Pays has been the superstar, grabbing pentakills, highlight reels for JDG along this run. But Shun, we talked about a bit beatdown, has really been like the pivotal piece to what we feel like this turnaround is.
Yeah, I think both Jun and Pays have been really instrumental to JDG's success. Jun, one of the best junglers in the league. And the way he's been able to perform has been really nice. Pays, a really great team fighter. I feel like ever since this guy joined T1, or not T1, Tier 1, I don't want to get the confusion there. Tier 1 gameplay, he just has been really good and really exciting to watch. He spaces really well in team fights. He's just overall really consistent, which is a really nice thing to see for a high-level player. And yeah, on the other side, Shun has been a big part of this team's success too. You see a lot of the drafts that JDG have been going for, and he's been playing a lot more of those carry-oriented roles.
Yeah.
I mean, one of the clips we saw was him on the Nefiri. I believe it's his most played champion, and he's been able to do a lot of damage on that pick.
Yeah, he has been deadly on that pick, but the other guy that might be just a bit better so far this Rumble stage on that very Nefiri is his opposing jungler here. As we start to talk about anyone's legend, just a bit further up the standings. Flounder in the top side, Tarzan jungle, Shanks mid lane, Hope and Kyle to round out the team. There was Split 1 favorites going into the playoffs, and ever since they have still been playing second fiddle to top esports, but in the Rumble stage, second fiddle means 13-4 and solidified as the second seed among all other competition.
Yeah, and by no means is AL's record bad. They've overall been quite successful here in Split 2 during the Rumble stage, but a consistent problem that's been kind of showing through is the way that they falter to a lot of the top teams in the league. In this double round robin, they're 1-1 against BLG, 1-1 against TES. They lost the last time they faced JDG as well, as we saw in the clips earlier on. They lost in the split finals despite being the favorite. So I think this could be a really good opportunity for them to not only even the record they have against JDG, but also try and show us more of that consistent higher level gameplay that we've kind of seen from them, we expect from this roster, and kind of hope that they can reach those heights that everybody is expecting of them.
Yeah, it does, in a lot of ways it can come off as us really scrutinizing 2 teams like we talked about that are 2 of the 4 few that are going into the playoffs. But the reason we want to continue to talk about this is because, 1, for these teams, playoffs is a very high ceiling for them. And 2, for teams like AL at this point, like international performance is what's going to be expected of a team like this, especially after what Top Esports did at First Stand. So that's why we're being so critical on these teams. And that's also why we want to bring to light 2 players in specific that I feel like for JDG and AL would really like to see some improvement going into the playoffs as I bring out my player improvement program. Hope and Scout are the 2 guys I'm targeting here. Hope, has been somewhat of a weak spot in some of the AL losses, I would say, when it comes to team fighting especially, which is so critical for an AD carry player like we talked about with Pays on the JDG side. And then all the LPL fans know with Scout, the laning's been a little bit suspect, but the thing that really just stings me is I don't know if there's been a single JDG series where I have not watched Scout get caught on side lanes. It just needs to stop going into the playoffs beatdown before I go crazy. Yeah,
I mean, I can understand that frustration, and the hope is that they're able to get it. are able to get that together going into the playoffs. We'll see, because watching back some of these games, it's very clear that this team overall is coached very well. They have a lot of good map movements. They play side lanes really well. The problems that I see are kind of the individuals that you've highlighted, and the fact that it really feels like the getting caught is the biggest concern in these team fights. And it feels like watching some of their losses against the teams above them in the standings and the overall top teams in the league is just that they aren't able to actually, they can't win the fights.
Yeah, and in the LPL of all regions, you gotta know how to
Yeah.
win the fights in crunch time for sure. And so those are, again, I want to point out, like, Hope not had a bad split at all. Scout has not had a bad split at all. They've had their moments. It's just these two teams, if they want to be LPL champions, a split 2, you got to clean up every aspect of their game. Luckily for these two squads, though, they don't have to clean up right now when it comes to their junglers, which will be the highlighted matchup for us beatdown. We talked about the form that Shun is in, but Tarzan has just been on another level really all year long, I would say, except for a couple of spots.
Yeah. I mean, for the most part, Tarzan has looked really good from what I've seen. Of course, there are moments where things aren't as amazing for him, but overall, he has been a pretty consistent jungler in the LPL. I think Jun has looked really good this split so far as well. So I think it is really a good matchup to highlight, and you got to imagine, especially with the picks they put Tarzan on, it's going to be really important what the drafts are going to look like and whether or not AL can leverage how well they've used them so far to get a win.
And this is the really interesting. I love this graphic too, because you talked about it for AL, right? The sort of split series when it comes down to some of those other top teams. Well, recently they've both gotten their fair share of both sides of the coin when it comes to their matchups against BLG and Top Esports here, with JDG handling business against BLG, losing to Top Esports on the flip side after yesterday's 2-0 from BLG for AL. It's just so fun to see how it's what you get with 18 best of threes, right? Beat down so much red strings tying these teams together with their other results.
Yeah, someone pull up that really funny graphic that I think it was Jamada or somebody that posted, the who beats who team in terms of matchups. It looks like a pentagram. Yeah. And it looks like they're summoning a demon when you look at that picture. But I mean, it's variance. It's not only the LPL, but as you mentioned, 18 best of threes. That is a lot of gameplay. That is a lot of room for many different kinds of results. So I can't say I'm very surprised.
No, not surprised at all. But again, the big highlight of today, everybody, is going to be bringing momentum into those playoffs, because it really can control a lot. Like, a team can get very hot. Like we talk about JDG, we're seeing right now. They're going to be coming in. If they win this series, they'll go into the playoffs of 5 wins. And for a later matchup, too, beatdown, like if IG knock off BLG, which won't affect the standings at all, they'll go into the play-ins tournament with 6 series wins. And those are always the teams you like to pick as like upset picks, or maybe running the gauntlet, as we all like to talk about. That's what Top Esports did in Split 1 playoffs.
Yeah, I was gonna say, honestly, it's kind of funny how that works sometimes, because yes, there's that benefit of having to play less games if you lock that top 4, like most of the teams we're seeing today do. But very often, not just in the LPL but leagues overall, more games usually does tend to be better, because I mean, especially through a playoffs bracket, you're putting yourself through that gauntlet. Every win you get, you're like sharpening yourself bit by bit. And I think more matches always seems to be better in League of Legends. And you talk about why Eastern teams always do so well at international tournaments. You look at the formats. They generally play more games. And you got to imagine that's a big factor.
It definitely is. And it's even interesting, talking more about the formats within the two, the LCK versus the LPL, because I was seeing some recent sentiment shared about the playoff bracket for the LCK that's coming up, where a lot of these teams are going to play very, very little amount of best of 5s. And then I always come back here, I'm like, LPL, greatest region in the world, everybody. They're going to be playing best of 5s from play-ins, double elim bracket best of 5s for playoffs. If you want to say, no matter who ends up at MSI, the LPL representatives will be the most battle-tested on through League of Legends in 2025, no doubt.
I mean, yeah, there's just I feel like there's never a question of it, no matter what year, no matter what tournament. And yeah, again, getting those reps in, getting that practice, I think is such a big deal. And it's such a big deal for both of these teams really to get this win. Not for seeding, but just trying to get themselves started on the right foot, continue some positive momentum that's already existing, and hope that they can put that into playoffs, especially because neither of these teams right here are going to be playing in the play-ins. It's going to be about practice, watching tape, watching your opponents, and making sure you're ready as best you can be.
And these are two organizations as well with their current iteration rosters that's really just hard not to cheer for by this point. But, JDG, we've talked about it a lot with, Shun coming in here. They've been a team of friendship. There's been so many awesome, cute little interview tidbits or them just interacting, hanging out. This is a team that the vibe is really right. And for the Anyone's Legend side, it's been talked about ever since Tarzan came over. They've called him the spirit of this team, the fire behind their soul.
Wow.
You gotta love a team that's yeah, I know they got real poetic about it. The way Tarzan's playing, I understand it, right? But the vibe with both these two teams, it's hard not to love.
I mean, I need someone to talk about me the way AL talks about Tarzan, because that's crazy. The fire behind my soul.
Woo.
I need that. But yeah, the vibe and the overall environment, I mean, it is really important. It is good for them that things are feeling really good, because, I mean, that's just as important, too, as part. It's just as important, too, and a bit of a part of form. You'll see a lot of top players be like, hey, I just feel good today. And then they'll do, the craziest thing you've ever seen.
Exactly. It's so much vibe-oriented on the day here. We got a little bit of time before walkouts come back across, so I do want to maybe theory craft a bit with you, Beatdown. We can throw those standings up, because we did allude to the fact that while there is still 2 days to play here in the Rumble stage, there are some matchups that we already can start to preview when it comes to that play-in tournament between two teams. Markley, I want to talk about, it's the IG and EDG. They're already locked to play each other in the play-in. The way the standings works here, IG are firmly locked 5. They are not going to move, which means they will play the very bottom team of Group Nirvana's top 2. That's EDG. A matchup that we haven't seen in so long, it feels like, ever since these groups really shaked up between Nirvana and Ascend.
I was going to say, it doesn't just feel like it's been so long. It really has been. And I will say, this format has been very interesting, to say the least. I mean, the idea that behind eliminating some teams for the year, you do want to give not only a lot of good matches, but the best matches that you can overall. So I kind of get the idea around it too. And you got to, and I've seen the memes in the Discord while you guys are talking about broadcast days. Like, oh, it's a Group Nirvana day, guys. And it took me a little while to really understand what that meant, and now I kind of do.
Hey, Group Nirvana games are entertaining. You know what? League of Legends, when it's good and bad, arguably for a spectator, it can be very entertaining. But no Group Nirvana talk anymore as we roll into our 1v1. We've got Allah taking on Shanks, and they're handshaking Elise in 101. Beatdown, you have been blessed in your first 1v1 to watch, because there have been some boring ones. Not going to happen today.
I mean, surely not. This is probably the most interesting thing to me about LPL, just the fact that you choose side select, not by seeding, not by some predetermined metric, by just scrapping it out on the Howling Abyss. And if that's just not quintessential LPL, I don't know what is.
This is about to be and even more added with the spice of this double Lee Sin lock-in between, by the way, a top lane player and a mid lane player. So we didn't even get Shun, Tarzan, both trying to duke it out with Lee Sin. This could get a little mechanically questionable, but that's the spirit of the LPL, baby.
These guys were playing when Lee Sin solo lane was a thing, so it's fine.
That's true.
I'm sure they have some games on it. I'm sure they've played some games in the jungle. It's no big deal. But I'm going to put you on the spot right now, Slayer. Who's going to win? Come on. Give me a guess.
I am 1,000% picking Shanks here. I'm 1,000% picking Shanks.
And it's not because you're a One Piece fan, right?
No, nope. It is. I am going off champion, like champion catalog. Allah is a beast on some of these tanks. These slower moving, statuesque champions. Shanks is he's got the better clicks. He's got the better movement, I feel like, and Lee Sin is going to lend to that. But I put my money where my mouth is as we go on to the Howling Abyss here to see the 1v1s. And hopefully this one just kicks off right off the bat as we already see some interesting item optimization. Shanks is full armored up. No Q, though, for Allah. All right. See, I told you. Maybe we don't trust these guys, Lee Sins. But, hey, they're both rocking the same skin. I like it.
Wow, that's so interesting. Is Muay Thai Lee Sin not popular here? It's been a long time since I've seen the champ in general.
That's a good point. I can't recall. I feel like I have not seen Godfist Lee Sin nonetheless. The trading in the wave has begun.
Oh, the
Ignite down from both. Shanks a little bit healthier here. Remember, he optimized full armor. They both pop barriers. They're trying to use the minion waves to dance around, but the Resonating Strike comes through first for Ala. First blood comes across. That's why you build damage, baby.
Yeah, I mean, it worked out. Unfortunately, it was closer. It was closer than I thought, but I guess I like the idea with the not the Thornmail, excuse me, the Bramble Vest, but I guess it didn't work out. AD is king. Not just that, he has 2 Doran's Blade, I just realized, which must have contributed.
So Ala going to be able to get that reset off of those very, very flimsy turret plates. So he's going to be able to get back to base here and come back with a pickaxe, another extra long sword of refillables. So this is really all in all his wheelhouse. You can obviously win taking down turrets. We see that very rarely. One more kill for Ala will get the job done here. We'll see how much Shanks can really do trying to maybe stack up a big wave, crash it in. He needs to buy himself a reset timer because if we throw hands down again like we just did, Ala's just going to stat check him. Yeah.
Pickaxe, another long sword. I feel like it's just over. He got the health trying to.
Yeah, I think. Well, Shanks gets a decent amount of healing. There's another Q that whiffs. Shanks goes back in, ward hopping to his minions. If he can get his Q back up, this could get pretty close. He hits it. Gonna go in, gets the kill, and Shanks is gonna even it up one apiece. Back from the dead.
Wow, they're keeping this one exciting. You know, Slayer, whenever I'm watching LPL VODs, I usually skip the 1v1, so how do we know when someone wins? Is it just first to 2 kills?
Yep, it is just first to 2 kills. I think, like, the whole rift is made to just end right there. Like, the Poros fly out. It's like a whole celebration beatdown.
Wow.
For a treat.
Okay, cool. I will say, I actually think Shanks is in a really good spot because he has the experience lead, and now he has level 6.
Yeah. And
so I wonder if he'll be able to do something with the kick.
Oh,
no, never mind. He's just going to back. You know what? Fair enough. He wants to spend the gold that he earned. It was probably a lot.
All right, so he finally gets damage here, and he's basically completely evened up this 1v1, which is awesome because the next kill decides it. You called it out. We now have the kicks available. I want to see some awesome ward hops, some sick Qs. I want to say flash kicks,
I don't think
but
they
they're
have
both running Barrier Ignite.
Yeah, I was going to say. Also, I don't think they have they don't have trinkets, do they?
Nope. It is the little biscuits, so they got to use the minions. The minions are their vessel for some of these plays.
Oh, it's kind of depressing, actually. I mean, I was really excited about Lee Sin originally. You kind of sold me on it. I was hyped up, but I realized there's no wards. There's no, you know, not a whole lot. Neither of them took flash.
Yeah, that's, so. You know, I've got to. You are underwhelming me on this match. I will say though,
it's not my fault. They did it.
They did. You have to trust me. We could have just been watching like Corky Varus, where they just dance around the minion wave for like 20 minutes until the Ring of Fire comes in.
How long until the Ring of Fire pops up?
7 minutes. It is not too far away. We've got a little timer that will pop up for it as well. I really thought we weren't going to get there, but we're now just stuck in a reset loop as both these guys try and get the better items. I mean, they both have Eclipses done. I feel like this is where we really throw down. You're not going to get much better than this point. Game's not going to last long enough.
Yeah, I wonder if Ale wanted to spend a little gold before the Ring of Fire starts and just squeeze out the last drop of stats like you're playing Nexus Splits right before the minigame starts. You got to spend your gold really fast. Back. But I think he may not have the opportunity instead. Oh, yeah, he's gonna do something fun.
All right. Lands the Q. I was wondering if you would take one of those minions to fly in. He gets the heal pot out, so the heal port comes down. That's kind of what one-shanks the last 1v1.
Oh, here we go.
Here we go. Now we're throwing down. Q lands. The Eclipse shields are starting to come out. Who's going to commit the kick first? It's Shanks to throw Ala away. He does have a pretty big wave, and I wonder if he's going to try and take another reset timer off this, and he will. So
you're joking.
Disengage kick, beat down.
Hey, he saved his life unless...
Oh, he's going to go back in. He gets the Resonating Strike once more. Barriers, Eclipse Shields. Is it enough to get Shanks the kill? The kick comes out from but he had the Q up. And Shanks wins one of the most competitive 1v1s we've seen towards the end of the Rumble Stage Split and gets blue side 2 games for AO.
Oh, and I mean, we all know how big blue side is, so it's a very big win coming through there.
And I want to know. I told you, Beatdown. I told you who was going to win. Shanks had the hand stiff. He was behind, too. Still hand stiffed him.
I mean, at the end, it sounds like the Bramble Vest end was clutch. It was the long game. He was taking the long view on that one. But now, you said it, they have blue side twice in a row. Pretty advantageous, considering how, I mean, not just in this league, feels like many leagues prefer blue side as a good win rate. What more
it's just it's so many power picks, right? And what is an interesting discussion, especially talking about these junglers, is the meta is starting to kind of, I would say, sort of like shift away from some of these carry junglers. Well, mostly because this new Senna's coming out, which I have not enjoyed watching. I don't know about you, Beatdown. It's the most boring AD carry to watch. And just letting this Senna be an AD carry again that doesn't interact for 20 minutes. I'm not the biggest fan, but maybe two of these teams are.
I think I'd probably agree with you. Not necessarily the most entertaining, especially given that I don't know what it's like around here because I haven't seen very many Senna games in LPL, but it's been purely farming Senna, and I don't know if that's because of the changes to the game where when you're queued as the only way you can buy the support item is by being queued as support in the lobby. You automatically start with World Atlas now, which if that's really the case and there's no way to do fasting Senna, I'm kind of disappointed because that was what I expected was coming through when I saw the changes on this patch. It's actually what I enjoy about the champion most of all when it is strong, is that it gives you an opportunity to, you're going to be farming on something like a Nautilus or a Scion or a Cho'Gath in the bot lane, but it is interesting to give gold to champions who traditionally don't end up getting very much. When Senna TK was popular, Senna Nautilus I think are easy examples. So it gives you kind of different, it gives you a little more draft depth, which I used to enjoy.
Yeah, that's a good call out. That's, you've swung me a bit on my Senna opinions, but unfortunately not the current Senna.
But that's not the Senna we're going to get, so.
Yeah, it's just not. We'll see if we get in this game as we jump into our Game 1 draft between Humans Legend and JD Gaming. Already seeing the Kalista come off the board on the blue side, the Ahri as well, alongside the Nico. Not a lot of jungle presence in these bans just yet. I wonder if AL are leaning towards that to just get Tarzan an awesome B1 pick. Slam dunk to most AL drafts on this blue side.
Yeah, I can't. I mean, I was going to say I would be surprised if we saw too many jungle bans, but already the Poppy is going to be out of there. They want to remove some of those key options. For me, it's the mid lane focus there from anyone's Legends.
Yeah.
Taking away the Annie, taking away the Ahri. I mean, makes sense. You could get a really strong mid jungle 1-2 after that B1 comes through, so you want to remove the best options from them.
I wonder how much Sejuani Yone Prio might have fallen here. I mean, AL doesn't ban either one of them. That used to be the most popular R1, R2 for a red side team. The Gwen comes away as that final ban. So anyone's Legend, Tarzan, most importantly, like you've got nearly every jungler you like, Pantheon, stuff like that. They're going to get the Talia locked in there for Shanks.
Yeah, it makes sense. I think with Vi and Xin being up, like you have to grab that and not allow them to take it on the 1-2. I mean, this champion I think has just been, I want to say has come out as really strong, but I think it's just been really strong the entire time. There's a lot of draft focus here, a lot in the NACL as well. And you're going to see the Vi grabbed as well just to make sure they don't get that really powerful combination. Yeah,
2 S-tier picks for JDG. I mean, Ala and Shun are very happy campers. I'm glad you brought up the Talia point because I think we've just seen the mid lane start to shift to more like supportive S characters. That Annie, we may see come back, really plays that role well. Tarzan gonna lock in the Nefiri though, so we get the pack coming out once more for Tarzan, and they're gonna lock in a Galio top for Flandra. So immediately countering that Rumble as early as possible. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, why not? You know what Ale is going to be playing, so it makes a lot of sense. The Nefiri is Tarzan's most played this split and something he's really strong on. So again, the pick seems to align perfectly with how they want to play. And I like the Galio pairing in teamfights as well because, Nefiri can go in, can buy a lot of space with that invulnerability and get a lot of time for the hero's entrance to come through.
The Yone, it's an interesting spot for it. I feel like you don't normally see. There's obviously good setup there for the Vi, that single target, but even leaning further into the Galio point, like Galio and Talia are 2 champions I find could be very difficult for a Yone to operate in. And we talked about for Scout, a player we're looking to see the most improvement for this JDG team going into playoffs.
Yeah, definitely a bold pick for him. I mean, it kind of fits. Usually with Vi, a really big combination is the Ambessa. The Rumble is already through, so Vi needs a dive buddy. You got to imagine Missing will also play that role in support. But Yeah, it is going to be kind of tough for Scout to play out this matchup, but later on in fights, later on in side lane, Yone is really strong, so if he's able to perform, I think he will be able to do a lot of damage.
Bot lane focus on the second phase bans as the Renata and Zaya both going to drop off there. Varus Rakan as well. So we don't see anyone try and take away the Lucian and the Enchanter combinations those bring. We saw Gala pilot that to success for IG last night. I wonder if either one of these bottom lanes are going to lean towards that.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious. I could see a world where JDG do go for something like the Lucian. Maybe the Kai'Sa, just because they have a lot of dive. That one is up and available. But I guess instead, Alistar, actually, I'd kind of like that one. I think having I mean, literally no Silas to worry about. You have a lot of damage to work with as well on the side of AL. So having something really tanky like the Alistar makes a lot of sense.
For Hope here, I definitely want something that has consistent damage alongside of Talia and Galio solo lane. He's been a big proponent of this Corki, which has fallen out of a lot of AD carry's favor, but Hope has definitely been the guy that stuck with it the most. And you do have really any other engaged support you'd ever want to pair with it here for Kyle.
I like it. Even though Corki's fallen off, I still think it is a good champion. What it offers is range, and it offers movement. You have that poke, of course, with the missiles, but I think with the dive that JDG are working with right now, any bit of mobility you have for yourself, I think is going to be really important. Will help you dodge ganks as well. So I think Hope is kind of giving himself a pretty good chance of success there with this pick.
Kyle going to lock in the Leona next to it just to bring home some non-committal engage. I really like that, just getting the solar flare out. You hit it. You've got a lot of go buttons to follow through with it. You don't. Everything is okay. You can back out back to safety and play a bit more from space like you were talking about. But everyone's eyes were as Paige, the biggest AD carry so far of these last couple of weeks, the superstar for JDG. He's going to land on the Ezreal just to play as safe as he possibly can as the rest of his team is going to be flying forward.
Yeah, that's right. And he can offer a good amount of range and poke from a distance while the team is going in. I was kind of leaning more towards the Kai'Sa, but since you're playing into Galio Talia, I don't think you want to get too close. So in the end, I like what Paze is going for here. But I think this comp that JDG is working with right now is really focused more on that mid game. We talk about how strong Yone is going to be inside. We talk about how useful Ezreal can be later on. But it really feels like this composition is on a clock. Because even though they have a really strong combination, they have a really good combination of ultimates as well. I think on the other side, looking at champions like Corki, Talia, Nefiri, like late game is your best friend with compositions like this. So as long as you can keep things slow going in the early game, minimize your losses, I like what JDG are working with.
Yeah, and for AL as well, this team is just so prepared to try and counteract this dive with the Galio taunts, the Talia being able to stun up any of those dashes. There's a lot of space they can buy in, and they can play really as a unit with that lower range Corki outside the missiles. They can play as 5 and team fight their way through, which has been AL's one weak point against some of these top teams is sometimes they just struggle to hands check BLGs, the top esports, and last time around against JDG, it's exactly what happened to them. So looking to rewrite the scripture from the first round robin matchup. Anyone's Legend looking to start with the right foot forward is either of these two teams will go into the playoffs. Locked in they are with a series win here. For one final time on the Rumble stage, it's time to bring in the Gios for Anyone's Legend and JD Gaming.
Yes, my favorite part, watching LPL LCK. It's the fan chants. We're just inferior in North America and EU Slayer. I don't know what else to tell you.
I'm waiting for them.
Yeah, what's going on?
Hello?
Did we ruin it by talking about it?
Bump the mic? Crowd mic? All right.
Did I hear something?
I hear a little bit. It is a little more faint than I was expecting. Maybe it's because Ala and Flandre decided to just throw down level 1 here before minions could even spawn out of the Nexus, so they'll
they were
both
holding
get that
their
reset
breath.
off.
Oh, yeah. So at the end of the day, the trade didn't matter unless Flandre had mana flow banned. And if he did, top lane was silver, guys. I don't know what else to tell you.
True.
The extra mana, game-changing.
I do like this play for Missing, though. He wrapped around bot side solo and got that deep red buff ward. You see constantly the usual trade is of those right over there, the Raptor pit wards, but some pretty deep vision Missing's been able to gain, so Tarzan also going to be spotted going for this aggressive start, so a lot of info for JDG knowing how Tarzan's going to approach this clear.
And it's going to be interesting to me how Jun is going to end up responding. The way I see him leading the blue buff does make me wonder if he's just going to cross over and try to trade for Raptors, but there is a blue ward there from AL. They would know if that's going to happen. And given the path that Tarzan is going towards, he's just going to do Raptors into Raptors. He's going to limit the opportunity for Jun to do any counter jungling. Now Tarzan has an opportunity to keep track of that Raptors camp, take the respawn, and get himself a good lead.
Jun definitely the one we're looking for to get out on the Rift much earlier with this Vice kit than a Fury. A lot about making sure the power forming sticks true, but the level 2 going to come across first for both Kyle and Hope as flashes go down in an instant. Ignite comes across from Kyle as well, missing Hurton heading back towards that turret.
Yeah, not really respecting the fact that Hope and Kyle were going to get that level 2 first. So missing, loses his flash. It's like losing half a summoner because it is Hex Flash as well, the Chad's rune, if you will. But taking advantage of Alistar's weakness a little bit early on. Any little advantages you can get, especially playing something like the Corki in this game, is a great thing for Hope to have. Because again, while JDG's comp, really strong dive, really strong wombo combo in team fights, I think I really like AL's comp later on into the game. Once we get past 2 to 3 items, Hope is going to be really strong. Tarzan is going to be really strong. And Shanks, he's playing Talia. He's going to be useful at every stage of the game.
Tarzan's just strong on this Nefiri champion. We got the awesome graphic. Right now, Tarzan is 9-0 on the dog. That is awesome to see here. But the flip side, I mean, we talked about the jungle matchup beatdown. The two champions we have them playing for game 1, they're combined 17-1 on in the Rumble stage. You just can't script this better.
That's literally insane. These guys are playing basically their best picks at the moment here. They're wasting no time. Game 1 of this draft, they're just going to go ahead and pull out their best. And I like it because these are matches today where not a whole lot of moving is going to be taking place in the standings as we highlighted. The fact that everybody's still just whipping out their best picks, you love to see it.
Oh, good cancel there, so no stun comes across onto Missing because Tarzan was waiting in the shadows to try and punish Pays and Missing. We see both bottom laners shift up towards this top side, so we get the good old down-under lane assignments as I like to talk about them. Jun and Tarzan get a battle over the Raptors. A couple stolen away from Tarzan as he continues to be a bit of a menace. And our Twitch prediction comes through. The AL Truthers do not believe in the JDG win streak. Or history, albeit.
To be fair, I mean, if they're going off draft, because it's per game, right, with the predictions. So in that case, I mean, I'm with Chad on this one. And something I don't really say very often. I do like again what AL are working with here, and I gotta say, unless JDG can get a pretty significant advantage early on, they are going to be in trouble. So it makes sense. And you know, when it comes to especially high variance leagues like LPL, leagues where we fight a lot, you just kind of go with like we're always going to get to the late game Slayer. Always.
Oh, it definitely feels like it. These mid laners looking to throw down early.
Goodbye,
Scout canceled the seismic shove with his dash, but the Q3 misses for Scout. Shanks flashes after. One more rock should do it, and the seismic shove will seal it. Scout falls solo bolo style to Shanks for first blood.
Oh, that feels pretty bad. I mean, we were talking about how Scout has had some not great performances. That was a moment, too, where he really did have the opportunity for the solo kill, or at the very least to force Shanks to slash for nothing. But instead, flashes, dies, and is going to drop a pretty big wave because he doesn't have TP to join mid.
Good on targetable from Tarzan. Gets away from the Vault Breaker. Beatdown. Scout, did someone not send Scout my player improvement plan? One of the bullet points
I don't think
was
so.
Early game laning.
Yeah, and we're seeing a replay, too, in that picture-in-picture. Real quick, just to show you how Ala did lose his flash. But it's true. I mean, people need to take your improvement graphics more seriously, Slayer. I mean, Scout, obviously, didn't, and that's the cost. So other players in the league, take notes. Slayer knows his stuff.
Let's see if Hope maybe read it. We'll see later. A lot of his improvements come outside of the lane phase. As we get a replay on that 1v1. And yeah, the outplay potential was there. It just you finish your dinner there, Scout.
Pretty much. I mean, the fact that he was able to cancel the seismic shove, as you said, is a really nice buffer. I actually didn't know that you could do that as Yone. But basically what happened after was, yeah, he missed the Q3. He ended up flashing and dying because Shanks had the opportunity.
Here we go. Shanks riding the wall, cuts off Scout from the rest of his team. So a 3v4 brewing, but there's the fate sealed.
Nice.
Scout Revenge coming across. Kyle does not have the unbreakable will, so he will be broken. Missing, able to get himself back out of safety. Tarzan trying to rescue this fight, but Shanks is far too low, and Hope cannot get close enough to help his superstar jungler. Just like that, JDG with a quick 2-kill response.
A little bit of an ugly fight, but overall it was a really nice skirmish there coming from Scout. Really good use of the Fate Sealed. Redeems himself a little bit after the replay we just saw. Now I know why we canceled it a little bit early there. So it feels good for the Yone to get some gold back into his pocket to even himself back up. And JDG, they get that start that I was talking about that they need.
So now the skirmishing going to calm down a bit, as we do have some pretty big neutral timers coming up here. First Dragon has been chilling in the pit for a bit now. That Infernal Drake definitely going to be nice as a single Drake boost to grab. But the Grubs are definitely where everyone's attention is going to go towards. See how aggressive these two teams want to posture around. Is a lot more ultimates are starting to come up online here. Bottom laners, everyone with supports, going to have those key ults coming up for this Grub fight. And like you pointed out earlier, Beatdown, got to chain those together if you're JDG with this Vi, Rumble, Yone combination.
That's right. And JDG, I was expecting them to lean more towards the Grubs, just because I think they need them a little more than AL do. Even though I talk about JDG getting outscaled, Scout is going to be pretty strong in side lane in the 1v1. Ione kind of just only gets better in that regard. So there is that opportunity for them to really benefit from the Grubs, even if they're only able to get 1 or 2 of them. But it's looking like they just want to let that one go. Jun is on the other side of the map, so there's really no chance for a contest. I'm a little surprised. I don't like giving away all 3 Grubs like this, especially when you just want to fight, you spent your gold, you have more combat stats overall across the map. I do think it's really strange to just let this one go like that.
Yeah, I mean, they're not even going to... AL's not really even going to drop waves here. I mean, Hope swings back over mid. He's going to grab this one. They've got Flandra in position for the top wave. One of the big things we talked about that makes AL different from really every team in the Rumble stage already showing Beatdown. They're just so well positioned on the map constantly.
Yeah, the movements are good. They don't drop waves too often. And it is really good stuff. It's the team fights where they falter. It's the skirmishes that don't always go their way because at times they just get outplayed. But getting a pretty big, getting this advantage here early on, I think is really nice. Again, I don't like that JDG let go of the Grubs. I think maybe they're stuck on a couple patches ago where it's like, oh, don't worry, guys. We can trade Grubs for Dragon. We'll get the next 3 Grubs. But that is not a thing anymore.
It is 3 Grubs with a whole kit and caboodle. So those mites are going to be going over towards anyone's legend as we start to see these supports continue to try and roam around the map here. At this point, I'm just hoping that they soak up some XP so we can get these ults online, because both of these comps rely sneakily a lot on their supports' ultimates. Is right on cue. Kyle goes in for an engage onto Missing, who, like we talked about, does not have that unbreakable will, so Shanks' damage is really starting to hurt. And it's once again Missing having to flash away from a Kyle engage.
Yeah, and he catches him out, forces him away, and it's going to give the opportunity to get some pressure onto Jun. But luckily, he finishes most of the Krug camp. And he's going to use the Vault Breaker to get away. Ala using the Equalizer to protect himself is nice too. You deny the turret plates, and you deny AL the use of the Grubs that they had just earned earlier on. But I mean, all things considered with this current game state, I think AL are pretty happy. They got a pretty big objective with the Grubs coming through. They're down 1 kills to 2. Could be a lot worse, even though they lost that skirmish earlier on. But they're down only 300 gold. So in this comp that's so good in late game, who cares, Slayer? Who cares? Yeah,
who cares? And catching up Dragons, who cares? The way they're moving on the map is already... We already see JDG kind of playing more responsive, more on the back foot. And again, this is a comp that, especially now that we're cresting over 11 minutes, the mid-game is approaching. Beatdown, you highlighted... JDG really are the comp that needs to be more proactive in this window. We're looking to them to try and slow down the pace AL has created.
Yeah, Dragon stacking is a way that they can do that. They've already got that first one pretty early on, and I'm imagining there's going to be a big focus on maintaining control over this bottom side around these Dragon timers just to ensure that they're able to play towards that Dragon Soul.
Scout going to TP back down to make sure he catches these waves as Flandre continues to play the role of just neutralizer into either solo lane he matches up into. Willing to sacrifice his health bar for just keeping the wave states in control here. Dragon still about 2.5 minutes out. Don't have a Rift Herald to play for either, so it's really on these two teams to look for proactive plays on their own, continuing to move through the map as we've got the bot lanes now back towards the mid lane. With their junglers hovering, but Scout is looking for a flank angle. He's off vision. He gets the two-man fate sealed. Shun throws the alley-oop, and Scout dunks them home. Kyle can be picked off by Paze in the background as well, and Shanks is just a little too late to the party. Once again, JDG just better in the skirmishes right now in Game 1.
Yeah, I really like the angle Scout took with that ultimate. Getting the fate sealed over the wall, they couldn't see him because he was in the darkness. And again, AL, I don't know why we're really fighting so hard for some of these angles and we're not keeping track of the Yone. Like, you don't have to fight right now. You're not the one who wants to be pushing the pace. JDG is, and they're just letting them do it, Slayer.
What a turnaround for Scout. He had the mess up in the 1v1, but these last two Fate Seals have been beautiful, and we've talked about it. Shun is playing like the superstar jungler JDG need him to be, and once again, it's the Vault Breaker and the Cease and Assist. He lines up both of them for Scout. This is why JDG come into the series on a 4-series win streak. Perfect in all 8 of those games.
Yeah, and there it is. Looking like Scout,
hey,
the improvement plan. It's worked.
Check the second one. There we go.
Link up with June in the mid-game.
All right, exactly. But Missing now, going to be the target of AL's ire. Does pop the Unbreakable Will. Missing has been tempting fate all game long, but is yet to be punished with a death for it, so got to be a fan of that.
But still, I mean, having to use his flashes defensively definitely doesn't feel good, and being forced to use the Unbreakable Will like that, also not ideal. We're a minute 30 on the Heralds. He may not have that ult back in time for that objective, and that definitely feels bad when you're trying to set up for a comp overall that's going to be doing a lot of fighting. But still, JDG increased their gold lead a little bit. They're approaching the 2,000 gold mark, and this is more of the pace that I wanted to see from them. Just skirmish as much as you can. When you have those ultimates up, if there's an angle, take it.
And you can see in the items, too, starting to reflect how much more potent they're going to be in these skirmish spots. Mainly in the jungle, I want to highlight. Tarzan goes the Shojin first, which just doesn't really compare to the one item spike that Sunder and Sky brings you. Might be arguably the best one item power spike for most of these jungle champions.
Eclipse, I fear.
Okay, yeah, Eclipse, true. But hey, here's the Sunder Sky coming through. Shanks sees assist down, has no way to run away without flash, and June is just everywhere on the map, but AL's looking for a response towards the mid side. Tarzan trying to push the tempo with no ult on Missing, but Kyle does not land the Solar Flare. No Zenith Blade through, no engage for AL, and Pace can just dance around AL as if to walk their sad butt back towards the mid lane.
Yeah, there's just no angle where you can do anything about this Drake. I don't know if I even like this posturing. This feels a little silly and dangerous, unless Tarzan wants to throw his life for a 50-50, but okay, we're going.
Kyle, he goes in, but that was a great headbutt for Missing, so Tarzan and Hope are on the wrong side. Kyle is just easy pickings for Paze, but they let him limp away, and Hope is going to grab the kill on the Missing. Flandre with the hero's entrance does fly in, and somehow, some way, Anyone's Legends bash down the door and grab the dragon.
Yeah, the move from Shanks ends up being really good. Scout doesn't have TP. He's on the other side of the map. It's only just coming off of cooldown now. So AL managed to take a pretty good numbers advantage in their favor. They turned that into a Drake.
Tarzan.
I'll let his flash, so he's probably fine.
Yeah. I was going to say smells ketchup in the water because it's the glizzy skin.
The hot dog skin.
Yeah. All it doesn't have to burn is flash. You don't even get plates either for Scout because we're past 14 minutes, so it's good chip damage on the tier 1, but AL, despite playing from behind from a fighting standpoint, they still are just really pristine on their map movements.
And being able to secure that dragon really is important because it slows down that Drake stacking for JDG. JDG are still fine in terms of fighting, but usually when you're playing a comp that's going to eventually get outscaled, playing for a Dragon Soul as soon as possible is usually very beneficial. So now JDG is going to really need to lock in and secure those next couple of Drakes, win these next couple of skirmishes so they can hold on to this advantage they've had and try to increase it.
They're definitely indexing Scout back into those side lanes. If we're going off the improvement plan, if Scout wants to at least nail 2 for 3, he's going to not get picked off on these side lanes, trying to get waves. maybe he'll just join the team fight. He's got his teleport back up.
Yeah. I mean, look at Flandra. No TP, no ult. He's in the bottom wave. There's just that TP guarantees that the Rift Herald is going to go over to JDG. It's nice. They can turn that into first brick. They can turn that into more gold. And it should also give them feats of warfare if they're able to get that too, which every little bit helps.
They are one objective closer, or if they grab that first turret, like you talked about. But AL are over-indexing towards this top side. It's a turret race. The Herald's going down in the mid lane. AL are going to win it. So with those grubs and Demolish, yeah, they get the first turret. They do trade it 2 for 1, though. So the Herald and Scout are going to make it a positive gold play for JDG, nonetheless.
Yeah, it still works out pretty nicely. This means JDG are going to need one more objective before they get the feats of warfare. It's still up for contention. But either way, it's as you say, 2 turrets for 1, even considering first brick. It is still an advantage for JDG. They also open up the map a little bit more, and it's going to make it easier for them to set up deeper vision, set up for these objectives. Again, especially around the Dragon, which is so important.
Dragon about 2.5 minutes out, along with Otacon, which will be spawning in that top side. Pays going to hit a pretty big item breakpoint. He grabs the more mana, gets to the Manamune. This is where Ezreal starts to get pretty scary in damage profile. The Shojin's the 3 item that I know everyone likes to talk about, but this is the pure damage spike I feel that Ezreal really gets to. So Pays, a guy who has been the best AD carry in the league so far these last couple of weeks, going to be put in a pretty big spot as Shanks cuts off the escape angle, missing pops the Unbreakable Will, so it's going to be pretty hard to burn through this beefy cow. Missing will finally fall for the first time, though. Enough damage from Hope and Tarzan to bring that one home.
And I mean, looking across the map, there isn't a real response that JDG are going to have. I mean, the top turret's already down. Flandra's here to absorb that bottom wave and prevent Scout from taking another turret. So it's just a nice play. I mean, missing caught yet again, Slayer. This is pretty tough, too, because he's forced to use the Alistar ultimate defensively. He dies in the process anyway. And if this happens closer to an objective, it's just going to make JDG's chances of fighting so difficult.
Take a look at the Hope improvement plan. The big one that stands out now is, for me, is transitioning these leads. You talked about how the Corki is just going to become such a big threat with this build later on. Hope is not far away from that Moramana spike. He is also 2-0, so this is a spot for both these AD carries to really shine. One who has consistently done it recently, and the other not in big spots against top 4 teams.
Yeah, and of course the better clicks in team fight is another one that's going to be pretty important, because that's how you use those leads, Slayer.
Oh,
and
yeah.
We're going to see if Hope is going to be able to do so. His clicks are going to be especially important because you're looking at Vi, Rumble, and Yone. Like, they are hunting you.
They're coming at you.
Yeah, so you better space right. You better Valkyrie just right if you want to have any impact in this fight.
QSS purchase coming through here for Scout. We're seeing this rushed constantly when the Yone gets played. I've seen a lot into the answer. It's been the Annie rise, just, you know, clicking timbers on the Yone once he flies through with the Fate Sealed. So Scout going to look to use that to kind of stall out maybe a Talia stun, a Galio taunt.
Solar Flare.
Yeah, Solar Flare. A lot of effectiveness with that, but definitely showing that he's leaning into the team fight, maybe as expected, but nonetheless what that build entails.
While it is a popular rush, I find it interesting this game. It must be to dodge the Seismic Shove, just because there's so much CC on AL's side. I kind of worry that if they space out their CC well enough, they're just going to make it kind of...
Oh, Hope! No, that's not where you gotta go with the clicks. He gets caught by Pays and Shun, but somehow is able to escape with his life. The equalizer comes down. Kael flashes just in time to get out to safety. But now anyone's legend. They're playing on the back foot. They have 2 people with blinking health bars, and Pays finds the Mystic shot to snipe down onto Kael. He's arcade shifting forward with confidence. That's the AD carry with the better clicks right now, and Pays showing why.
And now Hope, he's forced out. He gets caught out, but it was a nice angle there from Jun. Again, exactly how they want to be playing these fights. And while they did end up losing out on their AD carry, you're seeing TPs come through. You're seeing the movement come through Slayer. AL are trying to sneak this Dragon away, but I don't think it's going to be that simple.
Shun is here, missing as well. Pays coming through. Tarzan, that is not low enough health bar. You got to bail out of the pit. They're just going after Flandra. The tanky Galio finally going to have his armor cracked through. Shanks teleports in, but they've already lost their top laner. Ola does have to flash. Shanks gets a whole full combo. His Hope flies back in, hits the rocket. One more down. Pays is limping away with single-digit HP. The Dragon will be claimed for AL, but guess what Scout was up to in the top side?
He soloed the Otacon. That is
What?
actually a pretty nuts trade coming through there for JDG. That feels really good. It's going to make every kill that you get as a team, or every takedown, that much more valuable. But in the end, because they are able to force them out of the Dragon Pit, AL are the ones who are halfway to a soul. They knock down a turret in the lane, and
Whoa,
because they
Scout.
got that objective. Wait, what is this DP? This is deep.
Okay.
Yeah, he's just going to leave.
All right. Well, it's not dying on a side lane, but it's a TP very much so for a side lane, I guess. Scout?
Well, we're a few minutes away from Baron. Dragon just got taken, so really
True.
The only thing you really want to be focusing on right now is that top side. So it's fine. It's just aggressive. But he's also level 14, approaching his second item, so he's feeling himself, Slayer. He's feeling really strong.
Yeah, back in the temple. We talked about before we got into this matchup that both of these teams are very vibe-centric, especially JDG, who it's been awesome to see. They've just, as a 5-stack, they've preached more than anything over, the wins, the losses, the season, that they're just having fun as a group of 5 friends. And can't ask for much more playing League of Legends competitively at this level.
Yeah, truly, the vibes are immaculate. Honestly, when you first told me that, I really thought it was going to be about the team's variance. Because, which JDG are we getting today? Because when I hear Vibes team, my thought is always like, so it kind of just depends how we're feeling today.
Yeah,
I understand.
It's like, we're coin flipping this game, but we're locking in this game. Yeah, I see.
Yeah, exactly. But I mean,
train of thought.
it is a good look there from AL. Again, we talk about the variance of performance they've had this split, being able to come out of the gate swinging so far this game, which has been, I don't want to say one-sided, but a good look for them so far, is a really nice way to get game 1 started.
JDG, though, looking to knock down last tier 1 turret, but AL are here to cover. Is missing. Lucky he's got a minion wave up there before he starts taking turret aggro. Flandra, very, very tanky by this point, and Shanks finding some big seismic shoves. It's again missing, sacrificing a lot of his health bar for very little.
You can say no reason. It's okay.
Okay, there we go.
Yeah,
no reason.
Yeah, there you go. Get him. But for real, missing, losing out, getting caught a lot so far this game. Hasn't really bitten JDG in the rear yet, but if it keeps happening and if he keeps having to drop his ult before objectives, it can cause a real problem later. But so far, it's been pretty good from JDG, especially Jeune and Scout. We got to give Scout some credit. I think so far throughout the split, playing things like Yone, especially when Jeune is something like Sedge, hasn't gone really well for him, hasn't really worked out. But this game, it has been a good look. The ults have been on point. The solo kill wasn't great, but ever since then, it's been pretty good from Scout, so I like it.
So far, he's checking 2 of the 3 boxes, and that's a good start for the player improvement plan, nonetheless. And the solo kill will mean the solo kill honestly will go down like a 0.5 one, given the variance and the importance.
No,
of the
it
other
was
2.
pretty bad. It was pretty bad. We'll call it a 1.
Okay, all right. So
we gotta be honest. We gotta be honest.
We gotta be firm. We gotta be firm with the rankings.
Yes, firm but fair.
Yes. Firm but fair indeed. Baron coming up in about 15 seconds. So this top side priority starting to show for both of these teams. The Vision Wars will start to be waged. So we continue to talk about AL as a team that we said so well coached, and part of that really goes down to their vision setup. I know Beatdown Alk Battery was telling you, I believe, claimed that they were the best vision-led team in the LPL so far. Is AL?
They're the best coach team. Was what he said. Because a lot of it was surrounding how they set up round objectives. I mean, vision is definitely part of that conversation. The vision setups, map movements, how they play on side lane, particularly with Flandre, was a lot of what I got from on that.
As we see more indexing towards this bot tier 1 turret from JDG. They really want to knock this one down on what feels like the opposite side of the play that they'd like to make. Soul Point can be acquired from AL on this Ocean Soul if they play for this Dragon up in about 30 seconds. So really going to get an idea neutral objective-wise where the priorities lie for both of these teams in these next couple of minutes.
Right. I'm kind of expecting it to be more of a topside focus. Ocean Soul, while it does have its uses this game, I can't imagine is particularly desired compared to like an Infernal Soul, Hextech Soul, things like that. So I'm expecting a little bit more of a focus around the Baron Pit, as that's an objective I think neither team wants to let go of.
Nonetheless, Shun is right in the pit on Dragon Spawn. Kyle does spot a reset from Scout come across on the top side. But Dragon is just immediately getting started here. Shun and Pays have more than enough damage to handle this thing on its own. And AL not really going to be able to find much as a response.
No, I mean, Flandre, he's going to have to let go of that bottom tier 1 as well. I mean, AL, they do get an opportunity to push out this top wave and set up vision for their side. Now just nothing but blue wards in and around the Baron pit. But yeah, not very much gained for the Dragon overall. After this reset, maybe we can see an angle, especially if third items start to come through. We can see Hope. He's made some pretty good progress towards this third item, probably Spear of Shojin. If Tarzan can get to that third item pretty soon, maybe on another timer like that, they'll be able to try and rush the Baron.
But the one guy that is on 3 items right now,
let me hear it.
Is Pays.
Yeah.
Pays on this Ezreal. The Spear of Shojin's done. This is, I would argue, almost as scary as Ezreal's going to get from a cooldown. And obviously the damage will up a bit, but necessarily his big power spike. And as an Ezreal aficionado myself, I am very happy that we're going to be watching Pays pilot this build going forward. I mean, he can just take over fights if he's protected in this comp. And it's hard to give a lot of attention towards Pays with summoners available, knowing Ezreal's kit, and also how much attention the Ala, Shun, and Scout fly-in is going to be directing.
That's really the big one. The best, it's like the best defense is a good offense kind of ideal. They can't focus on your backline if they're afraid for their backline. Basically, JDG's entire composition.
Yep, and also what really helps that comp is playing from Fog of War, as our observers are showing that top river is completely dark. I mean, the Baron could be getting hit right now, and it was. JDG are trying to set a bit of a trap here, missing flying back towards the mid lane, but Tarzan and Hope in a comfortable position for now. Flandre is making his way up river in case anything really fires off, but JDG just taking control of the mid wave, as Shanks is going to fly in with the Weaver's Wall and actually catch Ala a bit too far forward, so the Rumble Flash is going to be down. Yeah,
really nice Weaver's Wall. I think, no, Flandre is fine. He's Galio.
Too tanky.
Yeah, exactly. Oh.
Kyle.
We may have a fight.
It's again missing, really playing on the edge of his health bar. Luckily, he's got some plants to feed himself back up as the True Shot Barrage rakes across, and for once it's Kyle, the more hurt support, that's going to have to back off here, and JDG are going to command control of the mid wave and that top river once more. We'll see if they decide to pull the trigger with these reset timers.
Yeah, I mean, right now, AL, it's good recognition that after that sequence, JDG do need to recall. So I'm imagining AL want to take this opportunity to push out mid, get some vision set up around that Baron. I think that's exactly what's happening right now. Problem is, they're a little slow on it. JDG have already returned, and I don't think they're actually going to be able to get much done because of it other than take that Void and Scuttle Crab.
So AL finally getting a breath of fresh air, being able to get some vision down on that top river. The gold lead still in command of JDG, but this game beatdown really feels like we're just going to throw hands at Baron likely, and whoever wins it might just come out with the win at 30 minutes.
Very likely. I mean, worth noting, Hope, he's got that Spear of Shojin now in a pretty strong position as the Corki. It's really only up from here. While Pays is ahead, as long as Hope can kind of hang back and not get jumped on and do damage, I think this is kind of that point where AL have gotten past the point where it's a little hard to play against JDG's composition. They should be able to go toe-to-toe with them now.
All summoners except Ala's Flash are available. Everyone's teleport, every Galio ultimate, Weaver's Wall to fly across the map, and I really got to applaud AL's comp for that aspect. You hyped up, Scout as a side lane threat, but not necessarily the answers are there, not necessarily to fight Scout, but just always have somebody there to catch his waves and not have to worry about them being taken out of any fight that breaks out across the rift.
Yeah, I mean, that's important because you're neither solo laner can win that 1v1. But right now, JDG, they're just going to take the opportunity. They're going to start the Baron.
Scout, or Ala, TP's all the way in. Missing is setting up a decoy, just trying to get vision in. With all that damage, I mean, it's completely cut through, and now Scout's flashing forward, gets the Fate Seal. They're pouring everything onto Kyle, as Shanks' Weaver's Wall is going to save Leona. But Kyle might look to turn this thing. He's a pretty healthy Leona. Tarzan flies in, gets the stasis out of Ala, but the taunt is timed up so well. Flandre dies next. Missing follow, but there's the dash forward. Tarzan has another.
He's going.
The pack is unleashed, and he sees red going forward, chasing down JDG. Finally, Anyone's Legend snapped their skirmish loss streak at a big big point.
Yeah, the problem is they do it after dropping the Baron for what seems like no reason. They were so slow to respond that JDG, they still have Baron buffs to work with. They still get the upfront gold. The only saving grace is, yeah, they pick up some kills and they're able to get their soul point. But it's going to be tough. If you keep giving up objectives like that, it could still end up leading towards your loss. Nice thing for AL, late game is still very much their friend. But now they have the Baron-empowered Scout to deal with in the side lane. It's going to be easier for him to be able to threaten these tier 2 turrets.
We're going to look back at the hero play here from Scout. Looks like, yeah, they just wanted hope, and the flash timing was perfect to make sure the Corki stays safe. Hey, there we go for the player improvement plan beat down. Good clicks.
Yeah, and good clicks. And it was pretty well played from Shanks as well. The Weaver's Wall. The seismic shove, too, is kind of what allowed this fight to continue going on into AL's favor. And that fight is just kind of the perfect example of when fights are going to look good for anyone's Legends. Is Hope able to auto-attack? Is he able to get his damage done? All right, AL good. If not, AL bad.
Easy to track. AL good, AL bad. Clicks.
Yeah.
That's the synopsis I got by this point. The Baron power play going to last for about a minute longer, but maybe finally with somebody to go toe-to-toe with Scout. The Fate Seal caught by Tarzan, but look at the damage Scout's putting out. It's ludicrous. Does get down this Quicksilver Sash, but there's too many taunts, too many stuns for Scout to blow through, and here comes Tarzan back for revenge. Set up so well by Flandre and Kyle. They get the teleport in for Shanks, but a lot poured in there just to kill off Scout.
I guess they want to keep. I'm not really sure what that teleport was about. The real problem is you gave up so much space in the mid lane because Scout was holding it down in the 1v3. Now JDG, they want to keep them here.
There's the equalizer, the cease and desist, easy. Zhonya's comes across for Shun, so the ult doesn't go down. Hope trying to play from the back line, but they don't have Flandre, and Kyle's a little bit late to the party, far too up the lane. It's pandemonium, everybody's layering on top of each other, with the Spirit Blossom procs are coming through, and missing gets a headbutt pulverized down. Pace flashes back out to safety, his Hope's damage is massive, and now all of a sudden it's just Pace standing up tall. The superstar AD carry for JDG will not find himself another highlight play. Blinking health bars be damned. Ace to anyone's Legends.
Wow, what an odd sequence of plays, but at the end of it, AL are the ones who are going to come out on top here. They ace JDG, and they basically narrow the gold lead almost entirely to nothing.
You gotta see a replay back. There was just so many moving parts in this fight with the flank angles coming through on both sides, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, I got to give credit to Shanks for how he played that one. He basically eats up the cease and desist with the Zhonya's, and he's able to do a lot of damage out in these team fights. And between Shanks and Hope, I mean, after this sequence started, nobody's really looking at him. You can even see it. Hayes ease forward, Shanks ends up getting him with the flick, and I really feel like the Talia is what made such a big difference this fight.
What a fight from Shanks. And we talk about it, that when this Anyone's Legend roster came together, you know, obviously the highlight players, you know, is like Tarzan leading out, Flandre coming in for this top side, but it was these, you know, these guys from Hope and Shanks who have been playing on those, you know, not as big superstar-led teams in the past in the LPL that you really asked a lot of. And for the most part, they've had their ups and downs. We already talked about Hope, but Shanks showing up just adds more fire to this AL for Split 2 finalist agenda.
I like that you called. I don't know why you calling it an agenda is really funny, but I do see what you're saying, and yeah, it is true. I mean, Shanks again, he is showing up big time. These kinds of performances are really what we want to be seeing from Anyone's Legend, because this is kind of where we criticize them for falling short. They just kind of get outhands in team fights a lot of the time, and that's where a lot of their major losses have happened across teams that are usually just considered top teams in the LPL. Again, that's why they lost the finals in Split 1, even though going into it, they were the pretty big favorites. So seeing this kind of performance, especially if they're able to turn this one into a win, is going to be a pretty good look for them going into playoffs.
Still a bit of ways away from that. Even in this series, we're just into game 1. We're 36 minutes deep. The goal lead is slim, marginal, no effect on this game state. There's Baron in about 30 seconds. There's Dragon Soul at about the same time. And I know I talked about earlier beatdown, they felt like one Baron fight would decide this game, but now I'm confident the next Baron or Soul Break fight will really decide it with these death timers so high up.
I mean, sure, if you keep saying it, you're going to be right, Slayer, so keep at it, man.
At some point, I'll get it.
Exactly.
And
what really matters... Oh, yeah?
And the longer I miss, the more of a banger the game becomes, because we're getting late.
True. Yeah, we're already approaching 40 minutes, which is pretty crazy for start of the day. That's how we like it here. As right now, JDG, big focus for them, just trying to secure this dragon and deny the Ocean Soul away from AL. To be honest, I don't really know why we're doing this hard commit. Yeah, this is the second time this game where AL is just slow to recognize an objective is being taken.
Yeah.
And slow to respond, which, you know, the team fighting has been okay so far, but now it's the objective play that we usually praise them for that's been slacking.
Yeah, we're reversing the script from early game for sure. Now they're once again walking into a dark top river where they can't even see the Baron, so they just try to get mid-wave prio. They very well could have lost the Baron knowing how quickly JDG can burn through that objective with the Yone, the Ezreal, and the Rumble. And now we're just resorting to fighting on battle lines for mid-waves. Nobody gets a mid-wave that pushes past the the apex point. And the Death Brushes stack up once more. Who, for anyone's legend, will ferry the way into the darkness? It's Kyle going to land a Solar Flare onto Missing, but it's Scout caught on the top side of the fight here. Kyle going to flash back along with Flandra as Shun goes in onto Tarzan, has that GA, but the flash season assist, they get on top of Hope. Can the Corki stay protected because Paze is doing tons of damage on the front side, but Hope stands up tall. Shun falls first. Missing's health bar is very critically low. There goes Scout with the unsealed Yone ultimate, but it's immediately answered by Azanya's, and Pace is really trying to dish out the damage. Arcade shift forward, finds the kill onto Shanks. It's who else but Shanks to fall to Pace's Ezreal as JDG barely find that fight win, but Pace is looking for more here. Definitely has to be a bit careful up far on his lonesome, but he's able to get back towards his team. The three men of all the Scout and Pace turn their attention to the Purple Worm.
Yeah, not enough of AL or on the map to do anything about this one. Even though it was a little bit contested, JDG come out on top, and we'll see if you're right, Slayer, and whether or not this Baron is going to be that difference maker there. We still have long spawn timers on Shanks. It's going to be a while before he can get back on the map, but a big injection of gold there for JDG, and that big opportunity, as you were highlighting, to end the game. Now, all it's going to take is one good fight.
Take me through this last fight, because again, there's just two fronts, it feels like, in these fights that are making the difference for JDG.
Yeah, it's tough. It's pretty split up. You can see a lot of this fight. Hope actually just isn't doing a whole lot of damage. And while I like the target selection onto him, just the fact that this fight was so messy the whole time, Corki, while in a very strong point in the game, actually just isn't able to click in this fight very often. And I think that's what makes the difference. They kept Corki away from this fight while JDG were able to do their work.
And the one worry we had for trying to shut down Paze's Ezreal, 7-1 now, full build, he has his own GA. Exactly what we saw in that last fight beatdown. Pandemonium as Hope tries to stay alive, and nobody's accounting for the full health Ezreal, just ramping up to clean up these fights.
Yeah, I will say, Hope going the tier 2 boots with the Feet of Warfare upgrade is really nice. You do get that physical damage shield, you do get the extra armor. It is going to help his ability to survive in these fights, but it's tough. JDG want to make the use of the Baron that they've gotten for themselves. It's going to be an easy tier 2 pickup. The only one left is on that top side. You can see Scout escorting a wave at the same time on the mid lane. He's fine.
Okay, all right. Now listen, I know it wasn't a side lane, but I've seen that very play happen a lot in top and bottom. He stays safe nonetheless, and I do want to point out as this Baron siege continues that once again Paze. He has Flash, he has Cleanse, he's not had to burn any of those. He's full combo set up, CDR done. It really feels like it's going to take a Paze mistake to shut down this full build Ezreal from burning through a very tankless AL front line. Outside of Flandra. What am I talking about?
Yeah, but like at this point it does feel like he is very strong. And overall, I like the setup from JDG because Scout is so strong. He requires a really big answer to actually deal with him. So anyone's legend, they have to choose. Do we full commit to Scout, or do we let him do what he's doing? Either way, we're going to slowly lose a turret in the process, and you can see it. This tier 3 in the mid lane is very low. Bottom lane, it is low as well. And JDG, they're playing this one slow. They know they don't have to rush. They know they don't have to take any unnecessary risks, especially with the Baroned up cannon minion.
And what may be more important for JDG is what they've created behind them, what they've left in the wake of this bot jungle. Look at all the vision. It's all red-pink words. And they have Soul Dragon coming up in 30 seconds, so they don't even need to commit hard to knock down this base because they can get a Dragon Soul. It's actually Ale that has to force the issue. His Pace's Cleanse is burned from a good Solar Flare from Kyle, and missing is caught in the Buzzsaw.
Wow.
But this cow does not burn. The Alistair's damage not being taken, and Hope gets sniped by the Equalizer.
Oh my God.
The Redemption won't save him because Shun flies in with a cease and desist. Hero's entrance doesn't mean squat. The real hero is Scout with the fate sealed. It's JDG wrapping up all the kills. They've got the GAs behind them. Pace pops back up, and down falls AL once more. That's 3 straight game wins for JDG over the top second seed in Group Ascend.
And they needed to fight to win, Slayer, and they managed to make it happen. It's 18-12. It took 42 minutes, but JDG, they're going to put themselves up at match point.
Starting off the exact way the matchup went last time around, beatdown.
Yeah.
As JDG are now just 1 win away here from 2-0ing AL and maybe more importantly, locking up the 3rd seed of the 4 playoff teams.
I will say, the difference between the last time and this time, this game took longer. You know, AL have that work going for them. But it was a good look from JDG so far. Again, a comp where they needed to do a lot of skirmishing. They needed a lot of early on objective control. I think they executed on that one pretty well. I will say there were definitely some question mark moments from anyone's legend, specifically around Baron, around particular Dragon fights. Feels like they are a little sluggish to respond to moves that JDG are trying to make, and we'll see if they talk about that and try and work on it going into game 2.
And hey, not to, toot my own horn and go back to it, but player improvement plan-wise, I got to say, Scout, the solo kill's going to dock you early, but I also want to give you extra credit for the way he stepped up on the other 2. He did not die on the side lane once, all right? He does not die in a side lane. He completed the try not to die in side lane challenge for game number 1, and he was linking up with Shun really well. And on the flip side, Beatdown, I don't know how much I even want to critique Hope for his team fighting, because I feel like it was just impossible for this Corki to really function the way Shun marked him every single fight over and over again.
I'm trying to think. I think for the most part, it's kind of Hope was kind of elo held this game. I think there were some moments that were not great for him. But otherwise, I feel kind of bad, doing that pose you have in the picture, pointing at the list at Hope, being like, "Hey, what happened to this?" It felt more like a team gap overall. But again, I agree, it was a good look from Scout. Again, even particularly playing Yone in the past hasn't been the greatest look for him. I think overall he piloted it really well this game. Solo kill happens. We all make mistakes, but his enemy Nexus exploded. So you know what they say, Slayer. Mid-diff.
Mid-diff indeed, and big part of that mid-diff now, Beatdown, that is 9 games won in a row for JDG. So we talked about it. They won their last 4 series. They're on a 9-game win streak. I don't even think WE has that marker after their 5-game hot streak. I know IG doesn't have the game score like that because they were playing complete series. So this is uncharted territory for this format, the way JDG are trying to close out the Rumble stage.
Yeah, and because you're a caster, unfortunately, you jinxed it. So it's not going to happen now. We're going to go to
Still
game 3.
have to say it, though.
It's going to be a banger. Yeah, you're absolutely right. It is a nice look for JDG. Again, we talk about how while standings aren't going to change very much after today's matches, what matters is just sharpening yourself again as best you can, improving as much as you can, showing the best performances going into playoffs to either start that momentum going or, in JDG's case, keep that momentum going.
And you have to remember, right, for this matchup in particular, like you don't have to look far for a big example of this. This was maybe, I would argue, the best Split 1 playoff matchup we had the entire playoffs. This was a 5-game series between JDG and AL last time round, where AL were this close to dropping that series, going to the lower bracket, and setting them to their fate up against top esports. But that was JDG that went that way. So this is quickly becoming such a fun, 2025 rivalry matchup, Beatdown, knowing that AL, the only time they've won this matchup is in the most important series so far. Outside of that, they have not won a game against JDG so far.
Yeah, we'll see if that streak is going to end up continuing in that second game here of the series. And we're going to see highlights from the previous match. You know what I really want to see more than anything from this last
What's
game,
that?
Slayer? It is the Rumble ult at the very end. Because it really, you ever watch JoJo's Bizarre Adventure?
I have not. I have not.
Damn.
I hate
There's
to
literally a
break your-
character. His whole thing is like, he's so good at reading people. He says, next you're going to say this. And then they say that. And they're like, whoa. He's crazy.
Okay.
And that's what that last equalizer felt like. It literally was laid down in the path of Hope's Valkyrie before he did it. And it was literally the most insane read I've ever seen.
You know, for me, that reminds me. Maybe we can try and relate on this one. The now you what's the movies? The Now You See Me movies, the ones with the 4 magicians.
Yeah, I only
yeah.
saw the first one. But
Okay, yeah, the Woody Henderson's character, the mentalist, the guy just is like.
Yeah.
He just makes you think whatever he's thinking. It's actually hijacks the brain. Hilarious video, by the way, about that is a
Really?
guy went through the entire series of movies and tried to figure out who was actually a magician and who were actually just wizards, doing unfathomable tricks. And the mentalist guy, immediately he dubbed him a wizard. He's like, this is not real. You could never do this with mentalism. This guy is just a complete wizard. He just knows everything that's happening. So that's a
Wait,
funny video.
how many of those movies are there? I thought there were only 2.
There's 2. There's a third one coming after so many
Really?
years off. Yeah, they're about to drop a third one.
There's no way those movies did that well. I don't believe it. Wait, oh my god. I gotta see her
Oh,
come.
here it is. Mind control. You will stand in the
That's
equalizer.
literally I just take my hands off the keyboard at that point. I'm like, you got me, man.
Yeah, you
what
got
can
me.
I say?
This is also the GA diff. This fight gets way closer than you think, but
Sure.
it's Pays and Scout both have GAs. Oh, yeah, so Pays, Scout, and Tarzan all had GAs, but it was 2-1. So JDG get that win. And beatdown. Now comes the final and most important conversation about that game 1. Player of the game. Who do you think is going to grab that one for JDG? Because stats-wise, it is clearly Pays, but
Yeah, I was
curious
gonna
where your head's
say.
at.
Do I want to just give it to Pays? I feel like he played really well. I kind of want to give it to Shun too. Yeah, I'm just gonna go with Pays. I think he's the only one this game. I think he played the best this game, even though Shun and Scout were really important to this comp. Played a lot of the early game well, but I think Pays just didn't make a single mistake. So I'll give it to Pays.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to come up with the most biased take ever.
Because he's playing Ezreal and you play Ezreal.
I play
knew it.
Ezreal.
I knew it.
FaZe is the best AD right now in the league.
Yeah.
It's a slam dunk pick. And hey, the LPL voters know it as well. So FaZe is going to grab up his 8th MVP of the entire year.
God damn.
Superstar performance. That 41% damage share. Whew, that is, whenever you get above the 40% mark, you know you had yourself a really good game on any of those damage carries, no matter what lane you're talking about.
I mean, if you're above 30%, I already think that's really impressive. So 41 is an anomaly. Really just shows you how important he was in that game.
Yeah, exactly. And Pays been so important for JDG, who are 1 game away from ending the Rumble stage with 10 straight wins, 5 series wins if I don't cast a curse them like Beatdown pointed out a bit earlier. But before we get set for game 2, we're going to go to a short break. Before that comes, I do have an important shout out to give. We are extremely grateful here on the LPL English unofficial broadcast for our coffee and YouTube subscribers who help level up the show. A lot of the initial payments go into upgrading the broadcast, but a huge bulk of it pays on-air talent like myself and Beatdown and the creators behind the scenes, making sure we get awesome content out. You can subscribe to our coffee. It is linked in the chat below to unlock perks like early access to content and a unique ability to ask interview questions for our on-site interviews. So make sure to go check that out. I'm going to give you some time to do it. We're going to go to a short break here on the other side. Get ready for Game 2 draft between JD Gaming and Anyone's Legend, and hear from one of our other sponsors. We'll see you guys soon. Welcome back, everyone. I've got a question to pose to everybody out there. Have you heard about MOBA Trainer? A new app that teaches you League of Legends with a series of puzzles. You could just boot up the program and work through puzzles every day to improve your game knowledge. You select a puzzle from a really awesome map that you can see within the MOBA Trainer app here. You get right on your screen there, right on time. You gotta love it. Answer some questions in a cinematic nature. You unlock more features. It's awesome. We're gonna do one right now to show you guys what it looks like and test myself and Beatdown's game knowledge when it comes to League of Legends. We can hit random puzzle. You can pick whatever one. We're going with this one, easy. Cover mid lane. So learn to use the 80 carries timings in covering mid lane here. Beatdown, we'll go through this together because this is your first time on the MOBA Trainer look. So
Yeah. I like the concept, though. I mean, honestly, so much of League of Legends is literally like, if this, then that.
So here we go. So what's the move here? We can move to bot, cover mid, or move to top based off of the current lane state. We don't know where jungle is, so I feel like cover mid feels to be the move.
I wish I could see the mid lane state, but yeah, I agree with cover mid.
Hey, there we go. So this is what happens when you nail that good choice. So we get some points for that. And you always get a puzzle explanation video off to the side. So good start for us.
Dude, we're the goats.
Oh,
and
good.
look who it is.
Well, Viego. So force fight, back off, or wait and brush. What are you thinking here, Beatdown? Our jungler's on the top side.
It's only been a couple of seconds. I don't think Nautilus, I don't think bot lane's going to show up. I think wait and bush is the play.
Wait and bush.
Yeah.
Hey, there we go. What a debut for Beatdown. 2 for 2. That's another good choice. We play it out. Ooh, all right. So super
yeah,
flanks it
exactly.
up here.
And you just let him know over the wall. He's like, he caught me. Shoot.
Oh, this Viego's still on his hands, though.
I mean, you just fight Viego, surely.
Yeah. I mean, you definitely don't engage Hui.
Yeah.
There we go. All right. 3 for
cool.
3. Perfect. Yeah, perfect start, Beatdown. There we go. Yeah, so you get the last little one that plays out well, usually it plays out at the end of the video. Oh, all right. We got it back there.
Bonk.
Hey, we didn't need to see it. The result was a win. 2 kills and boom. So this is the last screen you get here. You get a little bit of multiplier, get extra points. Those points play into that map you guys saw. So awesome to show off a MOBA Trainer here. If you enjoyed that, you can subscribe for 20% off. Unlimited puzzles and unlimited puzzles as well. LPL 20, the code at the bottom you see gets you premium. Proceeds go directly to the developers of MOBA Trainer and, of course, the LPL English unofficial broadcast.
That is, like, what a fascinating concept. Genuinely, I'm not even joking. Like, I was so entertained. I was so entertained by that. And now I'm wondering if I should get it. Because not even for, like, the purpose of learning or sharpening. I like puzzle games. They're fun. So having a puzzle game about League seems enjoyable.
I'm with you. I'm pretty sure I don't have to say here, Beatdown, but I'm sure you could use the LPL English account. Who knows? Nonetheless, we'll focus away from the puzzles and maybe into the chess game that is the Game 2 draft here. AL going to get their second blue side game here. We have the Fearless bans, but still some similar bans coming across here. Not really any junglers getting taken away yet as the Kalista, Gwen, and Nico stick to the ban phase for a second game in a row.
Yeah, I just think there are some really premier champions that need to be out of the picture. I love that Shen is getting respect. Over in NACL, people are playing him a lot less, and nothing's changed about him, mind you. He's still the same Shen that was buffed like 4 patches in a row and is very strong. So, good move to get rid of that. Thank you, JDG. I feel seen.
So no Flandra Shen going to be coming out here. Nonetheless, as the final ban is Varus. So we're taking away 5 marksmen with the Fearless bans added in here. But this is a staple Tarzan pick. Tarzan does get his first loss. He goes 9-1 on that Nefiri, but his next best so far is going to be this Pantheon.
Yeah, and I mean, it feels like the natural pick, especially considering the fact that Galio's out of the picture, Shen is banned too, so not very many options to match you on the global. The only real one available is Ryze. Scout wants to go that angle, but instead it's going to be the Annie, so no chance to match the global, but the Yorick as well, which is a lot of fun for the split push potential.
Yep, so JDG are really playing their flag in a specific style of comp, right? They're going to be trying to play in a 4-man sort of style, maybe split even further out, but all on that side lane. The shift in the LPL meta really showing with those first 2 picks for JDG as York and Annie Prio has risen.
Yeah.
Hope going to get his Zaya and Rakan's the Lovers duo comes across here, beat down for the AL bot side.
Yeah, I mean, makes a lot of sense. You do want a little bit of that safety with Zaya, especially once you see Annie. Zaya stonks kind of go insane. And of course, it pairs well with Kyle's Rakan too, so it makes sense. I'm curious what that 3rd pick really is going to be for JDG. And I'm kind of looking forward as well. Just thinking that I think when I was watching VODs last night, I saw a pretty good response. I believe it was from BLG to the York. It was Renekton, and they chain ganked the hell out of it. It was so funny. Like, it literally just put him in the dirt, and they did it again. Any gank timer was top lane, and it was hilarious.
That's great. Hey, we'll see if that's what Tarzan's about. Guy's certainly aggressive and confident.
Yeah.
Not privy to eliminating a single lane. And yeah, York is just one of those champions that if the lane states get too short for him or he falls behind, it feels unplayable on this champion. As we roll into the second phase of bans, just starting to take away good matchups into that Yorick to kind of stalemate the lane. So the Scion comes off the board for Flandra. Maybe they just might take away another tank, knowing that you have support and jungle already picked, so it's hard to find another place to get a tanky member on AL's comp.
Yeah, because, I mean, Rakan is good engaged, but is very squishy. So I guess they just wanted to remove a skirmishing option there, so they take away Shanks' Ahri. And it makes me wonder what Shanks is going to be looking towards there in that mid lane. Maybe we see the Rise come through for him. There's still a lot of mid options up. Azir is on the table, very true. I'm trying to think what else is there. Victor is up.
Holy
like
Pays
that.
bans. So, yeah, that's 4 bans for Pays' pool. Remember, he has Ezreal and Corki taken off the board as well, so he's kind of shoehorned into playing the Lucian bottom lane. It's not bad, but you were running out of options, so I feel like this is the best bet here is Pays on Lucian and a Chanter choice for missing.
Yeah, and I mean, it does it doesn't feel the best early on in lane just because, you know, shorter range. There's a chance of you being a little more susceptible to the Pantheon ganks that are going to come through. And okay, Shanks is going to lock in the Akali. You know, Slayer, you might not know this about me, but the way you are a Ezreal fan, I'm an Akali fan.
Oh,
so it's always fun to watch. Yes. Most
you know what?
Most play champion.
I don't know how you feel about Ezreal, but I will say, like, that is a respectable champion to die on the hill of, like, from skill expression. I am very impressed by Akali play, so.
Oh, yeah. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
So Flandra is just going to go ahead and drop the Nasus. I respect it. He says, you want to scale? Fine.
Let's fight for it.
Yeah.
They should go in all chat and just handshake like, hey, you want to farm out? And like, all right, yeah, I'll do it. There's nobody come top. We're farming. It's like they start farming. They just stand on opposite sides, just catch opposing waves constantly. I mean, they both got healing in their kit. Like, they could just do it forever.
I don't know necessarily how this matchup goes, just because I mean, I've never seen it. But my impression is that I really like this Nasus pick because I feel like how it plays into the rest of the comp is going to be really favorable. I mean, that Wither against Pays, he's just going to hate himself in his entire life. The fact is, too, once we get later on into the game, I feel like it's going to be really difficult to take him down. And in 5v5s, he's just going to look so good. So it feels like he's going to be a better team fighter, and he also matches that split power that York's going with.
And that Wither, also, you see a Lucian on the other side. Usually it's hard to, like,
You're cackling.
Yeah, it's like, it's usually, if this was like the Ezreal game last time, it's like, all right, I'm never going to Wither their enemy cater. Nah, Pays this game, man, you have to play around that Wither. So I do really like the Nasus pick. Flandra, one of the widest champion pools of any top laner in the LPL so far for Split 2, and he's going deep in the bag once more to try and save this series or anyone's legend. The first time round, JDG got the 2-0, and they're looking to do it once more to close out a 10-win streak going into playoffs. But it's time to decide it on Summoner's Rift once more here between two teams already locked in for the playoffs.
Yeah, and of course, AL trying to tie the series up, take us the distance here and go to a Game 3. And of course, give them the opportunity to get the win instead. Be able to kind of take a step towards overcoming their propensity to lose against top teams in the league. And what a perfect time to be able to take that step right before playoffs end up starting.
Get out onto the rift, and the Jayos start to sing through and lock us in for this game. Get a look across the board for some of these, you know, rune choices, summoner choices. The main thing that sticks out to me is it's been consistent from these Lucian players, but we do see Pays rocking with that electrocute alongside the Ahri, so just maximizing the burst potential of this lane.
Yeah, and I mean, it makes sense. Electrocute Lucian has popped up a lot lately, whether it's with Milio or with the Nami. I think the thing that's most telling to me... Oh, hold on.
All right, so Tarzan not going to commit the stun start. Yeah, I don't even know.
Oh,
okay, or Tarzan just lets him go.
I guess he has to start his clear. Yeah.
True. W trade, though.
Oh, for sure. I mean, Ala loses more than half of his health. So it's a pretty good start. But back to Pays. I think the interesting summoner spell choice there, I think, is the cleanse. Sometimes you see ADs do that when they're against the Rakan, so they can cleanse the quickness. But I also think it's because you're seeing Flandre on the other side play the Nasus too. Because I just feel like there are going to be moments where he's going to be very happy he had cleanse later on in the game when he has to deal with Nasus.
I mean, like, it's got to be a top 5 tilting feeling as an AD carry player when you just get withered and it's like, oh, I moved
How is it not
super
top
slow.
1?
I mean, well, I think jungler smiting my cannon might tilt me more than getting withered.
You know,
I can't lie.
True. You got me there. Also, I want to know what happened top lane. How did Ala lose all his health and ends up getting level 2 first? That's pretty surprising.
Nasus things. Nasus lanes,
yeah, you know, Nasus level 1. Fair enough.
Push comes through for Pays and missing as well. So they've done some sizable chunk damage with that Nami healing. It's once again, they're doubling down beatdown. That is a higher average than the last game. It's by a couple percentage points, but
yeah,
Twitch chat really believing in the series distance.
I respect it. I think once again, I'm going to agree with it, but I think this one is a little less clear in my eyes compared to how I felt about game 1.
Oh.
But okay, wow. Missing.
Flash shot of missing. Shun was doing the enemy red buff while Tarzan was spotted on a ward, so he's going to scrap with him. Shun way healthier. I don't see a world where Tarzan really wins this. He's going to use that big shield and flash back over the wall. Kyle's going to follow, but Shun not going to commit his flash as well. Very low health bars, though. I mean, Tarzan, Kyle, and Hope, they're so low, and they're going to get corralled on their turret, so Tarzan is going to lose even more camps. No kills, but still a stranglehold on this bot side from JDG.
I mean, missing and Pays are low mana, so maybe there is that little bit of threat, but I mean, the health bars are just not in your favor. So Tarzan is effectively pushed out of his bottom side jungle. Red buff doesn't end up being taken, so that's something. But Shun is also, he's just doing the wraparound. Yeah.
All right. Tarzan has a ward to spot it, and he is going to throw a big sigh and give his red buff away. Scout has first roam. Oh, Tarzan.
Tarzan.
Do not double dip, my friend. It's not worth it. It's one red buff. You don't have flash.
And Scout is here, fully stacked. All it's going to take is 1 W.
Yeah. Man, this is just a war of attrition right here. But Shun stepping too far forward on his lonesome. Has to burn his flash now, so both junglers without their flashes it's just ping galore. All I hear is the ping sound. Everybody wants to fight. Nobody's really going to start it off until missing gets some autos down onto level 2 Hope. Stun comes across for Tarzan. He's trying to hold the front line. KO flies in, gets huge knockups. Shanks on the backside, able to clean up 1. And now all bets are off, but it's Shanks from the Shroud to find the critical kill. Pays without mana. Scout not trying to protect his AD carry. Needs to get out of dodge. And the knockup sings through. Kyle going to gift a kill to Hope. And somehow, some way, AL rescue that bot side jungle escapade.
Rescue, I think, is that perfect word, because before those kills, goodbye.
Oh, Shanks, no! Shanks, Scout's the one that gives up these 1v1s. Okay, just a Cali thing.
Don't take it back. Don't take it back. Yeah, I was going to say. That bot lane, that could have been really bad. The fact is, while that whole sequence was going on, Hope and Kyle were actually dropping a lot of waves. That's why you're seeing that bit of a CS difference here, and it's going to grow because Missing is able to hold this giant wave. That Pays is going to have an easy time.
Goat support right there.
Getting it. Yeah, so I think what really matters is that I actually think JDG basically come out even in that exchange just because of this big advantage that we're seeing here in the bot lane. Like, look at the difference here in CS. I think Pace is going to come up to like 20 CS. They're holding the wave here, freezing it, as you said, too. So this was kind of a lot of time for AL to basically go even.
So you look back at this scrap going down. Nobody accounting for Shanks on the back end. That was the one member that JDG maybe had an idea was roaming down, but didn't know exactly where he was until pops over the wall with that Shroud and is the difference maker.
That's right. I mean, bright side, you do get flashes out of Paze, so it is something Tarzan can look to punish in the coming minutes, especially with these swaps that's starting to come through. AL actually swap a little early here. Give themselves a bit of an advantage, alleviate some of that pressure on the bottom side. It's not going to even out the CS difference quite yet, but the 2v1 is going to give Hope a chance to knock down some plays.
Although doing a pretty good job farming under this turret 2v1 nonetheless. Feeling pretty comfortable. So we'll see when JDG do initiate that swap back as you were talking about. But on the flip side, they feel comfortable freezing out this Nasus as Scout gets ult first and immediately brings Tibbers to the party to give himself a health advantage in this mid lane and couldn't get a plate for it.
Probably will, but I'm curious if Scout is going to stay, because now Shanks is level 6. With that Tibbers being out of the picture, there is an opportunity for Shanks to use that perfect execution for a solo kill if he, as soon as Scout uses the stun. So I'm interested to see how that one is going to go. I think otherwise not a whole lot of skirmishing taking place because of the lane assignments. Got to imagine JDG will have an easy time securing this dragon, but they actually don't want to try and go for it. Instead, they're just holding the wave here to deny Flandre access. So it is actually going to make things a little harder for this Nest.
Yeah, somebody's got to help Flandre. I mean, this doesn't seem like it's going to break at any point. The level advantage is already there between the top laners purely because of it. Yeah. The dragon does get stopped. Shun doesn't feel comfortable taking the full Drake by himself. And, yeah, we just go back to Freezegate, as I'll call it. I mean, this wave has been stuck here for how long?
That's literally top lane gaming, by the way. That lane state is not Flandre's fault, like, in the slightest.
No.
But he's the one who ends
paying
up suffering for it. Yeah.
Oh, my
but
God.
Now,
he's TPing across the map.
I mean.
Right. Here we go. Here's the Wither. It's going to set up the knock-up. There's no ult on the Rakan. Allah going to burn the flash. Get knocked up under his turret. Going to try and throw down the timeout cage. And, hey, he survives the 3v1 nonetheless.
Yeah, and look what they give up on the other side, too. And the fact is, Paze still getting some alone time with this turret. I mean, missing is there too, but the fact is, a big wave is being dropped as a result, and the lead just continues to grow between marksmen here on both sides. Paze is already level 6. Has been part of so many turret plays being taken, and he's 30 CS up now.
Yeah. Even topside too. Multiple waves up for Allah, who's going to be able to walk back up towards that turret. Shun seeing the grubs going down off the top side overload. We'll pick up the dragon, but this is first turret with full plating. So that's a big cash injection for anyone's Legend.
Yeah, I will say 9-minute first brick is new one. I don't know if I've seen that. Maybe I have. It's just been a while. So at least the plate gold helps AL keep themselves in this very minor aggregate gold lead that we're seeing. But it isn't much, especially if Tarzan dies.
Yeah, Tarzan not going to come across. Shun commits the flash for it. Missing there as well to boost up the Xin Zhao in a rarity. Okay. Tarzan caught. Going for Raptors.
And you can already see it there with that gold chart. Paze has the most gold in the game currently, and he is playing the Lucian. And has a big opportunity to be that carry threat like he was on the Ezreal game 1. Nice thing for AL, Flandre. Can be a thorn in that carry side because he is playing the Nasus. Will have the Wither to limit the DPS that he can do.
Tarzan has ult. Athena kicks off on this top side. Pretty hard to dive a Nasus, though, with that ult up and the Wither. It becomes such a tall task, so they're going to back off as we seem to somewhat be returning to normal lane states after all the shenanigans in those opening 10 minutes. Mid lane going to be occupied by these bot laners as Paze continues to try and get as much gold out of his lead as he can. Tibbers down onto Shanks in the Shroud. Scott once again a bit more healthy. Going to be able to get control of his wave state as well.
And right now, things are still kind of moving slowly. trying to think of what objectives we could really be fighting for right now. I will say, I didn't notice that the Grubs ended up going over to AL. That could end up being a big advantage, especially if Flandre does end up scaling up and being a really difficult problem to deal with inside lane later on.
Definitely landing in a bit of a lull. And I will say for Scout, it has been, as we go back to that player improvement plan, it hasn't necessarily been like the Yone games where we see him get caught along the sides because of how strong you are in that 1v1 as that duelist that scales really well. It's been picks like this, like the Annie, the Talias, the Rises, those mages that he gets caught a lot on these side lanes. And into an Akali matchup where now Scout is not really going to be favored unless he's got a really big lead. This is where we really test that Scout player improvement plan, I feel.
Yeah, true. Especially if he were to perform well, lead JDG to a 2-0. I mean, this is your improvement plan, but it sounds like to me that would be the plan achieved, essentially.
In the Rumble stage, yes. It is
in the Rumble stage.
It is very much.
No, if you have reservations, please speak them. Don't worry.
Yeah, we'll see once we get to the playoffs. But again, as we talked about, this is a rematch of the winners finals from Split 1 playoffs. This is very much so a preview of what's to come in the playoffs as well, knowing both these teams are locked in. So both these teams should definitely be treating this like a playoffs as Pays dropping the Cole and gets flashed over by Hope. The engage, though, comes off to the side on a missing. The Nami served up like sushi. Down goes Kyle with the flash. Not going to fall with the wind becomes lightning. Scout here, but a bit too late with the stun ready with Tibbers. So the pick found for AL, but what's the cost on the flip end of the map?
It is Ale, again, getting damage onto these turrets, being that split push menace. He already has the Trinity Force, is able to knock down 2 plates since our conversation about him started. And that's almost 5 plates taken down on that bottom side as well. And I say almost, he's going to easily take it.
Yeah, Shanks it's really hard to ever force a 1v1 into this Yorick once he gets the Maiden stacked up, he gets his ghouls out.
Yeah.
Even the best assassins don't want a piece of that.
No, they really don't. And that's why Tanks can only watch clear waves in the process. But if really, it seems like we're starting to, we're getting to a point where JDG are already starting to kind of get ahead this game. The actual gold lead, if you look at it in aggregate, isn't pretty substantial. But I think like when you look lane by lane individually where it matters, it is a pretty big difference. I mean, again, Hayes' lead, very important, can't be understated. And even Ale is in a really strong position right now. I mean, he's almost half an item up on Flandre, probably a little bit more considering gold he's sitting on. And if he keeps this lead up, he's going to be really difficult to deal with.
And it's so integral to JDG's identity that he has this lead because, like we talked about immediately once we saw the R1 York come across, right, that I wanted to see what was the 4-man hit squad that JDG put together on the flip side to play through. We talked about the Lucian for Pays already being ahead is a big spot there, but the threat of an Annie stun alongside, you know, Shun with this Crescent Guard that gets a lot of value into a Xayah pick nonetheless. It's going to take a lot for AL to kind of like break this plan that JDG have cemented, and it's going to help that Shanks is getting completely bodied by Alla. That is flash, perfect execution, everything used defensively out of the Akali's kit.
They're quite literally just to live, and Shanks still got really low in the process. So JDG gonna have an easy time securing this dragon. It's gonna be their second this game, and they're honestly well on track to go for a Dragon Soul. We're gonna find out any second now what that soul is going to be. Ooh, Cloud Soul, very fun. Ooh. We all love move speed, guys.
Hey, you know, I'm a fan. For if you're JDG as well, like, let's get that Annie into a position to drop the Tibbers. Let's get the Yorick to chase through. Let's counteract the Wither as best as we can as well.
Very true, yeah. And then you'll see the response, AL. Try to take away resources from the top side jungle. Flandre is going to have a chance to push in this top wave. But, I mean, otherwise, only thing to really fight for right now is Rift Herald. I think JDG are still in a stronger position here. They just have more tools to work with. But I've said that before, and AL have proved me wrong. If they actually want to be in the area, we'll
Scout.
see. Oh.
Scout side lane, Flandre's
Oh my God,
chasing him
that
down.
ghost.
Tipper's used defensively. Grand Starfall going to come out as well, but Scout goes the right way to get away from Tarzan. And JDG teleport all up here. Everyone's TPing.
Oh my God.
To try and be near this Rift Herald. 5 members strong for both squads, but everything just fizzles out. We just burn a ghost, a Tipper's call, and now the Rift Herald is the real prize for anyone's legend. They are on vision, taking down this Herald. Scout has his stun, back up, but JDG, yeah, great call, beatdown. They could just index into turrets. They don't need to fight over this Herald, but Shun wants it. He flies in, he goes for the Gambit, but it falls flat, and it costs him his life and the Herald. Tarzan securing both and making it a pretty big win for AL.
Yeah, that was a bit of a flip that didn't really need to happen, but at least now they can block the path from AL, so they can't stop this tier 1 from going down. So it's still more gold for JDG, even though that kill was unnecessary. And now AL have a chance to respond because Shanks is the one actually who's sitting on that eye of the Herald here.
Able to pick that one up. But what a sort of reverse script from what we were expecting out of this series beatdown. It feels like right now AL are a lot more confident in fights. These little skirmishes, they've got the kill lead nonetheless, but it's really been the map movements here for JDG. They've been flawless to have them in the marginal gold lead, but more importantly, putting their comp in the exact state they need to win.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, we're going to see this replay again, too, where Shun, I think at this point, this was more like he wanted to be annoying and take time, but as soon as he was getting walked down, he's like, oh, I'm dead. All right, time to flip. So I can kind of see the angle there, but again, I think it just would have been the better move to stall and allow Ala to get the mid-tier 1, get that wave in, and just force them to drop resources to secure the Herald.
Really interested to see how JDG can index the push and pull game with this Yorick, knowing that they have the Drake stacking. I think that is such an underrated part of this game state for JDG, knowing that like they can give Drakes to buy Ala so much more space, or if they overload to shut down this Yorick, you can threaten on timers like in a minute 40, hey, we'll be on Cloud Soul Point pre-20 minutes. It's just even more difficult decisions for AL having to make out of this mid-game. As the Colin gets dropped there from Pays, kind of just a bit of a scouting Colin, getting some poke down as Tarzan goes for the engage onto Shun, and Kyle immediately snaps forward with the charm. Good flash from Shun to get away from the knockup. The tidal wave comes across the Crescent Guard. Will it be enough? No! Shun falls, but here comes Ala on the backside.
Whoa.
Hope gets trapped in the pit, but flashes out himself to safety, and Flandre's here as well to back them all up. The Blast Cone keeps everyone safe, but Scout flashing forward does not get the stun onto Hope. Perfect Featherstorm channel. Shanks will be the one to pay his life as well, but Scout gets straight out, but here comes Pays going after Kyle, but they've left Ala to his lonesome on the top side here. The main doing a lot of really good job to buy space as Pays gets flashed on by Tarzan. Doesn't he have enough damage? Kyle coming through for the knockup. Yes, he finds the kill. The slippery recon for Kyle getting so much value, and now the withers through. The Nasus is throwing down the hammer, but Ala flies in, executes Kyle as this fight gets even murkier. And we end with 3 for 3. Both teams scarily close in the fight.
This is the matchup that we came to see, Slayer. They are scrapping it out. I mean, it's so big for AL in particular. They're the ones down in the series. So it's important for them to be able to try and force these plays so they can get an advantage. I mean, we'll see the replay again. I like this catch out there onto Shun. This is a little uncharacteristic as he's been caught quite a bit so far this game on the Xin. But overall, being able to turn that into a kill and seeing the response from JDG ended up being pretty good, all things considered. They lost their jungle immediately, but being able to get some kills back.
Great Featherstorm, though, from Hope. If he doesn't time this up, it's such a different fight, him being able to survive. But we're already seeing the power that Ala on this Yorick has. As we go back live, and oh no, the player improvement plan. No, that's Scout dead on the side lane.
To be fair, we don't know what happened. Maybe it wasn't his fault. It's possible.
It was an overload, and it does get Ala top tier 1. So the Yorick has his own time. Am I just coping? Here we go. We'll find
maybe.
out.
Probably. I mean, Ala, worth noting, he does have the second item already. Spear Shojin. It's going to be that much more difficult. I respect Flandre for going for the Frozen Heart. I think it ends up being a good call. And JDG, speaking of, are just going to go ahead and force this. I got to imagine this is a kind of a bait This is kind of dangerous.
This is risky. They don't have TP advantage. Flandra can join to make this a 5v4. Are they just leashing this Otacon? They use the Tidal Wave, the Crescent Guard, just to back themselves up to safety. The Culling comes down as well. Good Blade Caller keeps the Lucian in place from Hope. Everybody going to reset here. Yeah, it's still held by Allah. Scout's running his way over. There's a great Blade Caller again from Hope. This time it catches the Lucian, but Shun flies in, finds both kills onto the bottom lane. Now he's in a 1v3 all by his lonesome, trying to hold the line. So many low health bars. Can Shun clean any of them up? No! He falls to a Flandra double kill. It's all on the solo lane. Scout gets the first stun, drops Tippers onto Flandra's head. He's trying to heal through it all, but here comes the Spade to slap him down from Allah. Another fight, so narrowly close. And it's a 2-on-2 left on the Rift, but the only problem for AL, you're on the wrong side of Summoner's Rift. Shanks has to use the teleport, but he will get himself out to safety, and we have another dead even fight end.
Wow, I mean, that was honestly, a surprisingly scrappy fight. And I thought JDG were going to have an easy time securing the Otacon, but Pays gets punished. He's not playing the Ezreal. He's not as slippery as he was in game 1. And AL punished him pretty well. No one's going to get the Otacon. We're just going to go back to base. We're going to spend our gold. And we're going to do it all again soon, Slayers. Now, only real objective to be looking for, it's going to be the Otacon for a couple of minutes. So we could see another skirmish like that. Or set up for the Dragon.
There's a run back through this fight that really was just such an aggressive call from JDG in the first place. This really could have been a lot worse, knowing that Scout was having to run all the way over from base.
I will say, it's pretty funny looking at the health bars of AL, because you'd think they were the ones getting caught doing the Otacon. That range damage coming through is really good, but you can see those feathers. Pays, maybe not timing them correctly, maybe not expecting the Blade Caller to be back off of cooldown, but either way, that's pretty much what prevented JDG from winning the fight and going for the Otacon. It could have been a really big advantage for them.
At the very least, they buy enough time to get Scout over there to even out those odds. And we go back to the strategy game of how much can we play away from this Yorick? How much value does Allah get? With this, you called it out, the Spear Shojin, the Triforce done. This Yorick is really threatening. Stat count, though, for Flandra, he is nearly at 500 at 23 minutes. I know we don't see a lot of Nasus gameplay, but I can tell you that is really good pace for him to be able to match that Yorick scaling factor that we talked about.
Yeah, and again, Frozen Heart is going to be pretty nice this game. Oh, we're fighting.
Hayes again on the front line, but a clutch bubble this time for missing. Stuns Kyle in his place. The Rakan pretty low, and that might be enough here for JDG to force another Otacon. Shun wants it. He's immediately jumping on top of it. AL have a clue this is going down. Do they want to go for a part 2 on this topside fight?
I mean, no. Kyle's no ulti.
Oh, Pays! Holy moly, he gets caught by Tarzan, who flash stuns him. That's both summoners off of this Lucian that has to play so close quarters. The Otacon getting a ton of damage value done. But I don't know if they want to commit to this fight. AL hopes get caught this time. It's both AD carries trading all their health bars to be able to survive. But Shun also gets out with the Crescent Guard. But here comes Flandra running through them all. He doesn't care about damage. He doesn't care about CC. He's running down JDG, holding 3 at bay. Turns the Wither back on its head as well. The Otacon with the assist, though, for JDG. As down goes Flandra. Tarzan tries to throw up the Unbreakable. It is broken by the Ghouls. Another lengthened fight, but finally we have ourselves a victor, and it's JD Gaming.
Wow, and despite, I really like how Hope played that team fight. The end of it, JDG, their damage is too strong. Allah, I think, is too much of a problem here on this Yorick, and AL are not able to come out on top. Not only do they lose the fight, the Otacon loss is going to be a big one because of the Spirit Blossom petals that have been upgraded for JDG, and we're going to see this fight again. And again, this is what I like to hear from Hope. I mean, he has to go in. He has to force them to engage so that Tarzan and Kyle can jump in Flandra as well. So I think it's a good use of Hope's health bar. He is playing Xayah, so it makes a lot of sense. The problem ends up being Shanks just dies before he can have that serious impact, and Flandra has to run because he can't get the close in there on Pays or missing.
Such small little windows that are costing AL in these fights. A worry we had coming in to talk about these top 4 discussions. Now that we know what the top 4 looks like, AL have a predispondence to struggling to close out some of these fights, hand-stiffing their teams, but this time, maybe Shanks could be the hero after he fell short last time. He has a huge flank. They're going after Scout. He has the stun up. He's going to drop it onto Shanks so the Akali can't go in, and by the time he flies in, it's too damn late, because this time, Pays outputs the damage to maximum, and Alla just chases down Hope, just like that. Boom goes the dynamite, triple to Pays, ace, JD Gaming.
JDG looking like they want to rush to a match conclusion here, Slayer. They don't want to wait till the 45-minute mark, because now they win that fight. They don't even need to get the dragon. They're going to lock down this Baron and get themselves a significant lead.
Again, it's just the marking of Shanks in these fights.
Yeah.
This Akali beatdown is not getting it done for AL, and it's just cost them back-to-back fights and maybe the game at this point.
Yeah, the problem is, too, your target selection is so awful. I mean, again, props to Scout. While being under threat here, being accosted, is immediately recognizing, like, yeah, I'm just going to throw my whole load at Shanks, and then he's going to become useless. Easy clap. And the job is done. The timing there wasn't good because he was stunned up. He couldn't link up with Shanks. And after that, the fight was just too easy. There's really no threat onto the backline here because Shanks' options for targets aren't really good as Akali this game, and if him and Tarzan can't link up to threaten the backline, these fights will never go AL's way.
They do get control of this Cloud Drake, so they're going to even them up. JDG are just way more focused on these mid waves. They've got a huge Baron wave coming in. They do have to be a bit safe about a flank coming down. Maybe the target's going to be Alla, who is still deathless on this Yorick. Oh, man, they really – is this the wrap? Oh, my God. Alla has no idea what's – oh, no way.
I don't even think they have any idea. They
oh, my – he has no idea what he just avoided, beatdown. He has no clue.
That's – I mean, to some degree, he must have. But that is just – I already didn't like the idea of trying to force this play Slayer, but the fact that Alla just breaks their ankles, just absolutely shatters them, it just makes it feel that much worse because then AL lost so much on the map for literally nothing. Literally.
Legit zero. Not even a flash.
Yeah.
Not even like
nope.
Not
even a spell.
Scare.
Not even a skill.
Nothing. Just
no
right
mana.
Clicks. Right clicks costing them 2 tier 2 turrets. And you know things are going bad when an AD carry is confident stepping up to an Akali. That's where Pays is at.
Yeah.
It's not me. They're knocking down the inhibitor tier 3 turret. At some point, AL, we're going to have to start gambling. We're going to have to start forcing fights to try and climb back in this one, or it's going the same way of the first round robin. There's Shanks trying to start it off with the Grand Starfall. Pays does commit the flash to get back, and they do catch missing out. Use a lot of ultimates to kill him off, but they also have Shooncon. Goes forward, the Crescent Guard gets a huge heal, buys enough time for Scout to fly in. He doesn't get the stun on the Timbers, but sets up Pays, who will break through the Tarzan E once more. It's just not enough, and All is doing it all on his own in the mid lane. That's going to do it. No 45 minutes, nothing needed, just domination from JDG. They will head into playoffs, the number 3 seed, 5-0 in their last series, 10-0 in their last games, on top of the LPL, heading into playoffs.
And AL's last gasp as they watch JDG take their Nexus. They're going to get O2'd, and they can't overcome these top teams.
Wow. You know, standings are one thing beat down, but we talked about the top of show momentum. Is there a scarier team than JDG right now? That's my question.
Maybe not. That was a pretty convincing game, too, overall. Again, I think draft was a little tough, especially playing the Akali into the Annie, which is, less than ideal circumstances. I think we got to give a lot of praise to Scout for how well he was able to mark him, as you called out, Slayer, and limiting his impact this game. I think that last fight really tells you so all we really need to know about how good this comp could have done, the damage potential of this dive, that they were able to actually get some really good damage on, get some good kills, but these long fights don't go their way because the Annie is too strong. They weren't able to get a really good advantage for the Nasus as well. I think the early lane phase actually really hurt AL, and they weren't able to recover.
It was disastrous. I mean, how long did that I can't get over it. That bot lane freeze, I think that wave state was stuck there for like 2 minutes of game time, which is like an eternity.
To not be farming, to not be getting experience, yeah, it's tough. And Yorick is that kind of problem where even going even, he is a difficult champion to deal with. Now, getting ahead, it's only that much more difficult. And it's tough, too, because you do this lane swap the way they did to at least get Zaya back into the game. But Pays, unfortunately for AL, was able to maintain his advantage, and of course, Ale also got his too.
Yeah, and again, for Pays, right? Like, I know right now he's playing out of his mind, like a late surge for like MVP talks, but what he is at his core is just consistency. Like he had maybe one misstep at that first Otacon fight where he has to blow both summoners, but outside of that, it's just impossible to like really like disrupt him. And when he isn't the focal point and the JG are playing so well, like you mentioned, like a deathless Yorick game for Ala, Scout was doing so well, that's what makes JDG so scary. It doesn't need to be a superstar Pays like 1v9. That's not when they're most scary. It's that game 2 that you just saw from JDG that makes them a dark horse for taking this whole split in my mind.
And this is what people mean when they call them a giant. You're right. It isn't just Pays in the bot lane. You look top to bottom on their best day. JDG really looked like they can take it to anybody in the LPL. And it really feels like that's kind of what it comes down to with great LPL performances. Like, who is performing on the day? Because so many of these teams, so many different times, are able to make it happen.
So the 2-0 back-to-back for JDG. I don't know if we have updated standings, so I don't know if we can throw that one up. But that does wrap up any sort of movement about 2 days short, or do we do have the update? Hey, man, Kelsey, the GOAT,
My
just
goat.
on top of that, my GOAT. So they're 12-6. That's not the main point. The game difference is what to look at. So no matter what BLG does next series, a 2-0 nothing, they will not catch up to JDG's game score. So the entire Group Ascend is locked into their place outside of those play-in teams. 6 and 7, WE and Weibo are going to be playing tomorrow.
Yeah, but really what matters is just that, again, the top 4 from Group Ascend who don't have to play the play-ins are locked, will continue to be locked, and will be unchanged. Even the top 5, because you mentioned at the top of show, IG guaranteed to play EDG as well in their first play-ins match. So now it's just going to be about whatever movement can go on elsewhere to get yourself the best seeding for play-ins and hope that you can actually make it to playoffs.
It is, looking at the standings, it is wild to think about this win streak when we factor in game score, right? Because JDG, they were up there with top esports AL and BLG. They all have like double-digit win scores right now. And JDG are there, but they're there beat down because they won 10 games in a row. It was 4 before this win streak.
It was pretty good. To be fair, I mean, it's not like they beat because it was, what was it, Weibo, FPX, Ninjas in Pajamas, and BLG, to be fair, who are in
BLG, anyone's legend. So towards the back half, it was good. But yeah, you're right. They did mop up the lower level competition. But for this Rumble stage, like that was a really big problem in the first half of the round robin. Like everybody was losing everybody. I think we have the circle of suck, as we've dubbed it, graphic actually ready. Like there's
That's pretty funny.
This doesn't exist unless everybody's losing everybody. So yeah, let's throw up this chaos. the summoning circle, as you called it, beat down.
That's pretty funny. This actually wasn't the image that I was thinking. I'll find the one I'll show you after. But this is even funnier, and honestly is aptly named the Circle of a Suck. So now that we are talking about it, and now that you mention it, I will give credit actually, because even though JDG, part of their win streak, most of it was on teams bottom half of Group Ascend. And the fact is, in this league, just being able to consistently win should be celebrated. Yeah,
I like the big pitch coming into the second half of the Rumble stage, like those second half round robins for AL and JDG, along with like the IG, BLG, top esports teams, was just consistency, like getting win streaks together, because that was like not a thing in the first round robin.
Right.
But like top esports was the team that played the most single games of the first half, because they always went to 3 games, like against everybody. And that was the number 1 seed. And the 1 seed that stayed the 1 seed the entire split long as we got to the end.
I mean, it was about more practice. So really IG, or rather top esports, excuse me, it's big brain slayer. More practice, more games, you perform better when it really matters. So I mean, they're just playing, they're on another level, man. I don't know what to tell you.
They are indeed on another level. For anyone's legend, they do end on a loss streak going into the playoffs. So it's, back to the drawing board. They'll have a lot of time off to try and figure out what kind of has gone wrong, as you mentioned, beat down against some of those top-tier opponents. Like, there are other playoff teams going into that bracket, no matter who comes out of the play-ins.
Yeah, and I mean, takeaways from this series for me on AL is just hoping that they're able to clean up their responses to objective takes and things like that, just because I think it's been not a great look for them so far. I think JDG, while playing really well this series, are getting away with a lot more than they really should be. I think that's something that will hurt anyone's Legend big time in playoffs.
And again, this is the team that were the favorites to win the title in the Split 1 playoffs before the lower bracket run of Top Esports, and really are expected to be another title contender and even look further towards a potential MSI upbringing for this team. So gotta patch up a lot going into that playoffs. Do want to quickly shout out those. This is the last time we'll see anyone's Legend. Big shout out to Patty that does our on-site interviews. We got an awesome one with Flandra if you want to check out more of the insight into him and just like generally anyone's Legend as a team stylistically and like just the boys, I guess. That's how the fellas are doing.
Yeah. I mean, and he talked about improvement overall as a player and a team, how he uses experience to help out, his younger teammates and things like that. It is actually a really nice interview. Patty does a great job, so definitely recommend checking it out.
Time for the final point, though, here as we close out the series beatdown. First thing I'll ask you, player of the game for Game 2, and then if we want to just between you and I, who feels like a series MVP? Okay, so let's get the easy one out of the way.
Game 2, I mean, I feel like we just got to give it to Allah. On the Yorick, he was Mr. Problem this game. And while I will say, I think Pays and Missing laned really well early to create the advantage that won JDG the game. I think overall, Ale was the one who just played out. He played out the 1v2 really nicely. He was able to do a lot of work in side lane, and he team fought really nicely too.
So Allah grabs his 5th player of the game of the entire calendar year on a deathless Yorick performance that was, as Beatdown put it, just terrorizing and problematic from the get-go for anyone's Legend.
Yes.
So we say goodbye to two of our 4 playoff teams for Group Ascend. You won't be seeing JDG or anyone's Legend for a while, as they have to now wait out the play-in stage to see who their opponents will be in that one. But don't worry, we have some other playoff teams on tap for you guys. Coming up in our next matchup, it will be slotted in 4th playoff team, number 4 seed BLG, taking on Invictus Gaming. Will the win streak prevail for 6 in a row for IG, or will BLG head into playoffs on a win streak of their own? We'll find out after an extended break. See you guys on the other side. Quick 2-0 from JDG gets us into our second matchup a lot quicker than many have expected here, but it's still a heavy hitter. Invictus Gaming, while they are in the play-ins at the 5th spot, they are clearly a cut above the rest of the play-in squads with double-digit wins, and they'll be taking on a BLG squad that has been on just as much of a heater as they have in these recent series to lock themselves up. The 4th playoff spot, nonetheless, beatdown. This should be another, I would say, playoff matchup preview between two teams in the upper pack of Group Ascent.
Yeah, I think that's what makes today's match just so excited. We're getting those previews of what some of the best teams in playoffs are likely going to be playing like. And I think it's going to be particularly important there for IG just because kind of the same reason we talked about in Series 1. The idea that you want to finish off the regular split on a good note, keep that momentum going, especially for IG who currently have a 5-game win streak. Because they're going to have to play a couple more extra matches to make sure they make it into playoffs, even though they probably will.
That's definitely the hope. Let's take a look at what this looked like last time around, and we'll talk a lot more about stylistically what these two teams look like, but if you want a preview, get ready to watch through these highlights because it is just fighting. It was a 2-game series that lasted so much longer than it should have because everybody just wanted to fight, and luckily for BLG beatdown, they were the ones to win the last 2 fights of the first 2 games, and that was enough to get them the series win. But boy, does that 2-0 look does not tell the real story of this series.
No, definitely not. And those early fights leading to wins is kind of interesting because both of these teams fight no matter what. And you know what? As much as I respect that, fighting constantly, even when you're behind, is not a great way necessarily to get yourself back in the game. Sometimes it works, sometimes it feels amazing. But often, that is not the case. But yeah, these teams scrap it up. These are two teams that will, even in the LPL, these are two teams who will fight under any circumstances, no matter what the risks, Slayer.
They embody the true spirit of the LPL, no matter how much the meta tries to push them away from it. Fight until you win the game or lose. There's only 2 options. This is also a blast from the past. This was just the 2nd series for these 2 teams, so we now have a much different iteration of BLG. If you've missed out on a lot of their games, it is not Wei that is a part of this squad anymore. You're seeing in these highlights, it will be Beichuan in that jungle spot that we'll talk about more. But yeah, this first game goes like 40 minutes, 45, and finally it ends, and it was just like, I mean, we nearly got to 50 kills in this game. Like, we were close to a kill a minute in a 50-minute game. That is ludicrous.
That's amazing, to be honest. I mean, if a game is gonna go 50 minutes, Slayer, I want them to be fighting like all the time. It better not be like really slow. We're just bouncing waves back and forth because I've seen things in NACL, man, and
I know you have.
yeah, and some things I'm not happy about. It doesn't happen too often, but when it does, I'm sad.
This was where that iconic Scion clip comes out from Bin, where he just gets this big knockup. That was the one that decided the second game. Bin, who, you know, hasn't had the best of success on a lot of his patented carry champions. It was good to see him match up against the Shy and get the job done on this tank Scion, and we'll see what the rest of Bin's fate looks like for the rest of this Rumble stage as we'll start to talk about for BLG and IG what the synopsis is for them going into the playoffs, because like you kind of alluded to, fighting all the time can get you to 11 and 10 wins respectively in the Rumble stage, but is it really going to be able to help you compete when it comes to the playoffs? Is we've upgraded from the player improvement graphic to I'm just having a full-on intervention here, beat down for these two teams, because as much fun and entertainment as it is to just fight all the time, look, it's taking a toll on them. You can see it.
It is, and I see how you're, for some reason, looking at the camera instead of the BLG IG breaking down in the process. But either way, yeah, I think this intervention is definitely warranted. If that the last time these two teams did face off doesn't tell you, a lot of their other previous matches will, because yeah, they will fight a lot, even when they're behind. I will say, I think a lot of the issues with both these teams was more present during that first round robin, and things have cleared up a little bit. You mentioned the inclusion of Beishwan and BLG. They're currently 7-1 since he's joined the roster. And it seems like he's been a really good fit for them so far. And it feels like IG have finally kind of cleaned things up as well, even though they do barely miss out on making it to top 4.
Yeah, it's a tough look winning 5 in a row and still not getting
Still
into the
not
playoffs,
making
but
it, yeah.
Yeah, that alludes to the point you're talking about, that the first round robin was particularly rough on IG. Let's introduce them formally, though, across the board. The Invictus Gaming roster as it currently stands here. The Shy in the top side, JJ in the jungle, Rookie, mid lane, Gala, and Mako to round out what we've labeled Beatdown is maybe the most volatile bottom lane in the entirety of the LPL.
It must be. And I mean, overall, this team is so interesting too, because it was widely considered to be a super team at the start of the year. And the fact is that you look at the names on this roster, you look at the talent, and considering how far they've gone in their past teams, you definitely don't expect them to be basically sitting at 5th place here at the end of Split 2. Not really reaching the highs you kind of expect with a roster like this one. I mean, we have examples here of some not great moments. Again, these are the problems that come through when you really just want to be fighting all of the time, Slayer. Yeah,
and I want to point out that all 3 of these clips that you're going to see come through are IG series wins. They're IG winning games. Like, they won all these games that they took these terrible fights in. And it's been, again, enough for them to get over, like, the FPXs. You just saw the NIPs. Like, they can get away with making these mistakes. But the thing, the problem that we're going to pose as we hype up playoffs for IG is, does this really fly against what we just saw from JDG, AL, or Top Esports? I don't think so.
No. And it's tough, too, because especially against teams like that, if you fight, especially when you're behind, you just give them more ammo, essentially, to run away with the game and make it even harder for you to get back into this one. So, I mean, I think these clips are, I'm really glad you point out, too. These are games where IG, they do end up winning more often than not. But the fact that there's such variance here is a bit of a concern, especially when we're considering later on into playoffs where you're going to have smaller margins of error.
Yeah, this is even like, it's incredible to think that they win some of these games, especially this one. Like, this is the JDG we were just talking about that knocked off AL, and they get a 32-minute fight win, and they still lose to IG. If that doesn't sum up what the LPL has been this year, knowing what we just saw from JDG, I don't know what will sum it up very well.
Not a whole lot, really. This matchup definitely is going to be interesting because, again, there isn't going to be much placement. But the fact is, we're going to get this opportunity to, I mean, one, we're going to see a lot of fighting, but also curious to see if these teams are going to continue on this trend of kind of cleaning up the gameplay a little bit. Because, again, I think back half of the split has been a lot better for them so far. Invictus Gaming, despite still not going to be able to make it to the top 4, they have a chance to keep this win streak up and go to 6 games. While it won't be, or rather 6 matches, while they won't have a nice game win streak like JDG have, 6 matches in a row, still quite good.
Still W's on the standings that matter the most, yeah. And they have done it without having to make any changes at all, IG on their run. Same can't be said for BLG on the other side as we introduce them with another extra added wrinkle. Obviously, Beishwan in the jungle is the big change coming up from Thunder Talk to play alongside Bin in the top side and Knight in the mid lane, Elk and on the bot side. But they have been without their head coach of prior, Maokai, for about a week, and Big Way returns as the head coach for BLG. Just another maybe addition that has helped them have such a meteoric rise back through the standings and into playoffs.
Yeah, and again, 7-1 since Beishwan joined. Some pretty good numbers, all things considered, even though there have been some losses there. The fact is, they seem to be playing better. Knight seems like he is playing in his peak condition. I like what I've been seeing from Elk overall in the bottom lane, too. And I mean, historically, he's been a really good player. So it feels like BLG are kind of in that form you would expect when you look at this roster on paper. But of course, we'll see if they're going to actually be able to perform today.
As we see the entrance for both IG and BLG for the final time in the Rumble stage here, making their way out onto the stage. So this is, this is the fun beatdown. I always like to ask because I know I'm like the new guy on the LPL block, and I didn't get I don't know, like I was hyped up about some of these like walkout entrances, and I guess that's a relic of the past in the LPL. Like we don't. These guys are all business. They get out there and they get on their PCs.
I think they save the really big walkouts for like finals or like top fours and stuff like that. But the fact that you guys do walkouts in general is really fun because the nice thing, even if it is regular season, it's the spectacle, the entertainment, and I enjoy that about LPL and LCK as well. Just the idea that these live events, you can have fun with it. They can make it as exciting as possible, and of course the fans are great.
Well, BLG, I'll give them the drip award here. Those.
Yeah.
Ooh. I mean,
dude,
that
the pink and blue.
Oh man.
It's gorgeous.
Nightmare for gender reveal parties and not on the stage of the LPL. They look fly. And so we will get our second 1v1, and this one's hype, folks. This one's a lot more fun on paper than the last one. I know we ended up with Lee Sin, which was also really cool, but you will never guess who's 1v1ing if you didn't know, like myself and Beatdown did. I'll give you 5 seconds to guess in chat. All right.
Probably won't.
If you guessed the Shy versus On, go buy a lottery ticket. Just get out of here. Go buy a lottery ticket.
Yeah,
that's our 1v1.
I think fun is not necessarily the word I'd go with. I would go with funny.
Okay. Fun is in the word funny, so I'll take it.
True. So I guess we're agreed in the end. Well played, Slayer.
Yeah. So supports don't have a good track record in these 1v1s. The last one that I saw tried to play Corky and got mangled so bad that he Valkyried into the Ring of Fire to end the 1v1. So low bar for On to clear.
Yeah. That's pretty funny. It reminds me of something that I can't quite put my finger on, but well, hopefully Owen doesn't go that route and will give us pretty good exciting. He has a chance to do something really funny, Slayer.
Yeah.
That is solo kill the Shy.
Yeah, and you've known that you're playing the 1v1 for a bit now. I swear, if I just see Owen lock in like a marksman like Varus or Corky and just say like, "Oh, I'll win this way," nah, dude. You don't get a 1v1 very often. You're going against the Shy who will pick anything. Like, I want to see something creative from On. Like, let's pick something fun. That would be hilarious. That counts as fun.
It does.
Some top laners banned away. Is that a Nami ban from the Shy? Okay.
I guess so. He knows something.
And a Rammus ban. Come on. You know what? I'm biased if we see Ezreal versus Ezreal, but like I don't know, be done. I'm the proponent that the marksman 1v1s are pretty boring. So at least we can mirror it.
Yeah.
My dream has come true.
Yeah. So there you go. At least it was the one marksman you would have accepted in this circumstance. I thought the Shy was gonna pick Varus, and that'd be really funny because you were literally not only off air just now even referenced like don't want to see them play that champ. Varus, Corky, I hate them, and it's like he was listening.
That'd be great. How funny though. Does anyone know if On and the Shy are built like that for Ezreal? These are like this is a support and top laner. I know the Shy's champ pool is the ocean, it feels like, but is Ezreal really swimming around in that? Time to find out.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. At the end of the day, I mean, mechanics got to translate to some degree. I don't think Ezreal top is probably a big thing, or Ezreal support, but you got to imagine they've had some fun. These guys play other roles. I'm sure they can. I'm sure they can perform.
Well, the awesome LPL historian Kelsey is telling us that the Shy, as expected, did have a marksman top lane kick for a while, but was not Ezreal, as you mentioned. Like it was when like it was that dark time when we saw people like play Kalista and Draven top. I don't even want to.
I wonder if that was the Varus top era as well.
Oh,
that was
don't even the Jack
that
Show
was a
rush.
time.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh my
so
god.
Gross.
Jack Show Bork Rush was that was a time.
Yeah, I didn't. Not a time that I want to remember fondly. This one I will though. A little bit. Okay, so Ezreal Tech On is already winning because Pulsefire Ezreal is a pay to lose.
Oh, is it
skin.
pay to win?
It's
pay to lose.
Pulsefire is pay to lose. It is a bait skin. So the hitboxes are weird and it's way clunkier than you would believe. And people can fight me on that, but I've played. I don't know if this is a good thing to admit. I own every single Ezreal skin, so I played a ton of games on every single Ezreal skin, and I don't know. For me, man, Pulsefire feels clunky.
All right, fair enough. Hey, you're the Ezreal goat, man. I believe you.
A goat of piss low, but yeah, I'll take it because I can't climb.
Close enough. Also, I will say, Owen He's
Got
pretty
the
consistent
hands.
there with the Essence Flux and always using the Arcade Shift to be able to proc it. I feel like he's just going to do it again, no?
I mean, it gets so much value because early, Ezreal's mana is like a big issue. You can fire through spells, and you hit that W, and you shift. You don't even have to shift too aggressively. If you get the proc, you get that mana back for hitting the E. So it's a pretty good way to just build mana. I mean, look at the Shy just got like
him.
25% of his mana back for hitting it. Yep, and then the On will trade it. He doesn't win
here
this
it
one
comes.
if he doesn't get it back. Yeah, here we go. All right, exactly what we wanted. Melee range Ezreals, and guess who gets the win? It's On that comes out on top. Blink and health bar be damned.
Support diff, am I right? Like, and now that timer too. Like, he's gonna be able to get this wave in. He should be able to get some plays too. That back, that recall, it's gonna be juicy. If he's the GOAT, he's gonna ult. Yeah, to match the spot.
This guy, you know what? He
like
was ready. I'm convinced he was ready. He was gonna play the Ezreal the whole time. This guy's locked in. He's got the Phage and Sheen.
I ain't go next, no, surely.
This is all right. The Shy, you can jump into the Ring of Fire if you want, just so you know.
It is possible. This has got to be like such a big advantage. Owen won that without Ignite too, and it's coming back. I'm pretty sure Owen is just gonna win this 1v1, which before the show started was not on my bingo card.
No, and a Shy on throwdown on Ezreal. I can only imagine what the casual reaction is to what he's watching. There's no way he can even predict this from the Shy.
Oh my god,
no
true.
way.
Isn't the Shy like his GOAT?
Yeah, he definitely. 100% his GOAT right now.
Wait, that's so funny.
All right. There's True Shot Barrage.
Oh,
The Shy gets that one advantage, right? He does have that ultimate up. The health port for On will come across, and yeah, it's just a damage diff, man. Here we go, support
An
diff!
Ignite, wow!
The first support to win a 1v1 all Rumble stage comes in the second to last day, and BLG will have two blue side games.
And you love it. Everyone on BLG is all smiles, and the Shy's like, ooh.
Yeah, that one stings a little bit. You can see it. He's like, oh, I got gapped.
A little bit. And then, it's what happens. Support diff, guys. Maybe be nicer to support players. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's the lesson I actually want to take from that, but.
Depends what support players we're talking about. If we're talking about my Emerald solo duo queue support players, nope, don't give it to them. These guys, yeah, sure.
I mean, if you're nice to them, maybe they'll play better.
Fun fact, Beatdown, I played a game yesterday where I quite literally complimented my support for a play. He took it as sarcasm and then ran down the game. I'm not kidding you. I can't win.
I think that I wasn't there, but I think that individual was going to run down no matter what.
Maybe that's true.
I mean, if a compliment has you just open, like.
I admitted fault, which is also a thing that never happens in solo queue. I admitted fault and then thanked him for bailing me out, and that's what I got. So we don't need to talk about that.
I guess being nice is bad. I'm sorry, bro. What a tragic story.
That is a tragic story.
Tell me you got off for the night.
Yeah, I definitely didn't tilt Q another one and then lose. That definitely didn't happen. Listen, I'm only a human being. I'm only a human being, okay?
You're just a man, all right.
I'm just a man. Let's focus back in on this series, though. Blue side games, we talked about it a bit, the power of it in AL versus JDG. But, Beatdown, I am curious, do you see any blue side priority switching up, knowing that this is a BLG team that prioritizes a lot of resources and draft allocation into their solo lanes, mainly guys like Knight and Bin?
Yeah, I'm kind of curious if we're going to see. I mean, game one, okay, I was going to say a lot of the same stuff because Talia was something that comes to mind too. But there are some different ban priorities here. I'm kind of interested. I mean, it's probably going to be a top lane angle. It's worth noting Gwen is up. I actually thought that was going to be the ban there for IG. I mean, Gwen is good.
Ooh.
Nico is good. Rumble Jace. There's just so many OPs up and available, but they want to prioritize the Nico.
Yeah, so one of the most highly red side banned champions of recent. We saw in 2 games last time that it did eat the bans. So that does open up a lot of also AD carry angles, mainly the Callista that is also still available. So maybe by picking the Nico, you're forcing IG to say, Gala, do you want to play Callista and lock Callista
Yeah.
Renata? Or what is your response to the incoming Callista? And it's going to be Gala playing the Lucian. He played a masterful Lucian game last night to get the win over FPX, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, and I'm wondering, too, if we're going to see, maybe they probably won't pick the support pairing yet. I mean, right now, a lot of junglers are still up and available. Could be looking for something like the Xin. That's been pretty good for pretty much anybody on every patch and every region. So I think it's a pretty easy one.
All right, gonna lock that one in for JJ. So easy call nonetheless. We'll see if the Callista comes. It's definitely going to come at some point into this draft. I assume Elk's going to get on that one. But you called out all these like really big top lane S-tier champions are available. So what does Ben want to go towards? The Rumble, the Jace are available, the Gwen's up. Gotta think one of those gets taken here.
Yeah, I mean, Rumble is his most played, and it would make sense just given that you are already dealing with a kind of shorter range comp there with the Lucian, Marksman, of course, melee in the jungle. So you have this Nico who's got a big ult set up with the Pop Blossom. You could easily follow that one up with the Equalizer as well. So it feels like the natural choice for Bin.
A lot of handshaking going on in this draft between both these sides. Now you got to snag up the Enchanter, the Nami, or the Melio. What pairing do you want to go towards? Mako's been a lot more on the Nami side, and like we talked about, the Rumble already comes through. So the second phase of bans, got to think that IG are just going to target Beichuan's champions that he likes here left in the jungle pool. It's going to get pretty pinched, though. Pantheon, Vi, Nefiri already off the table for him.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious what angle he might end up going for. I mean, Sejuani is probably something that they may want to not allow him to have. Because right now, while you do have some pretty good team fight set up there with the Nico, I think another engage and, of course, especially a tanky option is going to be pretty important there for BLG to kind of perpetuate the dive that BLG's already working with.
The Gwen catches a ban for the BLG side. Yeah, just take away like super high tier top lane champions the Shy would like. IG though might just be going after night pairings, which is never a bad idea knowing how good this guy just plays for BLG, especially if recent. But the starter will lead a ban for Beichuan.
I actually like that one better than the Sejuani, so I'm glad they go that route too. So it does probably mean that Beichuan is going to go that route since that one's up and available. I like Scion too. You want to remove space creating tools here. This really feels like the angle for the Shy to go for something tank-like there in the top lane. So I'm really curious what that one is going to end up being. We're having a lot of fun with these hovers. None of them are really very
I'm not falling
serious.
for it.
Yeah, I'm not falling for it either. But tanks. I mean, it is that response that we've been seeing a lot of there. Could be the Galio top. It would kind of fit. But it's going to end up being the Aurora, which I find interesting. It is probably Aurora top. It does lane well into the Rumble. But I'm seeing a lot of squishiness with this comp still.
Yeah, not a bona fide tank that will come through. I wonder if, like, a swing... I was curious if, like, taking Galio away as BLG might work with the Pop Blossom comp, but they'll try just... it's never bad to eliminate those dashes. So you're going to get the Poppy for Beichuan and leave this last blind up here for Knight. Where does he want to go? The Akali...
I mean, there's no Annie. Actually, it wouldn't be that bad. Yeah, Ari's fine too. I feel like Knight just kind of has his pick. There are a lot of mids that I think would end up being pretty fine here. The movement, of course, on the Ari with the Spirit Rush, I think would be the easiest to execute and would really help with the dive that the rest of BLG's comp is working towards.
So R5 left up for Rookie in this absolute LPL heavyweight matchup. Knight and Rookie, always a spectacle to watch. And the one champion that has been such a focal point of the LPL, I'm glad he hovered it. We have not seen any rise today, any ban prio, as it's kind of taken a bit of a fall off, which may not last long with the potential buffs that come through for that champion. But enough talking about rise for now. Rookie Silas, probably one of his most potent champions in a lot of these IG wins, has been a big factor in their win streak nonetheless.
Yeah, and I kind of like this angle too, just because, for one, you have a lot of ults to steal. And also, just the fact is that Rookie has a lot of opportunity to go big, I think, this game, because because of the ult, because of how well he kind of scales going into this one. Because while BLG, they do have a lot of early and mid-game tools, I think later on in the game, Kalista falls off, Ahri is a little less effective, Rumbles is only as effective as how well you can set him up in team fights. Does mean that the other side there in IG, they do have a better chance if the game goes late.
While there aren't any standings implications of this final series between BLG and IG, this is big time stakes when it comes to momentum going into your playoff or play-in matchup and a potential preview of a match that could very well come in the playoffs. Knowing how powerful IG are in their play-ins, they're looking to wrap up their group stage run, or sorry, their Rumble stage run with a 6-win streak of their own. But if anybody's up to the task to team fight their way home against IG, we know off history and stylistically it is Billy Gaming.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, Slayer. So you got to imagine, again, I said it when I tweeted I was on the show today, we got 2 super bangers. This is I think the superest of bangers, just because we know these teams are just going to be fighting nonstop. And it's going to be interesting to see how the actual execution goes down. We're going to see if either teams have really learned their lesson about fighting or not fighting when they shouldn't be.
A super team forming for IG to try and let them compete for LPL titles once more. And international hopes at BLG looking to get back to winning ways in the LPL, the very region they dominated in 2024 with a new look head coach and jungler. We're already getting some shenanigans. Level 1 here is BLG push into this blue side to try and get some wards down, but look at Rookie already kind of trying to cut off the escape angle, and BLG could very quickly get collapsed on.
Yeah, but I mean, level 1 Silas, I don't think Rookie is going to be able to really have that a big impact unless it's a 2v1, in which case Knight, yeah, with that positioning, Knight could be in a bit of trouble here. But they've pushed Gala and Mako out. They have all these wards down in this bottom side jungle. It feels like this whole quadrant belongs to Vishwan.
Oh, no. Okay, well, it's not a 2v1 anymore, but Rookie still going to take a pretty positive trade, getting that entire abscond abduct combo down into Knight. And knowing the way Knight has been playing as of late, got to take every advantage you can get up against this guy.
Yeah, absolutely. Every little bit, it definitely helps. He's playing pretty monstrously, especially lately. And on a champion like Ahri, I mean, I mentioned that this comp will kind of run out of time. They post that 25-minute mark, but when someone like Knight is playing a champ like Ahri, it feels like 25 minutes is all he needs.
Speaking of volatility, though, in this game, this bottom lane matchup is a sight to see, as we already see a summoner get used by On to force a positive trade. Like that, though, to get Elk and On onto that level 2 as quick as possible. But don't be surprised if we're shifting the observer camera down here as much as possible with a Lucian Kalista lane.
Yeah, not to mention, but the problem here is that there is that gank angle. Because, I mean, Beishwan, yeah, of course.
Oh, look at this.
Does have that. Yeah, exactly. We have both junglers here sitting in these bushes. And there's a couple ways this could go. I think they want to set up for the dive. That means JJ can go in now.
Yeah, JJ, and Elk is so low. He's easy pickings. Easy first kill. I mean, that is as sweet as it comes for IG. There's nothing for Beitron to do as he watches his bottom lane collapse.
Yeah, I think that was pretty ambitious to wait for Elk and On to get that wave in and try and go for that dive. So JJ ends up punishing that one really nicely. It is going to be 2 kills over to IG, and now the Xin is starting off this fight on a great foot, being able to get that first back. Really nice once he actually gets it done.
One of the best skirmishing junglers in a prime position, and it adds a little bit extra for IG, knowing that if this game goes the way a lot of BLG's and IG's games have gone, it's really just going to be about who's stronger for some of those fights. I don't want to say we're throwing out a lot of those map control and macro movements, but they definitely play a less of a role in this matchup compared to what we just saw from AL and JDG.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree with you. Doesn't mean it will be a little bit more exciting, though I'm sure Both teams still will play the macro game pretty nicely. I mean, looking back on some of these past VODs from BLG in particular, I think their objective setups have been pretty good. And kind of conversely to my criticisms of AL in the first series, I actually think they respond to plays being made very quickly, and I like it.
See where these jugglers plays will go forward, especially on the JJ is in such a stronger spot. Comes off his first reset with that tunneler done, so really have to respect the might of JJ going forward, and he might just try and index this into more help towards his bot side, who do continually get pushed in. Mako and Gala trying to hold this wave in an advantageous spot for this gank to maybe manifest coming across. There also is a dragon spawning a couple seconds here. Not any topside camps for JJ to clear, but he sees Beichuan on this ward coming towards the bot side.
Yeah, we'll give them the warning. JJ's in the area too, so we'll be able to respond to any potential dive. Otherwise, I mean, the poke there onto Gala does make me wonder if they want to go for something here, but the good vision set up there early on from IG really hasn't been an angle for Beichuan to catch them by surprise so far.
Monobar's really hurting Elk and Gala. Really everyone on the spot side has got to really pick when they use their spells, as JJ will swing over and clear out some of that extra vision. Rookie looking for his trades into Knight as well. Gets the Conqueror proc. There's so much trading going on in these two lanes, but you haven't teetered over to seeing those kills come across just yet. Rookie does get the hijack first. Knight is not over to level 6. I was curious if he just used that Spirit Rush to all-in Knight there, but he won't take that stab just yet.
No, his mana's too low. I think it's too risky. Better to back, spend your gold, and use it after. Especially if there ends up being a dragon fight there. So I like the call to just hold off and come back to lane with his ruby crystals. I mean, right now, not a whole lot of action, especially considering the setup we had for both of these teams going in it so far.
That's
since
weird.
Those kills in the bottom lane, a little bit, but it will happen. You know, there's still going to be plenty of opportunities, especially because we're getting close to the grub spawn. It's a minute 30, considering that Elk and Owner, or Elk at least, is walking towards that bottom side. I don't think it's going to be a big priority for BLG to fight for these grubs. I think they want to go for that Drake stacking angle.
Interesting lane assignments, knowing that BLG are, right now, opting to put Bin in this 1 versus 2 as well with the Shy on the flip side. We'll see when the switch back will eventually come out, as you talked about, with maybe the grubs in about a minute. So for now, BLG feel comfortable. But that lane state is in a pretty treacherous spot for Bin, so he's going to need some support to break that, as we already saw what an extended freeze can do to one top laner in the last game.
We did. We're going to see a replay, it looks like. Okay, yeah, it was just going to be him using that ult previously to clear a wave, and this is kind of what happens. And it makes Rumble okay in that 1v2. Right now, again, Elk's presence here bot lane, and the fact that Gala and Mako aren't around, it's going to be a really easy first dragon coming through here. And the fact that they get it right before the spawn of the grubs, I think, is important. It does give BLG an opportunity to maybe fight for it if they want to early on, especially with JJ being forced to blow his flash.
Yeah, that has been sprinting all the way from base over to just try and make some impact, because he knows that wave state is in such a treacherous spot, and he's getting some serious value. You called out JJ. Burns the flash get away from him. He gets an ult trade out of the Shy, who's trying to clear out the way for the dive that won't materialize in time. Beichuan does grab the dragon. But all the while, BLG are overloading towards his bot side. They are giving Gala prime real estate.
5 members. All 5 of them were there on the bottom lane, but it was a good response from IG to make sure, like you said it, the dive doesn't actually materialize. And that time spent, it does give BLG, again, an opportunity. I mean, Beichuan can go straight towards those grubs. Doesn't even necessarily have to commit for all of them. Get one, deny all 3 from going down, or just pick up as many as you can. And BLG will actually be coming out pretty nicely in the objective game this early game.
The Shy's going to TP back bot, so signaling they're not going to full fight over these grubs. Like you called out, first one goes down before JJ spots out the rest of the take. Rookie Gonna swing over, but there's 2 grubs already picked up for Beichuan. He has the keeper's verdict. He's gonna expertly. Is that on the ward? Hits the keeper's verdict.
Ward, yeah.
JJ gets flown out. For a second, I thought that would have been blind. That would have been crazy blind. It's still a huge win. Beichuan dominating the neutral objectives.
Yeah, I mean, if that was blind, I literally would just say this guy's ghosting. Like, that was too perfect. So it is the vision game, really nicely. So yeah, objective game from BLG going really nicely. They are able to secure those grubs. Doesn't mean they're going to be able to get some serious damage on these turrets anytime they get an advantage. And yeah, Bin, he has to flash.
This is a rough. Oh, Ben, you are in the same spot Flandre was not too long ago. Just without flash now, the wave is slowly coming towards you, but you got JJ over here.
He has ult.
I smell a dive angle.
No, he has ult, yeah.
Good call, good call.
He's going to be able to clear that wave. It should be easy. See what I mean?
Just fizzles
So
out.
satisfying.
One caster minion. He's going to start the dive. I mean, they do back bin off the turret. But here comes the response. The Shy is going to be the target. He's trying to get pretty slippery, but the Tangle Barb root landed through for all, and it made the Pop Blossom so easy. Elk grabs that kill. Rookie's TP just a bit too late. So BLG get the first kill on the board at a critical time.
And that's right, and Rookie's kind of TPing to nothing here. In fact, he's going to have to back away as well. Going to give up the opportunity for Beichuan to be able to take away more jungle camps. Elk and On going to be able to get full use of the 3 grubs they've gotten as well. So it's going to be more turret plating going their way too. So not a bad sequence here from BLG so far. It feels like they've been getting most of what they want so far this early game. The only thing that IG have really denied them are a lot of the dives that they've been trying to set up.
I'm pleasantly impressed by BLG's approach to this game. The play-by-play of me that wants perma-fighting isn't, but you called it out, right? Like, they had a disastrous bottom lane start, and through pure macro, they have gotten the gold lead back. They have control of the first 2 early objectives. This is not the BLG I thought we were signing up for, but it's still very impressive as Gali gets another valuable culling to force a solo laner from Billy back.
Yeah, it's really nice. He's been doing a lot of that so far this game, and it's been a nice look too, considering Gala and Mako, in particular, early on, especially during that first round robin, not playing their best, especially when you consider the names of those players and what they mean considering their history in the LPL. So it's been nice to see them turn things back up, play more to that peak we expect from them, and it's nice to see them play pretty well this game too, because they've been doing a pretty good job forcing people away from waves, forcing people off of turrets, and creating little advantages for himself that way.
And now the items to show those leads are starting to come across there with the Sundered Sky already done for Beichuan, who is raced out to a serious camp lead, by the way, despite the fact that JJ got that early kill and the assist down. The jungle gold lead is virtually neutralized through the camps, and the way Beichuan is pathing and mid lane is in control of On and Elk, they are cruising towards being able to either force IG to fight in a bad spot for this dragon or get 2 Drakes early for relatively little.
Yeah, I think the 2 Drakes is really what they want, because I think IG have been... Oh, I need to hold that.
Spirit Rush out of Night, so gets 2 charges out, but Beichuan's here for the turn. Charm going to go
nice.
wide, though, from Night, so JJ gets around it. To try and slam him into the wall is Beichuan, but JJ has to burn the flash. He's going to try and go back for his camp, so Beichuan is there once again. This time it's the Crescent Guard. He goes for the Zinsec, but here's the Keeper's Verdict. On flashing forward into the Crescent Guard. Gets the Tangle Barb down. Rookie has the hijack Spirit Rush if he wants to go for the trade, but there's no members of IG over on this side of the map. Mako and Gala are too late on the rotate. Let's see if IG still want this fight. They have no business being in this jungle, and Mako ends up paying the price.
And I was just about to praise IG for how they neutralized and minimized a lot of the early aggressive plays BLG wanted, because it's important for them to be able to do it. The Shy.
The Shy's cooking. He gets around the entire equalizer. He's got the bigger health bar. Gets another big chunk of damage, but top lane chicken, no kills.
Yeah, but again, wanted to praise IG. I think they spent a lot of this early game minimizing BLG's impact, which is important for them because they want to keep the game low and slow. But right there, we see it. BLG kind of break the game wide open. While the game was kind of even so far, they're able to secure a 2,000, or rather, just under a 1,500 gold lead. But these little advantages are so important on top of the fact that there are already 2 Drakes in here in terms of dragon stacking. This is that kind of pressure BLG need to have this game, and they need to keep finding it.
And this is the type of pressure that they've allotted for themselves that works seamlessly with their team identity. I know this has been kind of a slow early game fighting-wise, but with all the control they'll have over dragons going forward, you know, turret pressure with the grubs, IG are going to have to walk into very uncomfortable spots going forward against BLG, who are just ruthless.
Yeah, I really like this one near from Beishwan too. He flashed so that it looked like he wanted to go for the E, but also made it that he would still be able to be on the other side of that crescent guard. So it allowed him to continue being part of that play, take down the Xin Zhao, and of course get that numbers advantage, which led to this very successful fight that I think IG really just shouldn't have been a part of.
Nope. It was part of our big worries for both these teams, right? It's why I called the intervention. Beatdown is over aggressive spots like that.
Well, speaking of aggressive spots, On taking advantage of the, I was going to say new Nico, but it's really just not new anymore. It's been around for like a year. Those minion plays or something IG are going to have to be very cognizant of. There's 2 teams who play against Nico. And it's teams who press tab and teams who don't.
Teams that can count and teams that don't.
That's right.
Rift Herald, the next play here for BLG. Remember, with the Ren Smite advantage, they really should never be 50-50s. Keeper's Verdict also does a big factor, but the ult's going to whiff. Nonetheless, they pick up the Rift Herald. Can Beitron get the eye? Yes, he does. Rookie on the back end of the flank gets a huge hijack Pop Blossom, but once again, IG are separated on the fight. The Shy flies in with the Between Worlds. They knock down the Callista, but Bin is going crazy with the Flame Spitter. The Shy able to limp away alive, and Gala going to clean up. Knight goes down. And IG don't get the Herald, but they get a whole lot of gold. 4 for 2 on the fight win.
Yeah, that has got to feel great, especially with Gala sitting on those double buffs right now. He's going to be able to get more gold, as you got to imagine that tier 1 turret is also going to be taken down in the process. We're going to take this fight, we're going to look at this fight again. Unfortunately, Beishwan just slightly mistimed the Keeper's Verdict. And even though they secure the Herald, they get the eye in the process. You can see Rookie, he gets a really big hijacked Pop Blossom. He's able to sustain himself, do so much, and look how many people are focusing him in this team fight, while Mako and Gala are able to do so much work. And Gala is on this Lucian. He's already at a point where he's doing a lot of damage, and the fact that he's being ignored this entire time, because of the space his mid laner buys him, is huge.
The Shy as well slips right out with that Between World. Perfect execution on that Aurora. So IG, despite some of the slow pace game and little mistakes they made trying to play the map, they go back to their old ways. Beatdown, just fight your way out of your woes.
And they do, and unfortunately, sometimes that means you fight your way into your woes as well. Remember, right now, BLG have a little pressure here. Knight is able to get some damage on this tier 1. He could probably take it. He's working
grubs,
with 3 grubs. Yeah, very potent. And while it wasn't a great look there for BLG in terms of that fight, they're still in an okay position this game. They have feats of warfare, and more importantly, they got those first 2 Drakes. And with 50 seconds on the next one, there is a legitimate angle for them to get a pretty early Dragon Soul. You got to imagine that's what a lot of their focus is going to be. Also, something we haven't really pointed out yet, Elk is going for the more burst damage, Callista build, Hail of Blades, lethality. So really it's just throw a couple spears, rend, and they explode.
That's the plan. Also, very underrated piece for BLG's tempo here. Getting that mid-tier 1 down. It really opens up those vision lines to come further up. Makes IG have to second guess about going into their own jungle when setting up for, you know, a Baron or this 3rd Drake, the first Chemtech Drake that would put BLG on Soul Point. You can see how important that is to them. They TP Knight down from the top side, and they're looking for angles in. Here comes the Fate's Call. Thought I heard the channel. Nonetheless, it's Beitwan flying in first. Doesn't get the knock up into the wall. They get the charm onto JJ, though. He's got to pop the Crescent Guard to make sure none of that Callista burst damage comes across. So get the Xin ult out, as BLG will meander their way down towards that coveted Drake.
Yeah, I mean, no Xin ult. Means you have a very low chance now of winning that fight. I think they're going to take the Drake, and IG look like they want to play for that fight after, but ooh, again.
Oh, but the charm from Knight. JJ does not have Crescent Guard to protect him from this Ahri damage. Got the Rend in store for Elk if he wants to make sure that there's no 50-50. It's really hard for JJ to even try and risk this Dragon, so it goes down and Ode flies in with the two-man Pop Blossom. The Shy is stun locked, falls down first, and that's all the BLG need. They fate call Own back out to safety. Flawless execution from Billy.
It just doesn't get any simpler. One kill, you get the Drake, and you walk it out. No problem. Nice fight coming through from BLG. That's going to be pretty easy for them to go back and just get set up trying to focus on the rest of that map. And now with Bin being the target, again, Rumble being pretty good in these situations, just very easily able to use that equalizer and walk away. That time wasted, BLG have just been ruthless. Every play that IG try that doesn't work, or even if it does, Beishwan is here. He's in that jungle. He's stealing camps. BLG are taking resources and punishing IG across the map.
I'm just so perplexed, and not in a negative way. This game has been so slow and steady, methodical approaches to fights from BLG. Beatdown, you said it. We both watched, obviously, a ton of VODs. We cut clips of all the fighting from BLG and IG. It's been the exact opposite.
Yeah, I mean, it's been interesting to see the difference here so far. Again, to be fair, the last time these teams faced off, it was more than a month ago. A few patches have gone by.
Different jungler.
Growth throughout the split. Exactly. Beishwan is coming in now. So it does make sense that we are seeing a little bit of different performances from both of these teams. But yeah, it is interesting. No 50-kill games, at least for the moment. The series isn't over yet, Slayer. It's okay.
I mean, yeah, we had a kill a minute, 50-minute game first time around for these two teams. We are not far off being a half a kill every minute at this rate.
Yeah, true.
24 minutes coming up pretty soon. And again, not a bad thing, just sort of
different.
An unusual spot to be in nonetheless. This is what we're a bit more accustomed to, is two junglers scrapping it out and maybe kicking a fight off the back end of that as Gala gets claimed by Tangle Barb. Owen has been, well, on it with this Nico. Nonetheless, getting cleansed out. Rookie, excuse me, in the 1 versus 2 does not get the keeper's verdict off the hijack, and Beishwan returns him to sender. Uses the real hammer to throw up for the kill, and Knight grabs it.
Yeah, you can see the posturing here. Elk and Owen are walking down. They're going to secure vision. I think they're in a good spot to actually just go ahead and start the Otacon. They do enough damage. Again, their ability to secure objectives with the Ren Smite is so potent here. So they do have the run of this one if they want to. But even if they don't, they're just knocking down turrets on both sides of the map here. And BLG, they're winning big.
It's just impossible for IG to respond right now. They can't walk up to that Otacon. Somebody has to match Bin, who does have teleport if a fight breaks out. Every exit is covered from BLG right now.
Yeah, it's tough. The problem is you want Rookie to be matching him in this situation, but he only just came off the gray screen. He is going to answer in case his teleport is required. But overall, you can see the map state. Both side lanes pushed in, meaning that BLG, they kind of have the run of the place right now. They're able to set up a little bit of deep vision. They maintain control of this mid wave. And again, this Otacon pit, even the Dragon pit overall, it's theirs to control.
And I'm glad the game has rewarded Bin with a bounty for this 0-0-2 scoreline, because he's such an integral cog in constantly denying dives. He, over and over again, ults waves at the perfect time, soaks up a ton of pressure, gets that top tier 1 turret, forces Rookie to respond all the way to this wave, and while it didn't get the Otacon the first time round, it has those lasting effects, and now the Otacon picked up for free. You know things are going good. You're getting good eats when you get Otacon with 0 response, but what, a top lane tier 1 turret? They don't even get this mid tier 1. They have the teleports to cover it.
Yeah, I like this one, so they don't even give up too much in the process, and now they want to fight.
Oh, Knight, good charm timing as JJ goes in. Crescent Guard drop, but on. Fate's call out. Nearly dies, plays his health bar to the absolute edge. Does sacrifice the mid tier 1 turret. It feels like Bonon goes back in, and I spoke too soon. Elk has to be careful trying to play around those bubbles as Gala drops the culling. Good use of the clone from On once more, who continues to be so slippery on this Nico, and BLG don't give anything up.
Yeah, and look what's happening here. Because of this commitment to IG to take down, or from IG to take down this turret, they lose control of the map yet again. A big wave was under that bot tier 2 turret. They lost a lot of it. I mean, top wave is still in a really difficult position for IG to be dealing with. And because of this overcommitment, they get nothing from it. They basically cede control of the entire map. Because now...
Oh, and Bejuan, he's hunting. He went a little too far forward, but another clutch charm comes across. JJ has no crescent guard, no Xin Zhao ultimate. That's the jungler for IG down with Chem Tech Soul Drake up.
That's it. Soul's taken. There's really no contest to be had here. I don't even know why IG are even bothering to posture. They want to get front row movie seats to watch the Dragon Soul go through, I suppose. But at the end of it, no trade for IG, no response to be had. They just lose out on pretty much every level. They might lose a little bit more.
Oh,
wow.
This is the BLG I know and love. They're going for the throat. On with the two-man Pop Blossom. Gala didn't even get to move for a whole 5 seconds. 2 kills just like that. And BLG are hunted for more.
Yeah, and IG, they have to run with their tail between their legs as this game is really starting to fall apart for them. BLG, they're sitting on that 4K gold lead. Again, full map control in their favor as IG can barely step outside of their base. And it's just more resources being taken away. The jungle difference in terms of farm continues to grow in favor of Bejuan. And you can see that it's just so easy for him to take away resources. A rookie, he has to be careful. He can't get into any fights really with anybody because there's just such a small chance of his team being able to help him.
Again, some of the items are starting to get there for IG, but they just... There's no pace behind them. They're just always clicking back. And
yeah,
again, hats off to On. This Nico has been masterful.
It's been great, yes. We got to give him credit for how well he's been playing that one. I think the pop feed from Bejuan has been great as well. And the fact that he's been able to farm so effectively and more particularly deny resources from JJ, you can see it really reflect in the experience difference. Bejuan is 3 levels up on JJ. Yeah, like this is a significant experience difference. And the more IG struggle, the more it's going to continue to grow.
Yeah, that is not just Otacon diff, folks. That is a whole lot
That's
more.
jungle diff, baby.
Yeah, that is jungle diff by definition. For BLG, where you're at this point, you could just really go through the motions. This is a spot where you really want to see BLG not like try and overforce fights. I know they're very far ahead, but you have Chemtech Soul, you have side lane control constantly.
Yeah.
Just wait for your Baron window or IG gambling.
It's right
trying
now.
to make sure you don't take it. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I mean, the setup is perfect. Again, this has just been the map state. IG really haven't been able to respond in any capacity. And now they kind of have a decision. Do we try and contest this Baron? Do we all in on the person in the mid lane? I mean, again, the vision is good. Bejuan can hit the ultimate, but I still think they can play for this one.
They have the Ren Smite, remember. There should be no world where JJ can get away with this steal. He's going to fly in. The tidal wave comes across. It gets close, but still, Bejuan secures it. Meanwhile, Gala gets booted out of the fight at about 40% HP, and that leaves the Shy to his lonesome. He's going to use the Between Worlds to try and dash out, but guess who calculated exactly for it? It's Bejuan and On, who meet him on the other side of his portal. Down goes the Equalizer, and here comes Billy Gaming with complete vengeance and no regard for Gala and IG. This is clinical.
It really has been from BLG. What a great look for them. And again, you got to give some credit to Invictus Gaming for how they played out the early game, how they tried to keep things slow. But Billy, as soon as they got a little bit of control, they ran away with this game. And IG have just not been able to respond. And the map play, the objective setup from BLG has just been too good, and it's gotten them this absurd gold lead that we're looking at right now at almost 10,000.
This is such a huge sign for a BLG team that, as we get a replay look at this start to the Baron, you know, dominated 2024, beat down with this combination of, you know, hand stiff in their solo lanes being, you know, some of the best in the world, but it was also this macro aggressive approach to the map state that was really lacking for most of 2025. This is a very big sign of maybe a return to form here if this keeps up for BLG.
It is a really good look. And it does make me really excited if they're able to continue this into the next game.
On
my
with
God.
another pick. Mako flashing out of an equalizer. So you do get 2 ults for a surviving Nami. Small win, nonetheless. Oh, Rookie.
It's about to. I was gonna say maybe a small loss incoming, but Rookie's able to walk away from this one. But yeah, to your point too about this return to form for BLG, it really has been a nice look for them, especially here today. If they're able to keep that up, this is a team where you really got to look at them for title contention to actually win the LPL here in Split 2.
Here's the final stand for IG at their inhibitor turret. Hijacked Pop Blossom just to hold Beichuan at bay. Look at the line of Ganon minions just set up right here. Just firing along on that turret that if it drops, BLG are going to full send it and maybe just wallet diff this one. On goes for a bit of an aggressive play onto the Shy. Luckily, he's got the Fate's Call to hold him in place. Crescent Guard, another defensive ult dropped by JJ's. The equalizer comes through. Turret is down. JJ has no way out but to go forward. In flies Beichuan. They've got Knight coming across as well. Clutch Charm landed from Knight. He picks out the Shy from the fray, and that will do it. 30 minutes of near dominance from BLG to kick themselves off to a 1-0 series lead.
We're going to have a little fun with this one. Maybe bully Mako in the base, but what a great opener here for BLG. Again, no room for placements moving, but BLG, they're here to style.
And maybe most importantly, they are looking to come into their playoff spot in about a week's time, if not a little bit more, in the best form. That's something that is integral for these 4 teams, like we talked about with JDG and AL just a series ago.
We did. Again, it is a really good look for them in this game 1 of the series. We'll see if IG are going to be able to bounce back, but that one looked rough. I'm not going to lie.
I mean, like, they had the good bot lane start, but even after that, they were just not on the right page on the map. Like, Beichuan, it really was from the jump, right? It was like Beichuan steals a bunch of camps, gets the first dragon. He passes up to the grubs, gets those for free, and that was the tiny snowball you made with your hands, kicked down the side of a mountain, and look what happened at the bottom. Bye cabin, IG cabin.
Yeah, pretty much. I think overall the early game, again, there were moments where I think IG responded to dive attempts really nicely because that was pretty important there for that early setup. Especially you're playing Poppy, you want to dive a lot. But it got to a point where, again, the objective setups were too good. The way they set up that first dragon timing to basically turn that into dragon, 3 grubs, a really nice keeper's verdict to ensure there's no contention into just constant objective wins. It feels like from that point on, when they lost that first dragon, Invictus Gaming were on the back foot pretty much the entire game.
Without a doubt, beat down. And while it was a while ago, I can't help but pull back to tape that we saw from IG before their 5-game win streak. This was, all the way back in week 5 would be April 28th. But the 3rd game against Weibo, I want to point out, played out a lot like this, where it was just breathe with this Gnar split pushing constantly, IG trying to answer the other 4-man on neutral objectives, and we're just walking back and forth. They were pacing along the map. This is another game where that really shows through, and that is, we talk about consistency for all these teams. That's been the buzzword right now, right? Consistency. That's the IG floor. That's the floor you worry about. The floor that has them, maybe being another playoff for lower bracket playoff exit team like they were in Split 1.
It's starting to feel like it too. I mean, this is the IG that's on a 5-game win streak. This is the team that was dubbed the super team by everyone at the start of the year. The team that, while showing us some pretty high highs, having that low floor, as you stated. So the hope is they're going to be able to kind of get that one together, if not today, while they're in playoffs. Because, it would be tough to see them go for an early exit, especially a roster of this caliber, a roster with names that carry so much history in this league.
Yeah, I mean, the Shy made it a point to say he wasn't going to come back unless he got to play with Rookie again. He gets Rookie to come back. We already talked about the ceiling that Gala can bring to a team is monstrous. Yeah. Mako's sheer number of games played, the veterancy this guy can put on top of a roster like this. That is the reason why the bar is so high for IG. Is we go back through some of these stats from game number 1, and I don't think stats can really tell that great of a story. I also think like I've got caught saying this a little too much beat down, but like player of the game conversation, like there are people that deserve it, but if I could just give it to like the team, like this would be the spot to do it for me personally. Like just BLG player of the game. Yeah.
I mean, I probably agree with you. I'd probably still throw it to. Why did they pick an MVP? Might be
It's
Beishwan,
tough.
to be honest.
Could be.
I mean, I think the mid jungle played really nicely. I think Owen had a really great game too. Maybe I'm with you, and then I would probably just give it to a team. Honestly, while I think Elk played fine, especially around the objectives, I think he was just kind of a passenger this game.
Yeah.
But overall, yeah, I mean, there are a lot of candidates. You give me like a minute, I'll give you like a definitive answer, but it's tough.
It's tough indeed. Not tough though for BLG, who
They
get
make
one
it
of their
look
most make it look easy. Get one of their most convincing wins of what feels like the entire split. Definitely one of the most convincing wins of the Beishwan era for BLG. They are now, I believe. Did you say was 7-1 the series
7-1.
scores or game scores? Or no, yeah, that would be series scores with how.
Yeah.
Yeah, but 8-1 with Beishwan. They got the new head coach the last week here as well. The 2024 head coach helming as well. Things are looking up for BLG, and again, it's so important to think big picture right now because we're so close to play-ins and playoffs. Like JDG's form from the last series, BLG right now.
Yeah.
If you're top esports or AL, you got to make sure you are on it for playoffs.
Oh, yeah. BLG is a team you definitely have to keep an eye on because they are looking like they're going to be able to do some serious damage. It's only game one, so we'll see if they're going to be able to keep this up going into that second game. But it's still a really good look so far. Again, great performance from Knight there on the RA Beishwan, on the Poppy. And I think I've decided.
Okay.
Me personally, I'll probably give it to Beishwan, but I think Knight will win because of, plot.
Plot, okay.
Yeah.
I almost want I almost want to say on this Nico.
That's really valid. That's valid.
Maybe it's a little bit of biasy because I know, a lot of the scrutiny went ways away when BLG were struggling in the first round robin, but a lot of people were looking to Owen to step up. He's been, a sore topic for this team for a while. I think that was one of his best games for a bottom lane that doesn't get a lot of attention on a team with Knight and Bin. So we'll see if it goes that way in a bit here. Beatdown, the question I want to ask you is, what do you want to see from IG going on to blue side? They get their first blue side game. What needs to change up maybe from a draft perspective for you to feel confident in an IG draft? I assume it's somewhat team fight based.
Yeah, I'm not even sure I necessarily want them to make any big draft changes in particular. Oh my God, Beishwan player of the game.
Got it.
Goats.
There you go.
Respect. You love to see it. It's less about draft and more about decision making. I think there were a lot of moments there for IG where they were committing to fights that they didn't really have any business going for. We kind of talked about it as it happened. But we saw from them and how they were able to slow down the game early on. But there was this moment where they walked into a fight that was already over and gave away 2 more kills, and I was just like, why? What was the purpose? What were you trying to achieve? And if they stop doing things like that, then we can talk.
Got to find better moments to try and maybe force a fight that you have somewhat of a chance on. But back to that intervention board, right? It's not taking every fight you see, even when they're in a negative spot. So we'll see if IG can go back to that drawing board and learn from it. Try and keep their win streak alive. They'll have to do it reverse sweep, best of 3 fashion. And it starts with a Game 2 draft coming your guys' way after this break. We'll see you in a few. Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL English unofficial broadcast. And one of the awesome sponsors that helps keep this volunteer show running is MOBA Trainer. If you're here for the first series for AL versus JDG, we showed off this awesome program that lets you do a bunch of cool puzzles to try and get better at your League of Legends knowledge. And we are going to play another one here to see if the hot streak of beatdown continues. The guy aced the first one.
Oh, no, the pressure.
The pressure. I'm throwing it your way. We could pick whichever one comes. Yeah, sure. This you can do a random puzzle as well. So this one, quick decisions in an explosive early game to win the situation. This is a hard one, and we're playing from the jungle perspective, if I am not mistaken. Yeah, so we're the Xin Zhao. All right.
What should Xin do?
Oh wow, we're just talking clears. Okay.
Honest.
Take red or take.
I think you should just take red buff, to be honest.
Just path down fully.
You're vulnerable to an invade. Would be better to take Krugs for. Oh, I guess because bot lane is pushed into. Yeah, that makes sense. All right, fair enough. The streak is over, guys. GG.
You got 4 more though, because this is a hard level. So.
Oh, okay.
We'll get a lot more chances nonetheless. So. Correct decision is to go for the Krugs. If you missed it, there's a video explanation always on why the Mobile Trainer devs thought that was the right decision. So you get a video with a voiceover every single time as we move into our next choice. Ward, face check, or go top scuttle.
Who's it?
Well,
Wukong?
your red buff is already, so you don't know if it's gone or it's being taken.
I mean, it's there. So, because I still see it on the mini map. If there really were, honestly, top scuttle.
Go top scuttle.
We're stronger because he's taking red. We can fight.
Oh,
okay. Wait, is it in the bush? Oh, it is.
Yeah.
I couldn't see the picture. It feels bad.
It's all right.
Surely it's auto attack smite. We need this red buff. Yes.
Boom. All right, here we go. Level 4 first gets the red buff. Easy trade. Nice smite, Zhao.
Yes.
So,
kill this guy.
Wukong, I assume he burned flash over the wall. So you watch him flash. You have red. Is this not just? Ooh, gank Orianna or fight Scuttle? You got your Senna behind you.
I think Wukong just flashed, so I think he ganked Orianna, to be honest.
Let's do it. There we go.
Just push
Too
it up.
far up is vulnerable.
Get her.
By the way, shout out this EU West solo queue game that has a Vigar support with a Sivir. Just want to point that one out before we roll into this last puzzle. That is wild. W flash.
Last one. W flash for sure.
I like it. Let's go for it.
There's
no escape for Orianna.
I love that.
All right, there we go. Perfect. Wind becomes lightning, and see you later, Orianna.
Oh my god, and you give it to the Ahri too.
What? That's Beichuan right there. I know that. Gives the kill tonight. So, rough start. Good turnaround. You get to see the multiplier there, so you get extra points. You multiply, and you open up that awesome map that our producer Kelsey was showing off earlier. So that's, you could do this daily. You get free puzzles with the free version, but if you're looking to unlock all premium, the premium mode, all those unlimited puzzles, our code you see at the bottom of the screen, LPL20 for a discount on premium. The proceeds go directly towards supporting the MOBA Trainer devs themselves, and of course, us here at the LPL English unofficial broadcast. Big shout out to MOBA Trainer, making sure we are polished on our game knowledge. And game knowledge that BLG really showed off from a macro standpoint, beat down for a dominating Game 1 win. Now they go to red side, and we jump straight into this draft with a lot of powerful champions being banned off the board as always, but markedly the Yone, the Yorick, the Gwen, the focus for IG, and jungle focus for BLG with the Neferi and Vi and Pantheon. So full jungle on one side and arguably full solo lanes on the other.
Trying to think what the first pick might end up being here. I mean, Jace is still up. Talia, not banned, hasn't been picked yet. I think there are still a lot of angles here for IG to go for. But yeah, Talia is just kind of that natural decision. And BLG, we'll see how they respond.
I'm curious what Beichuan feels like he's going to be able to grab here. Because you ban 3 junglers, you got to have an idea of what you want to play yourself. We saw that Skarner was banned away from him in the second phase. It's a big champion for him. You point out the Sejuani as well in a spot like this. No Zinzao from game 1. But they'll go with the one of the most stable early picks here with the Varus left up, so Elk's going to gobble that one up.
Yeah, I feel like it's an easy pick for him there. You can be flexible in your build paths and give you a lot of different options there. It's going to be about a response for Knight in the mid lane, or just getting Beishwan one of the better jungles up. But it's looking like the answer is neither.
Oh.
A Scion, very frequently denied from very many teams. Bin just wants it.
And Bin had one of his coolest highlight reels. We saw it in the last time around in that game 2 when he got behind IG, hit the 3-man decimating smash, full knock-up. That won them the game 2. Saw the crowd react a bit to this Nidalee pick. At this point in the draft, it can technically be JJ's, but it's a team with the
We
Shy,
know.
so.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
the Shy is the one who popularized this pick quite literally everywhere. So you got to imagine it is going to be the response to the Scion there in the top side. So it is going to be going for more of that split push threat. It is pretty strong as a duelist, even in the AD build, so that'll be interesting.
I will point out that the clear worry. There have been games where the Shy, most of the time he gets that very big early lead, just being a menace, getting a ton of grass stacks, but it's been rough for him to translate it out of lane because that's the nature of this pick. So
Yeah.
I'm curious to see how that Nidalee fits in again, knowing the highs and the lows of this pick. The Lilia comes through for Beishwan, so he played this. He was a big fan of this on Thunder Talk. He had some really big Lilia games for that team, but it's a different look for Beishwan on a team like BLG. So that's cool to see that he gets that kind of a carry jungler after playing a ton of more supportive style, knowing this team's identity.
Yeah. I'm pretty interested to see what the bans are going to be here. I think Annie ends up being fine. You just want to remove any wombo combo potential. I think JJ is probably going to get hit with another jungle ban. I wonder if it's going to end up being the Skarner on his end, just because that's pretty popular overall.
5 jungle
Either way,
bans.
I think he's
Wow.
needing some CC. Yeah, a lot of jungle bans.
That would be that just like tears on disrespect level. And so the Jarvan, yeah,
Ooh,
5 jungle
respect.
bans. JJ, what does JJ get to play? I mean, Skarner's still left up.
Skarner's up, Sedge is up. There's a lot of options.
I think he's in a fine spot because you also really need a primary engage tank for jungle at this point with this comp. So it does play into the wheelhouse of IG, who will likely, I would assume, take away another mid pick they don't want to deal with from Knight here. Yeah, and so the Zed
you
gets a
called
ban.
it.
All right, so do we leave counter pick here for Knight, or do we do on for support? Because
You do
there
on
is no
support for sure.
no
'Cause,
Silas, remember? Rookie played
Yeah,
game 1
you don't have to
Silas.
worry about a Silas. I mean, the fact is, you just want to give why use it for support when you can use it for someone like Knight in the mid lane, especially when something as powerful as Alistar is up. It just feels like a no-brainer. You have a great front line here for Elk, and I think in this situation, he actually can go the on-hit Varus build and not feel like he is on the verge of death at every moment. So gives him a pretty good opportunity to get to auto-attack this game, which is great.
It's interesting because there's like 2 sides to the coin. I almost feel you see like 3 very squishy champions. It's like, oh, lethality is going to get a ton of value because there's no tanks that just gobble up the arrows. But I think that's a good shout for lethality or for on-hit because there's just so much appeal on this comp. It's really Elk's world to play with on this Varus. We do get Mako locking in the Leona. It's a common pairing with the Jhin. You can just get some serious CC chains coming down and across. But JJ, this needs to be a tank jungler, or I am worried about.
I think it needs to be like a Kindred or something. Genuinely.
Oh, really? Okay.
I think IG have a damage problem. I don't like this one here. I really think like Alistar and Scion. Like, how is Jhin Talia going to kill that man? I don't know. I just really don't see it. And the only other thing, wait, hold on. What's?
Yeah. So it's.
Oh, it's Jace Mid. It's Jace Mid.
It's Jace Mid. Yeah,
I don't know
so
why. I had a moment where I was like, Scion jungle.
Yeah.
What year is it? Where am I?
Lilia mid. What's going?
Yeah.
What's going on here?
Yeah. feel like I'm in the caster clash. But yeah, I mean, immediate flag for me. Serious damage problem for
Yeah.
IG. I think Sion can just build the most armor in the world and laugh at everybody.
And now with this Jace pick, I think this is lethality Varus because it feels impossible. I feel like it's such a struggle for this team to get to both Knight and Elk, who just get to sit back with a big range advantage and like open up.
Yeah.
So this maybe I'm the negative Nancy here. This feels like one of the biggest draft gaps I've seen in a hot minute. Dare I say that? Maybe jinx this game, but I am really a fan of what BLG have come away with here.
I am too. It's less that for me though, and more I don't like what IG ended up finishing their comp with because
Mix this together.
again, you have, don't get me wrong, you have a lot of utility, you have a lot of tools to play out early mid game, but like late game, I don't know if I see Jhin. I mean, Jin's not a tank killer. Nidalee, I mean, isn't really going to build any pen. So while you'll be able to clear waves and be annoying in side lane, I think Sion is just going to be able to be more useful in team fights at the end of the day. So it's really just going to be a lot of pressure onto JJ and the Shy to be able to have a lot of impact early on.
That's the one thing this comp does accomplish is just skirmishing to a win from the get-go. Get proactive with this Lee Sin, get the Shy rolling on this Nidalee into a Sion where it's just like lane is already the Shy's and he can play completely in the comfort zone. Rookie Talia wall comes up. You can play for overloads. The point being is that if IG are going to make this comp work, they need to be proactive from the opening minutes. Beat down.
Yeah. I couldn't agree more, Slayer. And even stuff like this is great. You know, traps, vision, just trying to disrupt this Lilia's clear and keep Beishwan on the back foot. Anything you can do to kind of disrupt BLG's rhythm is very important in this game. Because again, like, it feels very hard for IG to play this game later on.
So what sort of antics do IG have in store? This is the team coming into this matchup on a 5-series win streak. Been looking super dominating, knocking off opponents like JDG in 2-0 fashion. Being able to put consistent series together, which has been a marker that neither one of these teams can say a lot for this entire Rumble stage. But BLG are in a prime position, and while they don't have as much backing of the Twitch prediction as last game, it is still you chatters looking at a 2-0 from BLG.
Yeah, again, I'm with Chad on this one. And, yeah, we'll see. Right now, Gala and Mako, they obviously have a pretty decent advantage so far in the early lane. We'll see if they can turn that one into something. Beishwan, they have every understanding of where he is, where he's going to end up. So that's why I like what JJ is doing right here. He's going to meet Beishwan on his blue side. And he's going to see if he can get some kind of kill going on here. Or maybe just take the blue buff.
You're much more powerful at this point. Lilia is a bona fide power farming jungler. A lot of pings coming down from Beishwan, so he knows at least not to even walk towards the side river and sort of contest JJ, who will take the blue. Maybe look towards the mid lane. Seems like JJ's pathing is he's really trying to read Beishwan's next move. He's cutting off his own top side, so Beishwan is just kind of doing a little track star impression here, running back and forth between his two jungle sides.
Yeah, and we'll guarantee that JJ does get that camp up on him as a result, and it messes with Beishwan's first clear a good bit. So now, and the warding is good too because, again, IG, they know where he is. They have perfect tracking on this Lilia so far. So being able to disrupt him on a farming champion like this, it is important. So this is a good start to the game.
Good start, but need to build on it going forward for IG. The question will be, is the lead big enough to close this game out in time against the ticking time bomb that is this BLG comp? Fancy footwork here coming across for Rookie as we, once again, in a matchup that we hyped is all about the team fights, is slow and methodical through this early window. First resets coming through for both these bottom lanes. BLG will make the move to swap up their Varus and Alistar into the Shy. And Vid will teleport straight back in to try and maybe get some plates off this turret.
Maybe. We are seeing, though, that it was a good early swap coming through here from BLG. Elk will lose out on a couple minions, but overall, because Bin was able to TP, he gets this wave in, actually denies it a good bit from the Shy, and is able to get Demolished Fuck off on the turret here. So, honestly, not a bad position for BLG to be in. Still the angle for them to play for Grubs if they really want to, and man, Bin, he's putting in work here. He's trying.
Listen, he is handshaking grass stack swaps. That's what's going on here. Just needs to be careful not to give up a kill along with it, as the spear does go wide. So does the slow
God, that
from
healing.
It's not going to get any less ridiculous, I'll tell you that.
Yeah. Very true. Otherwise, we're seeing, again, actually, another swap coming through here. Just trying to limit what Bin is losing, it seems. But it's tough, because right now the Shy, he has a big wave on his side here. He can kind of hold that wave if he wants to limit what Elk is going to be able to farm from this one. So now with that, you see that ping coming through here. They know someone's supposed to show up. But Elk might have a difficult time actually farming.
I wonder if he's just going to kind of sack those resources and try and help with this Drake take.
Yeah, I think so.
So just power through for this dragon. Beichuan going to try and grab that one up. Talked about a lot with these teams fighting on windows that are good for them and not trying to overforce things. So a little bit to my surprise that BLG respect the IG presence and come off that dragon and make sure there wasn't even a chance for anybody to fight over it. Maybe the mid lane is where the fight actually comes, is before Mako roams over. Nope, just to make sure that Rookie can get this wave in.
I think it was the right call to back off that dragon, actually. Because JJ is playing Lee Sin. I mean, it's been a while since I've casted this champion, but I remember that the Resonating Strike, similar to the Maokai Q, does do that sort of execute damage. Does make it easier for Lee Sin to steal objectives. He is a little stronger at that stage of the game, so I think BLG, they don't want to take any chances and give away objectives and kills they don't have to.
You know what, Beatdown, at the very least, we were hyped for the Lee Sin 1v1 in the last series, and then realized it was a little more somber because we didn't have any ward hops or crazy mechanics.
Oh, but we have him now!
We have him now!
True! You're so right.
So we'll see if JJ can tap into those fun Lee Sin
into the Karsa.
Yeah, exactly. Right now, though, we're just tapping into plates. Elk and On are going to grab that one that Bin started off earlier. Is keeping Mako down here to try and protect the Shy. They've been leaving Gala up solo topside. Another game where they do that just to give him some solo XP and keep him competitive in the farm. He's built up another freeze of his own that Bin will unfortunately have to answer for.
Yeah, it's a pretty interesting state to have the laners in. I mean, the Shy is able to offer a lot more pressure onto Elk, keeping this Varus behind. Does suit IG pretty nicely. And Gala's doing a pretty good job in that 1v1, so really only benefits them. Because you want to be slowing down BLG and slowing down them reaching the power spikes that they're hoping to get. Oh my god.
That's a full tank right there, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, I mean, if he's not careful, Bin's going to ult him.
Yeah, I mean, why not? Throw caution to the wind, Bin. You are playing the Scion. And that is the one difference from the last game when these lane swaps came out for BLG, is that Bin is totally comfortable just weak siding on the Scion. All you care about is stacking your health. So we'll see if he gets a little bit swifty here with his Unstoppable Onslaught as the Grubs are started up by Beichuan. Lilia very good at taking these Grubs, but JJ, does not win the Smite battle. So burns his Smite, and without it, he can't even try and trade one of these back. And that one misstep on the D key is going to give BLG another game of 3 Grubs.
Yeah. Honestly, I can't focus anymore because you said get swifty, and it like unlocked the memory.
What you know about those season 1 Rick and Morty plugs? That's what I'm talking about.
More than I expected, apparently. It's been a while, but it's a good time.
So you got to keep the vocabulary fresh, all right? There's too many buzzwords that you can say as a caster.
I know.
Luckily,
Like,
you got one of the few ones. You got the Cardinal Sin one out of the way early. I think you said in the pregame the ships passing in the night. I've committed myself to never.
I actually, yeah.
Oh,
I actually said that. Oh my god.
Oh my! There's some fancy footwork going on in this mid lane. Elk gets around a Q. The ult goes wide from Rookie. The Q also, he steps around it. And we are still deadlocked at 0 kills. It's IG versus BLG, and we're going to go 10 minutes with no kills.
That's crazy. But I mean, yeah, those spells, I mean, you want to talk about ships in the night.
Oh my god. Cut this guy's mic right now before he screams
I actually said that one intentionally early on too. Just because I know I'm like, everybody says it. I'm like, but this is a little different, you know?
Well, now you know that I'll never say it. Unless I see literal ships
I'll get you
passing.
to say it. I'll get you to say it.
We'll see. We'll get. Yeah,
I'll wear him down, chat. Don't worry.
You're right.
I know this is what you want to hear.
This is exactly what they care about.
Yeah.
It's
Not the
casters
gameplay.
talking. Not two teams that last time they faced, they had 50 kills in 50 minutes at 0-0.
Nope.
All right, here we go. We're going after Knight. Knight has
Knight.
a lot of friends coming his way, but he's got the flash. Another sidestep on a snare. The Deadly Flourish not going to land. This Dragon has been waiting patiently. Did not expect the grubs to go down before him. The Chemtech Drake is just watching everybody walk away from this pit. He's like, do I smell bad? Is something on my
Is it me? Is something
it
on my
me?
face?
What's going on? Can somebody help, please?
And
Nobody
BLG
wants
are
to
very
fight
happy. BLG are happy for that stalemate though, because I think the reason they went for that dragon early on is it was more of a luxury. When you're a team that scales really well, you don't need Dragon Soul, but picking up an early Drake is always great because you delay your opponent picking up the soul. So with that in mind, they've been able to not necessarily get it, but prevent IG from getting it. At this point, if we were to get a soul, it would be very late. And by the time such a conversation were to happen, BLG would just be online. They would be that 2-item mark where they want to be. And that's why you're seeing JJ go for the Drake right now.
So it finally started up at 11:30 on the clock. And Beatdown, how worried are you for IG now? Because we are already concerned from draft. Hold on, his Elk going to be the target of a pick play. Gets around the Solar Flare, but does not get away from the Seismic Shove. Doesn't have Cleanse or Flash, and there it is! Nearly 12 minutes into the game, IG strike first and get the kill onto Gala.
Yeah, really nice move there from Rookie. Oh,
we didn't see it on. We didn't see it. Nothing to see here, everybody.
My eyes are closed. My eyes are closed. Only bright side, been knocked down 2 turret plates while Rookie was away. But at the end of it, not only is getting a kill onto Gala good, getting Elk off the map at all is a pretty big deal. Oh,
Beichuan. Oh, the flash, the resonate. There we go, JJ. That's why you picked the Lee Sin.
Yeah.
Style it.
Nice. It's exactly what we needed to see. Again, more proactivity, more aggression, and more damage there onto the Lilia. Yeah, Beichuan has the Leandries already, but you're still waiting a little longer before this Lilia really becomes a threat.
So what's funny is the question I was going to ask you was how worried are you now for the IG draft after already having some concerns when they were picked?
I mean,
but immediately after that, they get 2 kills. So it's got to be a better answer than what I was expecting from you a minute ago.
I mean, still, no, I mean, still concerned. At the end of it, this is what they need to be doing. This is just kind of bare minimum. When you have compositions like this, this activity, trying to generate leads like this is kind of what you expect. Sure, if they want a pat on the back, I guess I'll give them one. But really, this is just kind of the ideal situations here. It is nice. This rotation is going to allow the Shy to be able to get some more turret plates and get more farm. I'm sorry, he's playing Nidalee, guys. He'll be fine.
He'll be fine.
Really.
I mean, he's got heals and 10 billion hops. Like, yep, there it is. 300 HP right back in the tank. Elk gets his summoners back up, so he won't be a pretty Sid Duck an easy target. There aren't many on the map to really be a target for either of these teams, but again, for BLG, it's biding your time. You're waiting to get this Lilia, pretty strong. You've got 2 monomune based champions. His Rookie now becomes a prime target without flash on the Talia, right as I was talking about how there weren't any prime targets.
Yeah, a nice
JJ
roll
on a
seed.
ward.
Yeah, he doesn't know. The thing is, Mako's around though, so this is actually favorable for IG.
Bottom
See
lane,
Elkin
though.
on.
Yeah.
This is a little awkward. They could get turned on.
Oh, over the wall with the Hex Flash. There's no wave to even think about a dive coming across here.
Yeah.
So everyone walk it out. Now walk it out. Now walk it out.
Oh!
Oh!
Oh, I thought.
200 HP heal.
Yeah, very chill. Otherwise, and again, I mean, we
TPing for
could be
a dive?
diving. Yeah, he's like really low mana. They have a
Here
wave.
comes Knight with the Jace. Weaver's wall. Bin flashes.
Ooh,
not
the
enough.
last rock.
Here comes Knight, though. The golden left hand. How many kills can he find? He's got to get some pretty good target selection here. Whiffs the enhanced shock blast. The Shy is dancing around him. The kill finally comes across, and Beightwan's here to clean up the second one. Right when you think IG are making the better play on the map, BLG shut it down. 2-1 kills.
Using the Lily of Sleep is kind of crazy, but you know
True,
what?
actually.
You secure the kills, soul laners for IG are down, and you are going to be able to get the Rift Heralds. It's a good way for BLG to get more gold into their pockets, allow them to equalize the very small gold lead that's up right now. On has to play defense just to make sure nothing funny ends up happening, but you got to imagine this is going to be a guaranteed take here. Can they walk out is the question.
They don't have that Lilting Lullaby, as you pointed out. Mako going to hold on to the Solar Flare. There is a Curtain Call as well. Chains of Corruption not going to land on a JJ. Own going to have to use the Unbreakable Will. Flashes, one Curtain Call shot, the other one blocked by Elk Masterly. The Resonating Strike comes through for
the
JJ.
kick?
And gets the kill onto Own with the kick. Ben Helt, full HP, very tanky Scion, but there's no damage behind him. He's kind of just holding the line here, daring all of IG to jump on after him. They won't find that kill either, but still 1 for 1 thanks to the nifty Lee Sin plays that JJ continues to show out.
I mean, this is the pick that he wanted to play. He is playing the a burst damage Lee Sin build as well. It's Electrocute Lethality. Since there are a lot of squishy members there on BLG, he wants to take advantage. If that Supersonic Strike ends up landing there on Beightwan, Knight, or Elk, basically it's flash or die.
Flash or die. This is the timer for IG's comp. With those cheaper items, they've got the Yomus and the Collector to main ones to point out here that they're playing through. The Triforce done for the Shy. This is really a huge strong point for that. The Shy special Nidalee, the Lethality Lee Sin. IG need to compound on this and keep looking for plays. They've got the Dragon stacking, which is pretty big for them, at least knowing that the other team is a scaling monster.
And it is a Hextech Soul as well, one that's very powerful.
Huge.
So a buff that they'll be very happy to collect, should they be able to get the remaining 2 dragons. For now, they're kind of going back to slowing things down. Next thing on the horizon is the Otacon. That I gotta imagine neither team can really take very quickly early on, but wouldn't be surprised if IG would try to force it if they get an opportunity.
The Shy, I just love that no matter what's going on, he's just limit testing. How many turret shots can I take? How many Qs can I take from this Scion? Because you can't take very many Qs from this guy, with this Knight. Jace coming across. The Seraph Shield, will it be enough to save Rookie?
Woo!
Wow, is that damage from
Where'd he
JJ? Ridiculous! Where the hell did Knight go? Just like that. Double kill over to Rookie. IG fighting their way to wins once more. But Beightwan on the other side of the map is going to allow Bin to finally shut down that pesky Nidalee. Turret race.
I think IG are probably going to win that turret race. Although BLG do have the grubs. It's looking
Feats
like
of Warfare,
that isn't going to be quite enough. Yeah, it's Feats of Warfare. That Lee Sin damage is actually hilarious.
Holy.
At that point, he had finished the opportunity. And it was buffed recently for melee users. I think it was on 2509, but don't quote me on that. And now, unfortunately, Elk.
Yomus.
You get to live. Oh.
Needs to hit the Chains of Corruption to really make that outplay come across.
Yes.
Gala lives thanks to that. Mako, hello. Zenith Blade through. Solar Flare. The stun lock comes across on the
my God,
The
that
lethality Lee Sin is disgusting. And the Wilting Lullaby is cleansed by Gala, so he can't even be traded back out. Shouldn't have enough damage to finish off Own, I would think, with the Unbreakable Will. He goes back in, though. Elk damage is just not enough to knock down Mako. The Shy flies in next, trying to find the XQ, gets right back over the wall. Flash out away from the deadly force. The current call doesn't hit onto Elk, but it finds Owen off to the side, and the rookie flying on in, surfing with the Weaver's Wall, mops up the next kill. BLG are starting to crumble, and here comes Lethality Leeson again, eviscerates the health bar of Elk just like that. IG break this game open to the tune of a near 4K gold lead.
And this is the gameplay that IG needed to go for here in this game. And JJ leading the charge with this Lethality Leeson has been able to do so much work here. Knight, he's going to get the turret trade. But actually, he is going to be at no risk to himself. Rookie doesn't want to mess with his chances there. But we're going to see it here. I think, honestly, this is not, I'm not going to lie, this hasn't been a great Varus game for Elk. He's been missing I think he's missed every chain of corruption so far, and missed very many piercing arrows. A lot of potential damage out of the picture. Yeah, but otherwise, it's been a good look here for Invictus Gaming so far. They've been winning a lot of these skirmishes. Again, JJ has been doing so well in these fights. He's been setting up his team really nicely.
The picture, we see the Rift Herald used to try and knock down this mid-tier 1 turret, but it is not falling. They're committing so much to do this, but it's going to be to the tune of Beijua getting sacrificed. BLG trying to flex their very tanky front line, and that piercing arrow finally hit its mark. In with the shock blast. There is the combo the BLG were desperately waiting for from Elk and Knight. It gets them a big play to swing the pendulum back. The Shy trying to answer onto his own tier 2 turret, but the teleport was there for Bin. Oh my god, how's Knight done this? JJ, so low, that's a huge shutdown. Gala's gonna trade it. And opens up the current call. He was so accurate last time. He found 2 kills. He's 3 for 3 on shots. 4 for 4.
God.
Gala is rent-free in Elk's head right now.
Oh my god. Doesn't miss. And with that, at least it is going to be that bit of a response here. BLG are able to narrow the gold lead a little bit. It was a good fight coming through here, taking advantage of the fact that the Shy couldn't join, because you could see it. I believe the Unstoppable Onslaught came through here. Finally, a Chain of Corruptions lands. You love to see it. And you can see this whole time the Shy is splitting.
7-0 on this Jhin for Gala. Oh, you were worried about it. Jhin is not a tank buster. We're really going to test that theory now. How ahead do you have to be a tank buster is my question for Gala. I did see in the picture I believe On died off screen, so there's another kill over for IG. But yeah, let's just soak this one in.
Let's just take it in. Like, all 4, beautiful.
Oh, I thought he was gonna count all of them out. That would have been. Oh my God, Knights! Oh, what is happening to BLG right now?
To be fair, IG's comp really good at finding picks. Knight, who is flashless. I honestly think there's really only one way that could have gone. So it's going to give IG the opportunity. They're going to secure this Otacon, get that permanent buff going for them. And BLG are going to have no response here. IG get this lead back up to about 4,000 gold. Exactly how they needed to play out this early game. It has been working out for them really well so far. The saving graces here for BLG are Bin, because the more armor that he builds, the more difficult it's going to be for really anyone to do anything about him on the side of IG. And Knight, who's already sitting at 3 items, by the way.
Yeah. Opportunity of his own completed. This is so much lethality in this game. I do like to see that Gala is not the one opting for it at this point. I'd like to think some of what the factor comes down to the lead that he's garnered. So he is going to be really deadly no matter how long this game goes. If we do see BLG, stalling this one out a decent amount, because he's going to have, I mean, he's got the IE done. This is like 3 items.
Yeah, that's huge.
This is terrifying.
Yeah, that's a really big deal. Any autos he's going to be doing onto people not named Bin are going to be so powerful.
Still got both of his summers available. Is Bin going to be targeting these side lanes? And there's more than enough damage between JJ and Rookie to cut through this health bar. Great seismic shove as well. There is no friends on this side of the map for Bin. And BLG, I mean, they're just all they can do is catch mid and top wave on the flip side.
Yeah, really nothing else to respond. I mean, we're a minute away from the Baron spawning. BLG still down 3k gold in this game. You got to imagine one more misstep like what we saw will give Invictus Gaming the opportunity to take that Baron.
So, worries, concerns from this draft. And IG are just piloted these team fights so well. And on cue, though, we do see JJ get caught under the turret from a Chains of Corruption, but gets out to safety. On cannot commit the full combo down there, so the tier 2 turret will fall as well. And dire straits are coming across here for BLG. Is stalling out this game not really reality anymore. At the very least, Baron's up in now, but the Hextech Soul available in about 2 minutes is so hilarious. Thinking about Beatdown, he said that Soul doesn't feel like it would be a conversation this game, and if it does, it'd be too late and BLG would be too far ahead. That's not our reality.
True. Yeah, right now, instead, IG are actually in a really strong position, and they're approaching Dragon Soul. Oh.
They're going after Knight, who gets picked off again by Rookie. This Jace gets 0 value. IG are laser focused on these picks, want to force this series the distance. And the way they're firing, the way Gull is cooking, it's only inevitable by this point. Flashes for the crit shot, goes back to the curtain call. Finally, Elk is able to dodge one of these bullets. He'll survive, but surviving is not enough. There's thriving moments for IG. The Shy, the only one to go down to Beichuan, but Baron going to be the call here as Invictus Gaming look for the dagger.
Hey, very easily going to be taken here. Nice fight coming through from Invictus Gaming. And yeah, they want this series to go the distance, and it's looking like they're going to have the tools to be able to make it happen. No response so far from BLG these last 10 minutes or so. It's just been all IG all game long. Now with the big purple worm in their pocket. You're seeing some crucial level ups come through, and they should have everything they need for a Dragon Soul.
It's seamless. Just go right through the motions. Got the 5 Baron, set up the waves, take the Hextech Soul Drake, win the game. We talked about the pick potential of this comp, but it's one thing to say a comp has pick potential, and the execution has been flawless. That is the second fight in a row kicked off where Knight gets 0. Zip, not a value.
And it's important to note, too, the way IG do a good job of splitting these fights up. Really, the only thing you're concerned about... Oh, I need to hold that.
Bye-bye on. Nice solar flare on the back end there from Mako to catch Bin out as well. JJ hits the Sonic Wave, goes in after Knight once again. Before he can get any value out of this Jace, he's immediately down to a 10th percentage of his HP, and Hextech Soul is up for the taking for Invictus Gaming.
Man, there's just going to be no response. There's no way BLG can actually contest this one, so another big powerful buff, I should say, goes over the way of IG. And you got to imagine, they got everything they need to win out this game and take us to a game 3. BLG, they're so far behind right now, and it's clear the way these comps are interacting that IG are really good at singling out members and bursting them down. Knight, it doesn't matter how strong or fed he is if he gets 100 to 0 before he can do any damage.
And it doesn't matter if you drafted a tank frontline if they can't survive a 4-item Gala, who pops Knight from halfway across the screen. Owen flies in. He's just trying to save his mid laner, and he will fall with him. It is all up Invictus Gaming right now. They are picking off BLG one by one, and Beichuan is next to fall. Invictus Gaming's 6-game win streak still within their grasp. The way they are dominating game 2, it's all going to come down to each team's final game on Summoner's Rift for the Rumble stage.
And right now, you got to imagine, I think this game is basically done. They're going to look and see if they can get a bit more, but the very minimum inhibitors are going to fall. And if they really want to push this one, yeah, I think they can just send it. Seismic Shift doesn't land, but they do so much damage here. I don't know.
They're going to go. They're going to try and get out. BLG are going to chase them out. They have a TP flank coming from behind. Bin, where's my team? He needs help. Gal is just crunching him right now. The piercing arrow sets up Rookie for a huge Seraph shield, so he goes back forward, and this should be the final breath for BLG. Another great solar flare from Mako, and they've got waves coming forward. Nice TP flank, Knight. See you later. JJ's lethality, Varus, is too big of a brunt to bear. Golden form comes out for Beichuan. Doesn't matter. They're heralded towards their fountain. They're going to have to watch their base explode. What a response from Invictus Gaming. Pitching a near shutout against BLG, and we are going for 3.
Yeah, and a really great response from IG after a pretty difficult loss for them in Game 1. Now they've caught themselves up. The chance of keeping that win streak going is alive, and they're keeping their last game here in the Rumble stage. Very exciting.
And they're doing it the way we wanted to see from really both of these teams. IG were just, you know, they had the macro approach. They made the right angles, but when push came to shove, they just hand stiffed BLG in this one.
I think they played it really nicely, actually. One thing I wanted to point out, too, before a fight ended up interrupting us was that the way they were playing out these fights and keeping them separate was actually really smart, and I appreciated it. How they would keep the Scion to the side, and they would have 3 members, not including Gala on the Jhin, attacking him, and basically just making full use of their items and making sure that the Talia is attacking the Scion, who hasn't actually built any MR, and that Gala, who is incredibly fed on his Jhin and is perfectly capable of killing everyone else, can go and kill everyone else.
Yeah, and show off his skill ceiling again. I mean, the clip we'll see that really resonates it. It's just hit those L4 shots onto Elk to find those kills, the deadly flourish, the positioning. Flawless from Gala, and that does kind of start the conversation that I want to have about IG that we've touched on briefly, that you know what you're going to get from the Shy, right? He gets his Nidalee game. You know what Rookie brings in this mid lane, but when we talk about JDG, like, Pays is the floor, but the rest of the team's the ceiling, like, can push the ceiling. That's what I think this IG bottom lane is. When you get games like that out of Gala, and Mako, by the way, who hits, like, a ton of clutch solar flares on this Leona.
He did.
That's what makes IG, like, scary as a playoff team in their own right.
Yeah, I think I'd agree with you. This bot lane has been performing a lot better as of late, and I think that's important to attribute, some of IG's success more recently to that. And I think it's really important too that they're able to continue leveraging that going into playoffs as well, to avoid that early exit that you were kind of hinting could potentially happen to them in playoffs after the play-in stage comes through. Again, their opponent, it is guaranteed, it is going to be EDG, and beyond that, it's going to be up to them.
And yeah, and a reminder for that play stage for anyone who is wondering, it is like straight up, it's a simple bracket, right? It is those 6 teams from Group Ascend slotted into their spots, and then 2 teams from Nirvana. So you go top playing Group Ascend team, second place Nirvana team all the way through, and you just play a best of 5. Your winner's in playoffs, your loser goes on to split 3. It's as simple as that. So one big best of 5 series, and you want the easiest opponent you possibly can get, and IG are getting, well, from a standing standpoint, the easiest opponent they possibly could get.
Yeah. So, I mean, being able to set yourself up with that opportunity is really important, because it is going to be about how they're going to play out the rest of the series and hope that they can clean up that gameplay going into that next match once the play-ins actually begin.
It was really cool, though. So we take a look back at this game, too.
Oh, wow. I wanted to see who did the most damage. Damn. It looked like, I guess it was Rookie in the end. I thought for a second I saw a really big bar next to JJ's name, which would have been really funny with the lethality of Lee. I was actually pretty into that.
I mean, the way it deleted some of these people, like, it was disgusting. This is
like Task Manager style.
This is the one. This is the exact one I was thinking about. Like, watch Knight's
Oh my God, yeah. This was so funny, because I remember watching this, and we were like, what?
Actually, Control-Alt deleted out of the game right there.
Yeah.
But the unfortunate reality of Talia games is, like, it's so easy to boost your damage numbers on this champion. It's actually ridiculous.
Fair, especially when you're hitting a Scion all the time.
Yeah, it's just like, I've committed 250 singular stones to the dome of this Scion. And also, like, an Alistar with Unbreakable Will, like, just eats up all these. So, we're through 2 games now, beat down, and both teams who are, some of the best team fighting squads had super late series against each other already. They've both picked pretty early and mid-game centric comps.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. Agency, I think, is really important to comp teams where you want to be doing a lot of fighting, though there's the problem where, you create situations where if you fall behind, it feels really bad and difficult for you to come back into that one.
And these replays, I mean, it's just utter domination from IG. And while I love the point you made about like the intricacies of approaching these fights and IG's being so sound, because we talked about team fight for these two teams, and that means that like sometimes those macro decisions can go to the wayside a bit, but there are, you know, those micro fighting style decisions that also like, play a factor in the game. And they matter. Yeah, they matter. And we saw it in this game from IG. Why they've been able to fight back from so many deficits is understanding how to fight on their terms. It wasn't in this game, but you look back to the FPX series from yesterday, they were down early in both of those games, and it just wasn't enough.
Yeah, and I mean, this fight is that kind of perfect example where they broke up the fight in two, and basically having people target where they'll do the most amount of damage, they'll do the best amount of work. And from that point on, there really was just no way a BLG were going to be able to come back into this one. Again, Gala, really great performance there on the Jhin. Deserves a lot of praise for that. And JJ, I was skeptical of the Lee Sin, but you know, I was not familiar with your game. I apologize.
Our bad. So, very great game you said from Gala. Is he the player of the game here? In the scoreline
probably
backs it up.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. Who else played? Yeah, it was probably just Gala, if we're being honest. I think he played the Jhin nice. He did a lot of work. Kind of simple.
Sweet. I mean, hey, I'm with it. Nonetheless, as the guy that loves Gala, like. This is what's so frustrating about this player is that, like, at his peak, he can go toe to toe. I guess the examples I could say now is like Pays, Jackie Love. Like, this guy can go blow for blow, but sometimes he's just really absent, and it stings for IG. So we'll see if he comes across with this player of the game. As I hear the sound coming across now, let's see if he earned that award. No, they give it to JJ.
I think it's fine too. Like, he was also very impactful this game. The Lee Sin was good. I just thought Gala did more.
Nonetheless, big win for JJ. Gets his 11th player of the game here on the Lee Sin pick. Goes full lethality. Shuts everyone up. Shuts all the doubters up, which really included myself in beatdown with this pick. Nonetheless, IG have themselves another Game 3 and a chance to go with a 6-game win streak into the play-in tournament, making them the scariest team out of that bunch. Or do BLG have it in them to win this series and go into playoffs 12-6 and take a break before defeating their next opponents? We'll figure all that out on Summer's Rift one more time. The draft will go first, but before that, another break. We'll see you guys on the other side. Time for the final game of the night, day, wherever you are on planet Earth here. It's IG versus BLG for the Game 3. Yeah, day for me too at this point. But we're not going to factor in to that. We are going to focus in on this Game 3 as we've had 2 stomps from really just early and mid-game spiking for both of these teams beat down.
Yeah, I think it's been a really good bounce back there from Invictus Gaming after getting kind of run over by BLG in Game 1. And it's great because these 2 teams, I mean, it wouldn't be an Invictus Gaming win without us going to 3 games, and it wouldn't be an IG-BLG match without us going to 3 games as well. So, you know, this is really just where it was always meant to be, whether we liked it or not.
You know, that's true. And looking across IG's, it's interesting because IG actually, across this 5-game win streak they have, the last 3 have been 2-0s. So they have not been in a 3-game series since WE all the way back on May 9th. So it's a serious time since then. But the fun thing about Game 3's beatdown is once we get into this draft, we can start talking about there are 20 champions off the board. And I'm curious, what role and what players do you think feel like the most constricted by that? I think mostly you always gravitate towards the bot side, knowing the natural nature of how many champions they lose compared to the rest.
I suppose. I guess it depends on the matchup, because here we've been seeing a lot of marksman ban or a lot of jungle bans, but it depends on who the teams want to be prioritizing. So right now, with 20 champions out of the picture, I think I can't say who's really hurt yet until we get to the actual pick ban and see who's also banned away. Because honestly, the thing with Fearless is like 20 champs, it's kind of whatever. Once we get to 30 champs and above, then we're talking.
Imagine if we just had Fearless a lot, half a decade feels like a lot. Just even like a couple years ago, right? Because, you know, you played the numbers game.
Yeah.
If we had, like, you know, shave off 20 or 30 of the new release champions, does Fearless...
That's true.
Does Fearless look a lot scarier for a best of 3? Like that?
Probably, yeah.
Like, right? It's funny because Riot is
I think that's exactly right, yeah.
Yeah. Like, Riot is a big fan of Fearless, obviously, now. Like, it's here. It's a big factor in competitive. But they're also actively countering it because they release more champions. It's a funny little thought experiment.
That's true. I never thought of that. I wonder what it would have been like a couple of years ago, just with less options and stuff like that. I think it's part of what makes Fearless interesting overall, just because there are so many options, so many champions in the game. So introducing these sort of limiting factors adds that layer of excitement.
Well, excitement building now that we are into the Game 3 draft. On's 1v1 win, getting Billy Gaming their second blue side game in the critical juncture here. Their Fearless bans are at the bottom there for you, and we are targeting some similar champions, but the Fearless effect is definitely taking hold with the Skarner and Galio bans coming out a bit earlier than we'd seen them previously in this series.
Right. So at this point now, yeah, partially because a lot of other high priority champions are out of that picture, so it makes sense to just start focusing on the things like, okay, these are what the priority are going to be. Just get rid of them, take them out of the picture. And that's why you're seeing like Annie taken away earlier, Galio, Skarner, things like that.
The Fury going to be the last ban coming across here for BLG. Pantheon has been like a very popular new addition to a lot of these junglers' pools. We saw that from Tarzan earlier on today. The Kaisa ban coming across. I wonder if Pantheon is just the B1 slam, to be honest.
I think so. Yeah, that makes the most sense. Trying to think of what else really is around. In terms of junglers, I mean, Pantheon's up, Wukong is up. I mean, as far as this league, yeah, Sedge, J4. So there's a Maokai. Yorick cover. Oh, Bin's going to take it. All right.
So we are signaling a clear strategy already for BLG. You talked about last time. I'll steal a little bit of your thunder when we saw the Yorick.
Please.
One big counter was locking Renekton, spam ganking the hell out of the Yorick.
If so funny. Like, Renekton Pantheon would be so funny.
I mean, if any team's going to commit to that identity, it's IG. I like just But come on, JJ, let's pick the Shy. It can work with the Jack still. You could. It doesn't.
Sure, yeah.
Just, let's perma gank this Yorick.
Yeah. So Jax is, I think, fine there for the Shy. At this point, you probably just want to take the Pantheon too. And it's nice because you've banned away the Galio. You don't have to really worry about that particular
Oh, we forgot the Vi snuck through.
semi-global matching. Oh, yeah, that's right. I mean, Vi's is banned all the time. I just assume at this point. But yeah.
Beach
So
one,
you do have the global
Vi,
to
and a
play
Kali
with, too.
Knight. Wow.
And I imagine IG, I'm trying to think. I think at this point, you don't really have to worry about any globals. I think GG will go unmatched.
Unless you, yeah, I mean, we don't, unless we're throwing a Shen support Mako's way.
Ah, that's true.
We're getting real nitty and gritty.
Yeah,
What's the pairing here? What's the pairing here for Rookie? He knows the mid matchup. Orianna, there's still a Zir. All right, so he's going to go for the Ori.
Yeah. I mean, Vex would have been hilarious, but I don't think the champ's in a good place, even though it is a good matchup. I mean, Ori is fine. Pairs nicely with Pantheon or Jax. They can set up your shockwaves really nicely. And you should get a pretty easy lane advantages.
Ball delivery system. Let's see how we can expedite the shipping on that one. I am afraid for our bottom lanes because we have picked full top side. Fearless has taken away a lot of very potent bot lane combos. Like, you already lost to Nico, Callista, like Var's off the table, Alistair, along with, you know, Lucian Nami. So we are going to be dipping pretty deep into the pool.
I'm trying to think. I mean, Ezreal's still up. Xayah is still up. I think Elk might be going that route just because of the amount of all-in IGs already showing. So there are definitely still options, especially with both teams leaning more towards the support pool during this second rotation of bans.
Elk has been has played some of the most games on Ezreal this split. So if it gets through, yeah, I think that's the play.
Yeah.
I like the safety as well. I think Ezreal is just great for either one of these AD carries. They are definitely both going to be playing Stay Alive. Ezreal Xayah might be the bot lane matchup beat down.
I think so too. Though the more we talk about it, I think that's just what we're going to end up with. And the more interesting part's just going to be what supports make it through in the end, because a lot of the premier ones have been picked already, and other premier ones have been banned away. I think like right off the top, Nautilus.
Ooh.
Is still up. The Ezreal ban. Interesting. Want to deny that one from Gala. Maybe they want to lead them into the Xayah pick there.
Nautilus, I think Nautilus is a great shout. Lucian cannot be selected, Gala. You played that.
There we go.
You play,
Oh my god, you know, I always forget Tristana is a champion.
You
and
could
is
also go
actually
for the
genuinely good. Ashe
Yeah.
is good too.
But they will go for the Xayah. So
Yeah.
Gala locks that one in. You ban the Ezreal. You got to have thought that Xayah would have been the likely response. So Elkanon, what are we cooking, knowing all this info?
Maybe Ashe. Maybe Corki, I suppose. Doesn't really like playing into poke very much. But overall, I mean, when I see Vi, I really like when Ashe ends up being paired with it too. Really easy setup there with the Enchanted Crystal Arrow from long range.
I don't like this MF. Okay, good.
I mean, I almost never like MF, to be honest. I will say,
it's
if
really
it's
hard.
Elk playing it, I kind of like it. But otherwise, yeah, it doesn't feel great.
Yeah, I just like, you've got no, like, I really like it with Rel banned away, and there isn't any other, like, big AoE tanky setup for a Misfortune. Like, it's via Kali,
Yeah.
super single target. I would have been a bit afraid of it. Here's the support champ pool getting pinched. We're going for
he's
Elise
actually
Corki
going for
bottom
it.
lane. All right.
Has played it. Oh, Braum or Kench, literally both are so...
Braum is so...
Mwah.
Braum is so... I mean...
There's a lot of options, to be honest. Nautilus would be kind of boring, but yeah, right. As they're going through the list, I'm like, oh yeah, that would kind of work.
Oh yeah.
Nautilus would definitely be the least inspired of them all, but I mean, it would be fine, I guess.
I do really like Braum because of just how much blocking damage you can do with a Pantheon and a Braum. Like, you can deny a lot of damage, but they'll go for the Nautilus. They get another surefire engage tool next to the Pantheon to set up the Orianna. And the Xayah, I really do feel like the Xayah comes out a big winner here for Gala. He does have the most ability to deny BLG the execution of the comp they want to play, I feel, once that ult comes online.
Yeah, that's going to be really important too when you're dealing with the Yorick, therefore Bin on the other side. Because while Jax will have windows earlier on to fight, as time goes on, I mean, we can just keep saying it. Yorick is a split push monstrosity in the side lane. So not only am I, if I'm an IG fan, not only am I hoping that they beat on this Yorick early on, also hoping that they are able to continue beating on him later on in the game with that Grand Starfall.
We've seen a lot of lane swaps to try and neutralize these top laners. Not a lot of very successful dives. Both these teams have been pretty keen on ruining them. So we'll see what is in the cards here for IG to try and shut down the giga-scaling Yorick from Bin here. Game 3. yeah. Listen, this is what happens when the sunlight comes out on these broadcasts, all right? It starts messing with my brain waves. The stakes here, folks. This is the final game of the Rumble stage for both of these teams. BLG and IG are locked into their spots, playoffs and play-ins alike. But momentum-wise, IG can carry themselves high with a 6-game series win streak, or BLG ruining that and setting themselves up as the final 12-win team that gets to take a back seat and watch the play-ins. Here we go for one final time on the Rumble stage, BLG versus IG and the Jayos.
Feels like the fans been waking up now. I remember early on, very top of the show, we weren't really hearing very many fan cheers. Now we're getting them all.
It's the IG super team fandom, and BLG is. These two teams have got. I mean, we're talking. I think every team we've seen today has a pretty big fan base pool. Maybe AL not as much as the other three, just because they're a lot more storied orgs in the LPL. Nonetheless, yeah, good call out to see the stadium fill out with a lot more Jayos in action. As we get some pretty basic wording from LPL standards. Both junglers' Raptors camps are going to be marked, but maybe Mako and Gala looking to get a bit cheeky. I wonder which one of these bottom lanes is stronger level 1, to be honest.
It kind of depends. On has a lot of burst damage on the Elise, but if they are caught unawares, could actually go either way. Oh,
yeah,
wow,
nice catch. Dredge line on at about 60% HP, just like that. Electrocute helps with the trade. So everybody's going to relax for now as we do see the skipping of the topside camps here from JJ. So he takes his Raptors and then immediately starts on his bot side camps while Beichuan takes the more traditional clear top to bot.
Makes sense. I think he doesn't. I think JJ doesn't want to lose his Raptors, but also wants to just ensure that he's playing towards the side where he can get help when it comes to fighting for the Scuttle Crab. Because right now, in Elkin On, they were always going to have this advantage. So I think it's smart for him to just try and move up like that. And really good move there to clear the ward for Elkin On to give Beishuan the opportunity to surprise them with the dive if he so chooses.
The final game of the day is the closest the Twitch chatters get there. We saw 59-41. That is the closest margin all day. And nice to see for a game 3 where the stakes may not be as high, but it's still a game 3, a do or die to decide a series. And that brings out the competitiveness even from our loyal chatters.
Very true. Right now, and things pretty slow. Just again to talk about.
These Elise lanes, they're never that slow. Just one cocoon, and the burst damage is pretty gross, to be honest. Mako is forced to reset here and throw another wave under the turret and go for more scouting on this bot side jungle for JJ.
Yeah, and right now, expectations, I think, for both teams. IG, again, want to be able to pressure Bin on this Yorick. While he's played the champ a lot, hasn't had the greatest performances on the pick so far here in the Rumble stage, but still, very powerful champion you want to set behind. So JJ, even before level 6, expecting lots of ganks top side. Grand Starfall, go up top side. Just beat up this Yorick.
I I'm starting to see the tech on this bottom lane factoring in that Yorick. They're just drawing so much attention towards this Elise and Corki. They're shoving waves under, getting positive trades. It's forcing JJ to hover that side to make sure there's no dives from Beichuan. And like you called out, you're just buying more minutes where Bin can just scale along, farm up fine, and become that unstoppable threat as Beichuan continues to eye this dive. He's cancels back a couple of times, but the waves are thinned out in the moment for Mako and Gala. Still going to get the Vault Breaker through as Mako tries to cover the dive brush. They're going to turn their attention towards Beichuan. He does get root collared up. He gets a shield from his E. Needs to flash. Goes for it very late, but still able to get out to safety. And now they're going to regress for the dive. They have the Elise. Really potent in these dives, being able to drop the aggro, but they'll just take the plate instead and try and walk out. But Dredge line 6 through for Mako. Here's the all-in coming across. The Sunlock onto the Elise. On didn't even get to go into that repel, and it's disastrous for BLG.
Yeah, the attention does force Gala to drop a lot of CS, but at the end of it, a kill for JJ, a kill for Gala. That feels really good overall because of that overextension there from BLG.
Finally, we talked a lot about how we haven't seen a lot of dives in this series, and we're learning why. You know things are going good when you can counter an Elise dive in that early game phase. And Gala, who has just been primed for all these early leads, is in another pristine spot. He ran away with it in the Jin game last time.
Yeah, very true. Now has an opportunity to do a little bit of that here with that kill he's able to earn. Seeing some rotations come through is going to force the Shy away from this turret. And it does mean IG forced to drop a little more CS as a result.
I like this. You know, getting that Elise back out onto the rift and trying to affect as many lanes as possible. It's so powerful in this phase of the game. You need to capitalize on it as much as possible. Mako doing his best to try and match it across the lanes, but I still think this is a win for IG, knowing that Gala is in a much more commanding spot than Elk. Nonetheless, we're trying to sneak some dragons from Beichuan. Knocking this one down. Mako has not figured it out just yet, and On is flashing after Mako to get the Cocoon to lock through. Electrocute, Ignite, more than enough for Elk to get the kill with one more auto. That's Dragon and a kill on the way out for Billy.
Yeah, it feels really good for them to be able to secure that on top of the objective. Nice flash there for On. His second game, the Elise support. That proficiency is really showing here. Because Elk and On have been able to get a lot of pressure there onto this bottom side with or without the help of Beichuan. And now this Corki, who's going to scale and become really powerful later, just gets that much more accelerated with 2 kills.
Both AD carries in pristine position. There's another Cocoon going to sink here for On, and Gala has to pop the barrier and the flash, but guess what? Here's the turn from JJ. Has the Grand Starfall. There's no way out for Elk, so he desperately tries to trade Gala. No siree. Feats of Warfare right on cue as the first ult from Pantheon is pristine.
Yeah, really good answer there from JJ, and that's just something BLG they're going to have to be aware of. They don't have the match for something like that Grand Starfall. So they need to be sure
On
of his location and On. Goodbye.
Face check. He's going to repel the first hook, but the root comes across on the auto from Mako. A couple more slams. The Ignite should do it, but the spear pointed right at On's way. And that is a 3-0 Pantheon. IG just as scrappy as game number 2.
Oh, yes. Only saving grace, BLG. He's not going to lose any of that wave. He shows up just in time to collect it all. And Beichuan also, because of that attention there, bottom side, going to have an easy time securing at least one of these grubs. I think he's going to go, I think he can go for 2 and just walk away.
Got top lane prio. There's a wave crashing mid. Just got to be worried about JJ getting close by, but there's no Grand Starfall for now. It's on a timer, and you called it well. Beat down. Just going to go for 2.
Oh, I guess they want 3.
Come back over. They got Maiden. On's here.
Maiden, and they got the wave topside, so easy prio for them.
Yeah, good rotations again from BLG. Both these teams have been much more polished in those early game calls, and it is exciting to see no matter who wins this series for the future postseason of this split too.
Yeah, it is, and wow, the Shy, he's getting sucked, man. I don't know what to tell you.
The main unrelenting in the suck powers to beat down his team member.
That's right. And now Owen is here to make sure that wave gets in, and oh no, the Shy. Fortunately, cannot dodge the Yorkie. Gonna get punished for it big time. Mako's only here to ensure his top laner can actually collect waves.
Yeah, not get dove into infinity by this point. Gold leads very close though, nonetheless, and a big part of that is these farm leads that both Elk and Bin have started to accrue. So after two games that kind of broke open at this 10-minute point and for clear leads, rather BLG or IG, we are finally somewhat on course for a close game for those fights.
Oh my god. Oh my god. I don't think we are anymore. I think that close game is over now.
Yeah, I slowed down because my eyes were telling me my words were lying to you all. So that is that two different games this series where we've seen a turret drop like near the same time with full plates. It's pretty disgusting. IG are going to just force a turn, though, with that global ultimate power. Owen had no idea. You just can't account for this Pantheon flying on in, and ooh, that one's going to sting for Bin. Does not flash over the fat wall. Nearly makes it a trade nonetheless, but that is a Shy double kill and a shutdown of this Yorick.
I mean, it was a really nice response there coming through from Invictus Gaming to be able to minimize a bit what those 5 plates being taken was able to do for BLG. But still, I think Bin collected a lot of gold. And the fact that, in general, despite the trade, this Yorick has become so accelerated, it's still a pretty difficult position, I think, for IG to be in. Because now it's going to be a point where, ooh.
Good flash. Elk gets away from all those feathers. The blade caller, oh my word, Bejuan. This is a one-way trip, buddy. If it was anybody but Zaya, I like that play. It's anybody but Zaya.
He's just taking a sip of his coffee like, oh, everyone close your eyes, guys. We didn't see that.
Hey, you know, he got both summoners out. That's what we focus on. Oh, never mind. God didn't even flash. That's a flash from Ondo. Goodbye, rookie. Doesn't even channel the shockwave in time. And this TP from the Shy, also late to the function.
Yeah, actually, it just isn't going to accomplish much of anything. It should give IG a chance to secure this dragon, considering the recalls. But overall, that's kind of dangerous because someone has to answer this Yorick. Bin, I'm just staring at this wave that he is stacking on this minimap, and I'm looking at some red pictures to move his way. Okay, Rookie's going to TP. There you go.
Just in time. That turret's gone if Rookie's not up in the
Yeah.
My God. We're really just going to have we are trending towards 2 Yorick domination games, and oh yeah, that's the tech there. Then all right, you TP to my top lane, I TP to your bottom lane. No waves lost for this Yorick.
Yeah, and it's really reflecting in the lead right now. More than 20 CS up on the Shy. Really approaching 30. And of course, we can't understate the turret gold, the first brick, everything he was able to earn from those plays earlier on. And now BLG, they look like they want to try and maybe go for some kind of dive, but I think this is a little dangerous.
Let me try and get the ghouls close enough. I mean, one Spade Slam, he gets at least a plate. Ondo had to repel. Not going to find it.
Oh, they're going.
Fall through. They're diving on in for Owen. There's a TP behind, but this Elise is as good as dead. Can the turn come across, though? This is a very strong York.
Yeah,
and in flies the Knight with the golden left hand, looking to swat down IG. JJ first to fall. Cease and assist through for the Shy. The counter-strike stun will only delay the inevitable. Great turn from Billy to clean up that skirmish, and their main prize is going to be more plates and more gold to Bin.
And Bin is just eating good today, as the only real trade is going to be Rookie maybe able to knock down a plate with that wave he stacked in topside, but really it's a small loss compared to what BLG have gained so far. To his credit, JJ is the one with the most gold in the game. He is 5-1-3 on the Pantheon, but unfortunately Yorick is a better champion. So yeah, that's just how it goes.
Better.
Yeah.
Hats off to Billy as well. I think with the mid-tier one, I think they've been able... No, they haven't really touched any plates there, but nonetheless, as plates drop, they got 10 plates worth of gold, and of course, as we've been talking about, majority of that, if not all, is thanks to Bin.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like Caitlyn's in this game with all these turret plates being taken. And it really has amounted to a lot of gold here. I mean, it's worth noting that a lot of the... While the gold difference seems to be, like, very minuscule, if you look at the, like, you know, the aggregate, a lot of that is because JJ is actually significantly ahead of Beishuan because of all the kills he's picked up. But doesn't mean that if he's not around, there is no Pantheon, BLG are just much stronger.
Yeah, it's like transferable value of these gold leads, right? And
yeah.
You don't get as much value out of a 1.5k Pantheon ahead as where Bin's at, and maybe we're Knight's heading because that looked too easy. And Maiden kill.
He's getting
oh my
slurped.
God, the goals! He got slurped to death. Bin did it. JJ has to watch his top laner fall. This game is slipping out of the grasp of IG minute by minute.
I mean, we're just talking solo kills from both solo laners in rapid succession. While these waves are getting pushed in, no one can really respond to mid lane as well. So Gala is just there, worrying about the cocoon shot and to make sure he doesn't end up going down, but still getting chunked out in the process. So really,
now he loses
now
his
he's in
turret.
danger.
Oh, nice Feather Storm. Can't cast it when I lock you down, Beichuan says. Cease and desist, gets the Vault Breaker through. This is the uber aggressive BLG. Talked about it. It's so poetic that the solo lanes get those first 2 kills to set it off because the solo lanes for BLG are the driving force of this team.
Hey, IG, go away. Go away. You're not
Bad
welcome
fight.
here. Bad. I need a water bottle. I need like a water bottle with a nozzle. Yeah, like. And I mean, this is just York things. There's nothing to say. I don't even know why the Shy's walking towards him.
That's the $1 million question, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Maybe this whole New York thing is still fresh. You know, some people haven't quite accepted the power. They're coping a little bit. That's how it goes.
Exact mid game, the BLG won. Again, the gold is close. There's not a huge gap in neutrals, but I just don't. It's not even just answering Bin. It's now answering Knight because it's like the coin flip of, okay, if you try and go answer Bin, you're just going to be pushed under your turret and lose a bunch of structures, and you lose the 1v1. And if you go try and match Knight right now, who's close to 2 items,
He will kill you.
he will just kill you. Like Rookie is constantly in fear of an all-in from Akali right now.
Yeah, he really is. It's also worth noting, too, that, you know, under a lot of circumstances, because the biggest lead right now is between On and Mako. And under normal circumstances, if my support has the biggest lead, I'm calling him an inter because he's taking kills needlessly. But this isn't Elise we're talking about. So On has actually been able to rush the Rocket Belt, already has the Seeker's Arm Guard as well. That damage is actually just really good and very useful here for BLG. So, yeah, honestly, the gold is in a lot of great places at the moment here. Beishuan going to use the Herald to put a little more gold in.
They've got the grubs, so they might jump on out, and that tier 2 turret is down. Rookie again, if you step up a little too far, Knight just Rocket Belt's on top of you, drops the whole Akali combo, so there's nothing you can do. The turret falls. Cloud Dragon was a given for Beichuan, so they have the Dragon stacking on their side, and the windows of opportunity are quickly slamming shut for IG in this one.
They are. I'm really tempted to say they are shut, but, you know, it's only 18 minutes. Things can happen. We've seen things. Although Bin is, okay, it depends on Bin's back. I'm going to decide my entire opinion on what he purchases.
Is it your entire? All right.
My entire decision. If he finishes his second item, I'm just going to say GG.
You did cancel that back, so we'll have to wait for this all-in take from Beatdown. You know, the longer he takes it back, the better your odds are because he's just
very true, because it's going to be a better buy. I mean, if it takes too long, I will no longer base it. What was important to me was how much gold he had, like, right now. And if he doesn't back in the next, like, I don't know, 10 seconds, then I don't care anymore.
Start the timer. Nah, he's not back. There's no chance. He sees a wave dancer. So nonetheless, by the time he backs, it's going to be what the. This isn't a Shojin.
Sterix maybe?
Sterix,
or Shojin? One, I don't know.
Oh,
Could be either or.
Sweet Shy. So here's the thing, right? This is, again, IG are back against the wall, between rock and hard place, whatever metaphor you want, because they have to swing at least 2 people over to the bin to make sure he doesn't take their every turret they have standing.
Yep.
And by doing that, you open up another bot lane side wave that's pushing against you, and you have a Corki that shreds your mid wave. You're just never in position to contest like anything except your own red buff right now.
Yeah, that's pretty accurate. At this point,
Took all your points there. Whoopsies.
no, that's okay. It really feels like there isn't a whole lot else to say. IG, you basically want to be playing into a lane that's not Yorick, because unless you commit like four people, you're not going to really get anything effective done. And if you commit 4 people, well, you're going to lose so much elsewhere. But I think they're taking this slow because there aren't very many easy options for them to be playing for. Maybe they just want to farm until they can reach. Oh my god. Farm until they can reach some crucial item break points. I mean, Rookie is really close to his 2nd item. Gala actually already has the Flicker Blade. So the Zaya is feeling pretty good. Maybe IG could use that around this next trade.
Yeah, but the push and pull is already coming through. We do see the bin. Did get a reset in. He's going to head back topside. He does have teleport. Beichuan, very aggro, going to start the Opticon on his own. They have so many advancing boards, though. They just perfectly track JJ and Gala. So while this is a slow start, the finish will come across a bit quicker here as Elk will help shred it. They're going to TP in bin, though, as IG are starting to posture to try and get in for this Opticon, but it is a burning away. And before they even get a look at it, Opticon goes the way of BLG, and they will just run their way out. I can't believe I'm saying this. They don't want to fight. They don't need to fight.
Well, you're right that they don't need to. And to be honest, it's fine to walk away, too. I'm surprised the Shy actually goes for that TP. It was over before he channeled it. Oh, are we just sending it?
We're 5-manning for a tier 1 turret. They get a 2-man shockwave onto Elk and Beichuan. That's going to earn them the turret, so all right.
Sure. That's technically League of Legends.
They got some flashes. I mean, you got Elk's flash.
They got Elk's flash. They got Beichuan's flash, too. That was a thing. But honestly, it gets them very little. All that for a tier 1, some flashes. At the end of it, map still not in a really great position for them. Someone needs to answer top. Someone needs to answer mid. They have no real vision around this bottom dragon. It isn't going to be BLG Soul, but it is going to be Soul Point. So I think it's just going to be more of IG conceding objectives.
This is very similar to Game 1, where BLG are just dragging IG all around the map, and they don't feel confident in making any plays for a comp that once again is designed to fight. Like, this comp was drafted to bank on these constant Pantheon engages with Orianna Shockwaves. You do obviously have the scaling of a Zaya and a Jax, but that's not present here, and Knight's about to show you why, at least for the Shy point, as he starts throwing hands. Problem for Knight is that JJ, oh my god, they have all of IG. This is a 4-man on tonight. This guy, all right, the wave's not even here.
It was to clear the wave. It was to clear the wave.
Okay, all right, so they get the wave up. Knight, oh, the flash does not come before the stun. A good try to sneak on out, but he will fall along with that tier 1 turret. They're going to give away that Cloud Soul Drake up to Cloud Soul Point. So at least this time around, IG are cross-mapping to try and even out some of these plays.
I mean, this is exactly what I was talking about, to be fair. Like, you can't make this kind of play onto Yorick. It's going to be too costly. It's going to take too long. So Knight is really your only option there inside lane. It works. They get a kill. They get a turret. And it only really cost them a dragon that they were never going to get in the first place. So I think that's the best available play there for IG. And I appreciate that they went for that instead of fighting for something they would have lost.
There we go. The interventions making improvements in this series.
I think so. Maybe they've admitted they've had a problem.
That's the first step.
Yes.
I think this is the first intervention I've ever run. I'm going to be real.
They're not fun. Never do them. They never work.
Never do them. They never work. But I thought we were talking about that it is working right now.
I mean, we're talking about real ones.
Yeah, I know.
But when it comes to LPL team interventions, you're 1 for 1, buddy. 100% win rate.
All right, I'm Quinn while I'm ahead. Please do not fight a bad fight here, IG, or I lose all my credibility.
It's literally all gone in one fell swoop. It would be terrible.
Let's see. Baron up in 40 seconds. Sideways aren't in a terrible spot yet for IG, but Knight is shoving away at this bot side that someone's going to have to go answer. Looks like it might be Gala. No, he's going to cancel his reset, so big wave coming crashing in. I do see the Rookie is in base, so he will answer that nonetheless. But again, the push, the pull, the jockeying of IG's positioning on the map is so critical to some of these lane states that if they are overloading to cover bot side, I don't see why BLG don't just pull the trigger on a Baron play.
Yeah, they very much could. Right now, I mean, we're seeing more items come through. Gala, to his credit, despite how this game has been going, is very strong. Has reached that 3rd item. So I think at this point, you just want to bring him to an even numbers or maybe slightly in your favor numbers play and try and use that damage he's built up to create some kind of advantage. It's tough because, again, you have to ignore Bin. It's just not an option for you. You just have to see what else you can go. You can go for whatever Mako can fish for.
Now you don't really have the option to try and punish Knight either. Like, that was the original play. It's Beichuan. You're looking for a way in. Good damage from onto Gala. He has the red buff, so he'll have to heal up a bit here. This Knight swings on in from the bot side, and Big gets another wave in, but yeah, this is the real pain for IG. Is just those waves are trickling down that tier 3 turret, and as long as Baron's up, if you ever overload to kill off Knight, BLG just pull the trigger on the purple worm.
Pretty much. That's the problem too, because IG and the map, this is exactly like game 1, where the map is just not favorable for them. They don't have good side lane matchups, so they can't reasonably push out a side lane, which doesn't really let them interact much with mid lane past their tier 2 turret. So they haven't been able to do a whole lot in terms of objective setup around neutrals. It really is just, you know, move as a group, place down one pink ward. Okay, guys, run.
Get back. We'll reset again in a little bit. But, I mean, again, I talked about it a bit before we got into this game, or maybe it was into game 2, with, like, this is also eerily similar to the Weibo game 3, where they were just constantly denying IG their team fight based comp or just their game state in general. This is really valuable tape for any team that is going to match up against IG. Heck, even like EDG, right? Like, that are definitely watching, knowing this is their matchup. That if you want to try and disrupt IG's style, these are the types of comps you have to play. It still comes down to executing that early game phase, but if you do, if you're in even a neutral state, like, IG are pretty lost.
It feels like they are. Pings coming through means they want to fight for this next Drake. It is Cloud Soul for BLG, so they have to try and do something. That's why they actually are kind of in an okay spot. They're able to push top a little further than they have the last, like, 10 minutes or so. So now should give them a pretty decent opportunity to go for Drake. But, of course, BLG, they don't care. They have enough damage. They could take Baron really quickly, so IG, unfortunately, have to respond.
Yeah, it's like, we dare you to trade a Cloud Drake for Baron right now. Like, that's,
yeah, that would be so funny.
It's just, it's not a trade they can make. So they're going to force the TP out of the Shy, who's below a 5k Baron HP, and the Maiden is not letting it reset. On isn't either. Finally, it comes through. BLG will take the win of getting that TP out of the Shy and calm things back down, but they've lost track towards the mid lane. And with Demolish, down goes that turret. BLG look for a fight angle in. On dashes forward a little bit precariously. He has the stasis and the repel available. Flank coming out for Beichuan. Maybe BLG finally do want to fight a 5v5 in IG's wheelhouse, but without Mako even healthy enough to try and add to the fire. The battle lines not going to force anything further for now. IG continue to backpedal as the Shy tries to hold off any sort of flank angles. Now we jockey around the Cloud Soul, but IG, they really just aren't in a position to ever fight this one. And boy, did Knight show them why, bopping them down with the golden left hand for Billy Gaming. It took forever for a fight to break out, but when it came, it was a wash. Down full IG just like that. An ace at the 29th minute mark.
And a big ace at that, because I'm pretty sure that's going to be the end of the series here. Slayer, the spawn timers are too long, and while it wasn't as fast as what we're used to, it ended up being pretty exciting.
The series had no lasting stakes on your group ascent standings, but momentum-wise, down falls the IG win streak in 2 definingly dominating games for BLG. They play the map better, and they go into playoffs 12-6.
And they sure do. And again, it really wasn't just about, it wasn't about any standings. The standings for these teams were locked. It was just about scrapping it out for the love of the game, Slayer. And you love to see it. And it was exciting, too, to see some good moments there from IG, particularly in that game, too. And great to see BLG in games 1 and 3 and how well they were able to draft a good map, a good draft for themselves, and play the map as well as they did. And I think BLG is definitely a team to be excited about going into playoffs.
Yeah, I think the sentiment that we take away from today is, for both our series, Beatdown is like, we had set expectations, a lot of tape on, because remember, 18 best of 3s, a lot of tape on both BLG and JDG, and these, in our head, these expectations of how their games are going to play out. And in a lot of ways, they exceeded them. Like, we talked about JDG already, so I'll focus on BLG.
Yeah.
Like, a part of my heart is torn because I'm like, we saw the clips of the first series where they were just scrapping out all these fun team fights. I get a play-by-play scream a bunch. And now we're here where it was like really fluid, slow macro developing play, which sucks for the fighting side of it, but for BLG stocks going into playoffs, knowing they can win series playing that way is very exciting.
Yeah, I think so too, and it is a really good look to see again how they'll be able to play against the other top teams there once they go into playoffs. Of course, they're one of the teams that are locked. IG are not, so IG will BLG will have to wait a little bit before they get another chance to play throughout playoffs.
But the big question, the glaring question here for IG is, what can we do to start kind of fixing, getting stuck in a rut and falling down in these holes into a composition style that is ever growing? Like, these York comps are not disappearing anytime for playoffs. So IG, we talked about, like, both these BLG games, the Weibo series that they lost that would have made a difference maybe for their playoff spot. Like, how many teams are going to punish them by playing this style, and how do they figure out to beat it? It's a big question, I know.
Yeah, it's tough. I honestly think the big thing is that the problem seems to be a lot of the same for IG, and again, it's just not really having a clear idea on what they can and can't do. And there was less so of that in this final game, but I think in games 1 and 2, a lot of overextensions for plays that simply were just never going to work, and objectives that you had no business fighting for. And I think that, especially here in LPL, is going to hurt you more than anything else.
It's tough because the verbiage used was great, like finding out what things you can and can't do. But there's also the added caveat that you also can't do nothing. And that's what happened. They kind of just did nothing in that last game. And you saw the result.
Yeah. I mean, the only thing left, I think, for us to do is look at standings again, just to take one final look before the show ends up being done. And just to really, again, just solidify the fact that JDG, in their win today, they do lock themselves into 3rd place. That was really the only potential for movement we had on the day. Our top 4 is locked. Our top 5, technically, is locked. So the top 4 of Group Ascend, of course, are going to go straight to playoffs. They're going to pass go, collect their $200, and just hang out while the nerds and the bottom half of Ascend and the top 2 of Nirvana play play-ins.
Yeah, they play an extra best-of-5 series, which is hilarious because Split 1 was all about, hey, guys, we're just playing best-of-5s the whole time. You play some group best-of-5s, you play some playoffs best-of-5s. Yeah. These teams haven't seen best-of-5 since then. It's been a BL1 round robin. You know, you had a best-of-3 play-in stage for the Nirvana teams, and then you had a bunch of best-of-3. So it's been a while since we've seen LPL teams playing the BO5 gauntlet. I'm excited to get back to it.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be an exciting one on that front. I think, honestly, playoffs, I wanted to ask you, what are you most excited about in playoffs?
I am excited to see which teams heighten themselves back up to these ceilings we preach about, because right now I think the playoffs are going to be a lot more wide open than the Ascent standings give it away, right? Because Ascent standings say like top esports AL have been clearly the best teams for a while, but JDG have been leveling up. BLG have looked awesome since Beichuan came around. I think there are in my head right now there are 4 clear teams that I think could be in the LPL finals for this split.
Ooh, exciting. Which 4?
I mean, it's the top 4 that we have.
Okay, fair.
So
I thought you had
it's not
something spicy to say.
Yeah. I think for some people, some people might find it spicy enough that I'm saying that BLG and JDG could make a finals run. So, but yeah, it's not. I'm not going to come out here and say Weibo Gaming are about to run from the play-in bracket all the way to the finals. Like a little more mellow.
That'd be fair. I can respect that. I mean, looking back at these last bit of highlights too for the day, it wasn't quite the 50-kill banger we were hoping for, but I think there was still a lot of excitement in the end. Yeah, we did. Especially in Game 1, I think, was where we had the most kills.
Yep. And this Game 3 had one major fight. We like to label like team fights and skirmishes. There were a bunch of skirmishes, but this was the one fight that really blew things open. So congratulations to BLG. MVP talk. I think this is hard, a bit difficult again with how slow and methodical it played. I feel like the cop-out answer is kind of Bin.
It's probably just going to be Bin.
Yeah, okay.
It's probably just going to be Bin.
So Bin's going to finish that one out.
Or it might be On. I might give it to On. I actually think the Elise was really good.
I do think one of these 2 wins for BLG On deserved a player of the game. It's funny because I think the Nico was more impactful than the Elise was here, but
fair.
Does the Elise get it? Nope. We're gonna give it a Knight. Hey, one team fight multi kill is enough to get this guy a player of the game. That's the agenda we're pushing.
Yeah, fair enough. I think he played it pretty well in the end. Had a good matchup for him outside of lane, so it definitely feels good to play that one. But I think overall it was a really good series from Knight 2, and good to see that continued success from him and the team overall, especially since Beichuan has joined the roster.
All right, well, Beatdown, you've gotten through. We did it together, my friend. 5 games, an LPL day done. The last thing I want to do before we shout out some special coffee supporters is talk about the final day of the Rumble stage. We're there. It is soon coming, and the important matchup to talk about, because you have NIP versus TT. Those 2 teams are locked 9-10. Like, they're not moving at all. WE Weibo, the only thing left for any sort of standing shenanigans is Weibo and WE are playing for the 6th spot, which is important because it is the difference between playing a Group Nirvana team or playing Thunder Talk. So that'll be fun.
Yeah, there you go. So still some pretty important matches coming up over these next few days. And actually, I think, is tomorrow the last day?
Just one day. Wow,
just one day left
tomorrow. Yeah.
So there's actually only one day left, and then play-in start next week. How crazy is that?
It is mind-boggling that we finally got here. I believe we're going to end 40-something, mid-40s worth of days of Rumble stage. That is something else. Wow, what a journey it has been. And a big part of that journey here for the LPL English unofficial broadcast has been our Elite Coffee supporters. So before we get out of here, I want to say thank you very much to Aaron Soup, Mong, and Forrest. Without their pledge financial contributions help level up the broadcast and give back to the cast crew who strive to give you an English LPL product every single day. We love, adore, and support all of you out there. You know, the normal coffee supporters, YouTube subscribers, Twitch subscribers, even everybody just in the chat supporting us here in this volunteer project. But a special shout out goes to those 3 Elite Coffee supporters. Big shout out goes to Beatdown. It was an absolute pleasure, my friend, to get the first cast with you and go 5 games deep into the LPL day. I know it is 10 a.m. over there. What are your final words before you hit the hay like me?
I had fun. I came on because it was like a sub situation, but it was fun. It was fun to do it. I'm glad I got to do it with you, Slayer. Again, we've kind of avoided each other, ships in the night, if you will. I know you love that phrase, And now we finally get to work together. And we lost them, guys. What can you do?
The first of many more, I hope, beat down. But for everyone at
so.
home, we will see you tomorrow for the final day of LPL action. Special shout out to Kelsey, our producer behind the scenes. But we are out of here. There may be sunlight outside of our windows, but it is bedtime for us. See you for the final day of Rumble Stage tomorrow.